and you're trying to make a name for yourself, the box is just an open skate ramp for you to just go for broke. Dropping down the bottom and it just goes completely square, and you're looking out of the headland marks. You come off inside that heavy part of the barrel, that's when you've got a really good chance of hitting the reef. All you're kind of really looking at is how deep you are, how quick you need to be moving to come out of that, and then looking for that last step in the wave. Come through that last step, which is also a really hollow square part, and then it'll just go, and just like spit you even faster out into the channel. The wave just dies, and then you know you're safe. Sick feeling.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is it. We're coming down to the wire here for the 2012 IBA World Tour Box Pro. Manny V with Jason Bitzer. Bitzer, how you feeling?
Another day in WA, Manny. Loving it. Little rainy, but stoked.
All right, we got a little sneak peek off to our left of the box. Bitzer, what do you see out there?
I was actually going to surf before, but right now what I see is a big wash through the channel. Definitely some size. We had offshores and we had a little rain squall, put a little bump on it, but it's actually back offshore. Interesting conditions out there. It's
heavy.
Definitely going to be similar to last year, but I think a little better than the final day, just because we have those offshores and there's going to be some big ramps and big barrels.
Look how small the riders look out there. They look like little ants just cruising over some ant hills, but it is massive out there. Thank you all for tuning in once again to the live broadcast here in Margaret River for the Box Pro. We got a full lineup of serious competition coming up. But first, let's bring you here. We are here on the beautiful west coast of Australia at Margaret River. Margaret River, I love it. Full country, full just laid back. You get to the shoreline, and then you just have some massive monster swells just hitting these shallow reefs. But Margaret River, the landscape.
Beautiful place going through downtown again. You guys might have seen his last couple of days. This beautiful landscape in Margaret River. Waves galore. This is Ryan Hardy's stomping ground right here. This is his little track that I used to take to elementary school over here. And then they're going through the little shire of WA onto the vineyards. Amazing, amazing wine over here. I haven't had any beta if you're watching, but they do have really, really good wine in Margaret River. And, of course, a lot of kangaroos jumping out from those wineries at cars and such things. And then you can just see just the landscape that looks like behind Ryan Hardy's house, actually. And those are his pet sheep. Just kidding.
Just absolutely gorgeous.
Just gorgeous, this place, yeah. And we do have a little bit of weather today, but still this place, even with a bit of rain, is an unbelievably beautiful place. It's hard to find a place better than Hawaii, and this place is up there with it, in my opinion.
Well, we both have to get out to the vineyards. I think the event will end today if all goes well as far as the conditions are concerned. But look at this, just the landscape, the shoreline, the water for us coming from California. This
Gas
is
Bay
super
right there.
Warm water. And the waves. I mean, it's all here. Beautiful Margaret River.
Yep. And just one thing about Margaret River this time of year, you usually score a lot of offshores. You get those nice, crisp, cold mornings, and then by the middle of the day, it's beach weather. So you get the best of both worlds. Get to wear my Ugg boots, and then get to get them board shorts later on.
You own Ugg boots?
I know. Sad.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The Box Pro coming to you live from Western Australia's Margaret River. We do have some incredible matchups here today. We are at round number 4. Top 2 riders advancing on to the quarterfinals. So this is it. The matchup, we have Australians, South Africans, and this is it for your first heat of the day. The South African Mark McCarthy and Jared Houston going against the Australians Jones Russell and Louis Finnegan. Louis Finnegan, 17-year-old Grom on fire.
It's going to be interesting, especially when you have 2 South Africans and 2 Aussies. So again, we have Dave Winchester in the second heat, Michael Novi, also from Australia, Dallas Singer from the Central Coast, and Chatty Jackson, local boy from Perth. You know, I'm from charging all those big waves all over the coastline over here. So a whole Aussie, looks like a final right there.
Incredible.
It looks like an Aussie Tour final, actually.
All right, the next heat in round number 4, you're going to see Ben Player go against the Brazilian Magno Passos and fellow Australians Mitch Rollins and Drew Innocent. All of these guys are ready for battle in these pretty hectic conditions. We have one more heat in round number 4.
Oh, right there, Ryan Hardy again, another local here. Andrew Lester getting on tour this year, breaking into the top 16. And then Alex Arunga, trialist winner back in Reunion and just killing it all around. And then Jacob Romero, a.k.a. Mini Kimbo Slice, coming through from the trials, smoking guys, and definitely giving everyone for a run for their money.
Yes, we have some serious action ready to go down today. We have the 17-year-old Wonder Grom Louis Finnegan. We have the older generation, guys like Andrew Lester, who are ready to, go battle with these guys. And, I mean, everybody's out here for one reason. That's to take that Box Pro championship home.
That trophy right there is definitely something that's very coveted right now. So
the box, the cube by Sean Tuttle, sending over some incredible trophies.
Sean.
Walking away, only one person with this trophy. Let's move this thing really quick.
There you go. There you go. Thanks, Sean.
Trophy.
Amazing work right there.
Yeah, and they're pretty sturdy.
Yep. Sean Tuttle Designs.
I brought them over from the west or the east coast of the United States, and this thing handled the whole way. So we'll keep that right in
frame there
for you guys. So that's it. We do have an incredible lineup of serious action, and we do have Waves. Slight little bump from the winds, but you know what? It is
beggars can't be choosers. 3 days a box at any time in the year is amazing.
Take a look on how we got here at the highlights from day number 2.
I will. Sorry. Yeah.
Welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 2012 IBA Box Pro presented by Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, Riptide, and our media partners, YouTube and IINet. Bitzer, who do we got on your screen?
That is Dave Winchester and his lovely wife.
Hello.
Hello, guys.
Wow.
She told me that they're moving
right
to France
there.
in 12 days, packed everything up in a box, and they're going to Europe.
That's
so
right.
stoked.
We talked to Winnie and his family, and they are venturing over to France, and that's going to be really exciting for him. I've been out there. Incredible vibe, Shaggy on the social media, and look at that pan straight out to the box, and here are the conditions, ladies and gentlemen. Bitzer,
Who do we got in the water?
the conditions.
Well, the conditions kept me on the beach, I'll tell you that much, because it looks pretty sketchy out there, and definitely some swell and some raw ocean. And they wanted to use me as a test dummy, but there's a big fella out there that I don't want to mess with in the morning. So, again, we have Mark McCarthy in red, white, Jared Houston, yellow, Jones Russell, and blue, Louis Finnegan. So,
Wow. Incredible.
you know what? Honestly, I love all these guys, but I don't even know Louis that well, but I'm rooting for him just because he's got a nice little hero's tale going on right now.
You know what? It's just he's so young. He's out there. He's got the go-for-it attitude, and he has nothing really to lose and everything to gain. So Louis Finnegan, he's going to put everything on the line. But you can't forget about the two South Africans. These guys are on one, too. Mark McCarthy, Jared Houston.
So the heat has started, and again with Louis, it's one of those things. I remember when I was young on doing the Super Tour, you're so nervous against all these like big names, but this guy's handled the pressure, and that in itself, being able to move through heats, especially from the trials, shows a lot of maturity, because anyone can surf, but surfing within 30 minutes and under pressure is just something totally different.
All right, so we have two Australians, two South Africans in the first heat. We have some heavy conditions out there. Yes, you can see there's a little texture on the water, but the swell has arrived. There are some bombs that are coming in, and we're going to try to knock out this event today. So thank you for tuning in from all over the world. We appreciate it. We know it's really late for some of you. Canary Islands, we know it's really late. The European countries, we know it's really late too. And San Diego, East Coast, everybody watching from around the world, thank you guys for tuning in. Buenos dias.
What am I going to Bon dia.
Bon dia. Bon noche.
Bon noite, yeah, that's true, yeah. 24-hour clock, actually. Yeah, it's going to be around 8 o'clock in New York and Brazil.
Ohio daimasu.
Yeah. How you doing in Jersey?
And bonjour, mon ami, for everybody who's watching from all our French-speaking territories around the world.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto, to our friends in Japan.
There you have it. Jet skis are lining up, coming around, getting into position, into the channel, and the heat has started. These are 30-minute heats. Top two riders will advance on to the quarterfinals where they go man-on-man. So this is it. First wave of the day. Mark McCarthy dropping in.
Driving off the bottom, looking at this lip first.
Nice.
Big score of the day.
Oh.
Sticking, hitting a step. But you know what? In these conditions, it's going to set the bar definitely in pace for what is going on because it's very tricky out there. There's going to be steps in the waves. There's going to be bumps. Guys that really know how to stay light on their rail and get straight to the lip are going to have a very good success rate today, is my assumption, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, it's the conditions are warranting. Yeah, sometimes there's that big barrel pocket that you can find. Those are going to be very rare. And it looks like the guys are going to be looking for that end bowl section for, the big flips like Mark McCarthy just did on his first run.
We'll probably get a replay of that in just a second. But also something to note is that what Ryan speaks about a lot is between the north and south peaks. I think those south peaks that run into the channel are going to be like just pretty much no scores. They're just going to flatten straight out because that deep water and that chop's just going to ruin it for you. So the guys that actually know to surf this wave, like Ryan, Winchester's been out here a long time. Mitch Rollins spent years over in WA. They know even when it's not the best where to be because there's definitely an actual takeoff spot. It's just not anywhere. So
oh, look at that, just drainer, just sucking off the shallows right there. How shallow does it get out there in the shallowest part of this wave?
Shallow enough to take people's faces off, I'll tell you that much, because it's happened, and it will happen again. So these guys...
We don't want it to happen.
No, but it's one of those things you got to be on your guard out there, and if you take off in the meat and potatoes of the wave, you have a high probability of going lobster diving out here. You really got to be behind it, or you have to scoop so hard, because you're going to disengage your rail at one point out here.
We've been very fortunate that we did have some wipeouts. Nobody actually got really hurt, but we saw Damian King last year. He got a facial and just cut up his face, and it was... very scary sight. I mean, it was really close to his eye socket. So very dangerous wave, dangerous conditions today for the rest of the competition. But you know what? These guys are up for it.
It's one of those things you pay to play, and that's just the way it goes, especially at the box. And I think it's one of the heaviest 4 to 5 foot waves you could possibly take on. So Definitely going to be interesting. You see a little Mr. Lippy at the end there closing out that end bowl.
Mr. Lippy.
Mr. Lippy. That I did not phrase that one. That's a local thing. So don't worry. That's not a cheesy little Bitzer quote or anything. That is actually Mr. Lippy that you're looking at. Yep.
All right. Little slow start to the morning, but once again, thank you all for tuning in. Out in the water, currently sitting and waiting in the red jersey, Mark McCarthy. In white, Jared Houston. In yellow, Jones Russell. And in blue, Louis Finnegan. These are 30-minute heats. Top 2 waves will be scored. Top 2 riders will advance on to the next heat, which will be the quarterfinals. Look at Ryan Hardy. He will be in heat.
Look at the camera, Ryan. Today. Look at the camera button. Going to one.
Here we go. Live action.
So out the back right there in white, Jared Housen from South Africa, backing up his good friend Mark McCarthy with a similar flip there, his Boti, if I'm saying it right.
Well, I know you're saying you're Jared Houston.
Yeah, I know. It's Houston, not Housen. I don't know why I do that. I've
why
known
do
him
you
for
do that?
I don't know. I really don't. It's like one of those things. I say coffee and I say water. It's just something, probably my jersey try to sneak out of me.
Here's another look on the reflex replay of Jared Houston's wave.
Jared driving off the bottom, looking straight to the lip, very smart there, not wasting any time. Flipping,
nice.
Landing right in that little dead spot, very hard. And you see again the lip trying to take him. Very similar wave to Mark McCarthy. Mark's is kind of going to be the bar to the standard, so we'll see what they judge it against Mark's wave. But I think Mark's, if you're going to put the side by side, might have been a slightly bit bigger. But since it was the first score, he got a 4.88 on that first score. We're going to have to see what Jared.
Look at this! Look at this! Oh, finding a nice barrel right there. Yes, the rider in yellow. That is Jones Russell. There he goes.
Jonesy.
That is probably going to be the highest scoring wave of the heat thus far. Finding a big old heavy keg out the back, comes out and finds room for another maneuver. So Jones Russell, that is going to be setting the bar right there, and all the competitors in the competitors area are watching intently on these first few heats.
Yeah, Kingy's probably rousing him back at home already to watch it on the webcast, going, "Come on, Jonesy." But, Jonesy, a sick barrel for especially the conditions. Definitely going to show commitment. We got the replay right here. Taking it straight down, points the nose down, handles the little step, sets his rail. Nice little scooper. Not super deep, but, again, look what he was running into at the end there. He did well with it. Finds a roll, so definitely combo land, and little reversals on the double up on the inside. So milking that wave, I definitely think just because he got a roll off too, I would say in these conditions it's going to be a 6.65, maybe a little bit bigger. But I say they're not going to go too much bigger than that area right in there, just because they don't want to push themselves into a box, so to say, and give them some room for some other scores. So Jared Houston, 6.25. He bettered Mark. He ousted his South African brethren right there. So what was your take on that last wave from Jonesy?
Yeah, we're still waiting for his score. You don't see it on your live screen right there. Jones Russell's last wave has yet to come down the pipeline. But, solid wave, and that's what these riders have to do. Louis Finnegan, the 17-year-old Wonder Grom from the area, finds a nice little section. What's he going to do?
Ramp.
Comes through the lip, goes for a roll, but the wave wasn't cooperating, so the wave just rolled underneath him, and just pretty much that was the end of the road for
Did you see it kind of went
Louis
below
Finnegan.
sea level there? It kind of like it disappeared on the screen. The thing sucked so below sea level you couldn't see what he was going to do.
All right, so again, Louis Finnegan, the 17-year-old Wonder Grom. Here's another look at the reflex replay. Take another look. Bitzer, give it to us.
So Louis looking at the section already, but it kind of goes below sea level there. Kind of harder to get to the lip than normally. And Louis doing great, but not a great start on that one. Doing great in this contest, but definitely has a good run so far. So Louis is he from north of Perth, is that right? Or is Louis from the East Coast? I always get him and Drew mixed up. I think he's from north of Perth.
Yeah, he's from the west coast of Australia, and I saw his parents the other morning. And the one question I like to ask the parents is he having fun? And and they pretty much just said he's having the best fun in the world right now.
Yeah.
So Louis Finnegan, he is amping, super Grom.
Yeah.
He's out there battling it out with some of the top riders on the tour, Mark McCarthy and Jared Houston, and Jones Russell. He's also someone
a lot of young guns.
With.
Yeah, how could you not have fun? You'd be fun if you're in your nationals, quarterfinals, last round of the day. He's in a Box Pro event. Come on, this is crazy.
All right, Jones Russell, taking a look at this one. What can he line up right here? Not much of a barrel, but a big invert. Big boost out into the flats, lands it, and completed ride right there. Massive amount of ground covered on that huge invert right there from Jones Russell.
Yeah, I think he was very smart to boycott the barrel on that one and just drive straight to the lip. We got a replay. So Jonesy eyeing it up, looking to see if he should stall. He says, no, I'm going to gun it. Waits for the bottom to drop out and then starts angling towards the lip. Clean projection, nice tweak, good style, lands cleanly. Definitely going to be a make right there, and then just goes for the extra little ride out just to make sure those judges on the beach see it. So, you know what? Honestly, I think that's the highest score for sure of this heat, in my opinion, just because it was so well textbook, style, projection, clean to the lip. It's definitely going to be one of the better scores, I think.
Well, he's got 2 solid rides that have yet to be scored to come down onto your screen right there. So Jones Russell, don't count him out of just jumping into first place after those 2 epic rides.
Yeah.
Jones Russell, Australian, 23-year-olds. He's
from
young
Port.
too.
Mm-hmm. From Port Macquarie.
He's hungry. He's out there putting everything on the line as well. Jones Russell, he sees no fear. And I'm very surprised that you know what? I'm not surprised. He's killing it. Check this out in red, dropping in.
Look at this. Mark McCarthy getting a little in
big
and out.
section. Big
Nice
roll right
roll.
there. Unbelievable.
That was very clean. Definitely looking for a good backup score. So he had a 4.88 on his first. He still could get into second place with this one, a replay driving off the bottom. Looking at the lip straight off the bottom. That's what you're supposed to be doing in these conditions.
Perfect.
Big arcing roll. Doesn't go for the flip, and I think he was smart because I think he might have got caught by that little backlash and that little dump into the channel right there. So that's probably a good idea, a good strategy.
Mark McCarthy coming out with a big roll on his second wave right there. So everybody has at least one wave on their scorecard. Now it's a matter of catching that second solid wave. Top 2 waves will be scored in these 30-minute round number 4 4-man heats. And here we are still waiting for those scores to drop from Jones Russell and Louis Finnegan as well. So the scores that you see on your scorecard, stand by. They could be changing in an instant right in front of your eyes. 19 minutes remaining. Jacob Romero, he's going to be coming up in heat number 4 against Ryan Hardy, Andrew Lester, and Alex Udonga. So I wonder what kind of music he's listening to right now to get amped and pumped.
He's listening to a Skrillex remix of Lil Wayne, guaranteed. Some dubstep. Just kidding.
Are you sure? I thought I saw Wham on his list.
So cab, Jacob. Just mess with you.
So Jacob Romero, we know all of Hawaii, and in particular, Maui will be watching the Maui boy coming up in round number 4 against some heavy hitters. And the new guy on the block, Alex Udonga. So coming up next will be heat number 2, Winnie, Novi, Dallas, and Chad. But currently in the water, heat number 1.
Heat number 1, and there's been some action. We weren't sure. It was kind of hard to tell what the conditions were doing. It went from onshore to offshore to offshore to onshore. If it can do that, I'm not sure. But we had 2 rain squalls this morning. If you saw that clip just before the pullback, the box looks angry right now, which is a good thing because we want to see some battles out there. This is a heavyweight fight, and it's good to have this type of atmosphere for the final day, in my opinion.
Well, this is the first heat of the day, and we've already seen some incredible riding from all the riders so far. So this is just a start. A lot of the guys are waiting, and they're anxious to get out there. Mm-hmm. Dave Winchester, Michael Novi, Dallas Singer, Chad Jackson, they're coming up next. That's going to be an exciting heat. All these heats from this point on could be a final.
Yeah, I agree. I'm actually really excited to watch today. I think I could sit here with you all day just watching the screen and checking it out. So back out there in yellow, look at that. Those south ones I was saying going to get hard to get around. He might have been able to get a score off that one if he was on the shoulder more. That one actually opened up more than I thought it would. But, that south peak I think is just going to be the danger zone for today.
We do have a 4-man priority system in place. Jared Houston in the white jersey coming around the section. Finds a nice little pocket right there and comes out with a big flip right there. Pulls it flawlessly. Jared Houston, solid wave right there for his second wave of the heat.
Houston, we don't have a problem. That was pretty sick. Jerry coming off the bottom here, getting around the section. He did well. This wasn't a great wave, but he made it a great wave, and that's what a good bodyboarder, a great bodyboarder does. Hits the chop and still, boom, bangs that clean flip out. Definitely going to be a backup score for him. Pretty amazing stuff there from Jared Houston, not Houston.
All right, Freedom Fins. This is the Freedom Round, the Go Big Round. We are putting down but Freedom Fins are throwing down some serious cash for this heat. Whoever can go big in these conditions in this round are going to walk with an extra $1,000. Louis Finnegan in blue coming around the section.
Louis Finnegan driving off the bottom here, looking at the lip, trying to get on the board. Big Rolo. Good job to get a first score there from Louis. What did you think of that one, Manny?
Well, that was another wave for Louis on his scorecard. We're looking at the scores right now, trying to wait for all the scores to drop. Once again, welcome everybody. This is the 2012 IBA Box Pro brought to you by Reflex Wetsuits. And here's a Reflex replay of Louis Finnegan.
Louis looking to get on the board right here, driving off the bottom. He knows that there's not going to be much of a barrel and just goes straight to the lip. Little Hail Mary Rolo right there, stuck right in the flat. So he did good. Again, like there's some chop on the water right now, and it's not the easiest thing in the world. As we see Dallas Singer pop up on screen, he's in the running for a GQ Man of the Year right there. Styling.
I don't think GQ. He's already hired by Calvin Klein. He has a modeling shoot in 2 weeks from now in the beautiful white sands of Bondi. So we're going to see Dallas Singer on the cover of Vogue for sure.
Or Mary Claire, one or the other.
All right, so Dallas is getting geared up. He's got his gear ready to go. He's going to be facing off against Dave Winchester, Michael Novi, and Chad Jackson.
Go get him, Dal. All right, so definitely another stacked heat coming up there. Magno Paseos Oliveira, great family man, kind of backing up his result from last year. Last year he missed his first heat and then made it all the way to the finals against Ryan Hardy, the local boy. That is amazing. Just even getting out of your second heat with all that pressure is just a task in itself.
All right, waiting patiently for his heat. Round number 4, heat number 1 in the water coming up next. Round number 2, and Dallas Singer in the yellow jersey. He'll be coming up, getting ready for that. Trying to get the cameraman.
The camera loves him right now, yeah?
But currently
you can
out
hit
of
him,
the
Dal.
water, 14 minutes, 46 seconds remaining, and we are looking at what the scores. We're still waiting for a couple scores to drop from Jared Houston and Louis Finnegan, but here is where we are currently.
So where we're at right now in 4th place, Mark McCarthy with a good 4.88 to start, but needing a backup score. He needs a 7.13 to move out of his position. Louis Finnegan, great score on that Rolo, but his backup score is a 1.88. He'll need an 8.36 to move out of his current 3rd place position. Jared Houston, 7.03 and a 6.25, needing an 8.28 to move into 1st. And Jones Russell with a solid little buffer zone there, combined score 15.31. He's leading by 2.03 right now. So the math is in his favor, but there is a narrow margin. Plenty of time left. We are at the just above or just under the 14-minute mark.
All right, 2 riders will advance on. Look at this out the back. Jones Russell in the yellow jersey, sliding under the pocket, starting to close out on him, punches through the lip. Nice roll right there. That's all he pretty much could do in that situation. The wave was ready to close out on him, and Jones taking a look at the lip and pulls off a roll at the very end of that wave. So, again, conditions. The riders have to adapt to what is given to them out there. And, again, they can find those deep barrels. Let's take another look at the Reflex replay.
So Jones, I think, using his priority to keep the other guys off this wave. I don't think he's going to better his last score of a 7.13. But if he was a betting man, he was probably thinking, you know what, this could be a score for them to move up against me. I should take it out of the elements and just, keep them off the waves.
Well, Bitzer, you're a competitor. You understand all the rules and regulations. Give everybody, the viewers watching from around the world, the priority system. Right now we have a 4-man priority system in place. Give us a lowdown.
Well, I'll correct you on that. I'm not a competitor. I'm a coach because I help Beta. I don't do too well in comps, but I know them very well.
I stand corrected.
Now, real quickly out the back here. Jared Houston. Looking at this bowl, driving around. Can
nice
he get to the lip?
Right there. Almost loses.
Did you see that? He lifted his nose at the end to kind of fake a cutty, just so the judges probably wouldn't have saw that from that distance. That he could have had a little barble there, or whatever you call it. But Jared Houston doing well with that barrel. I know he wanted to hit it, but he just couldn't get around that chop.
The Reflex replay will tell us what exactly happened. As you can see, he lined up this inside bully section.
He was eyeing that section. Oh.
And that's where he loses his rail and his feet come disengaged from the water, and he's just holding on. That little cut right there was just to maintain his balance.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
He disengaged the simulator right now.
There from Jared Houston.
The funniest thing is, and it's sad, but even if Mike gets caught by this wave, did you see that? He had almost a 10 barrel. He was out of the water, best bodyboarder, best body surfer there possibly could be, and he got clipped the other day. Jared, not one to not fall victim of this as well. So Jared definitely got a little bit of Mr. Lippy to the face on that one.
So back to the priority system.
Okay, so the priority system, basically, still, as we like to call it, rock, paper, scissors, junk, and a Poe, or battle your friend for the first wave. But after that, it goes into rotation. So say yellow cuts the first wave, white catches the second, blue, and then red in sequential order. It basically, what will happen from there is that will stay in the form of priority. So, that just comes into a probability factor. And we got some nice, lovely ladies over there on the screen, as you can see.
The girlfriends, the wives. And how did she get a cup of coffee? And we don't have coffee here. So somebody grab that coffee from her and bring it into this commentator's booth ASAP.
2 sugars and a cream, miss, if you could.
Well, they do have one of the best seats in the house, but I got to tell you, the channel at the box is the best seat in the house. We have our infamous water photographer out there with that white pipe in his backpack. Inside of that is the HD transmitter sending the water feed, the Slicks and Decks water feed. Chris White on the helm of that jet ski, and Seamus Makem bringing us the water angle from the channel here at the box. And in the green jersey, I believe that is the IBA World Tour photographer, Sasha Speck.
It is, the Specs. He looks like he's got a hood on. He's making it happen. He's a little cold out there. Whitey, this morning, we got a call from him. He was giving Ryan a shout saying there was so much seaweed at the launch ramp that it was almost impassable. And that ramp is very hard to negate anyway. He was telling me.
They went for it.
Yeah, what he was telling me is that the guys down here actually have to build their trailers for that exact launch ramp, because if you want to surf the Bommies or surf the big outer reefs, you got to use that entranceway in the channel, but it's got such a hook on it, and there's so much seaweed when the swell comes up, like it's not there every day. So when he got there, he was like, he had a job before he started his job just to get the ski out there. So good job.
So we almost
didn't put a hole in there.
We almost didn't have them.
Now, Whitey knows what he's doing. He would have made it happen, but there's just a little bit of jury rigging going on, and this, that, and the other thing to get it out there.
Look at this, out the back. Mark McCarthy in a deep one, and he comes out. Yes, he comes out. He is pumped on that, and he was way deep. That was almost like an instant replay of what he did in his early heats yesterday or the day before. Incredible deep barrel from Mark McCarthy and his South African buddy Sasha getting everything on film.
So look at this, coming off the bottom, driving, stalling. See that little rail flick there? He knew that he had it. He sees Mr. Lip and he straightens out just in time, because if he tried to go high right there, he would have ran into that. Very well negated.
Sasha almost getting taken out on the shoulder right there.
And straight to a cockroach smash claim. That was nice. I like that. Good work. He said, I'm done. So he was currently in 4th place. That is definitely going to help his campaign. He needed an 8.4. I'm not going to put it out there that he grabbed that, but Mark definitely bettering his campaign, building a little house, as my good friend Tez McKenna likes to say. You got to put the foundation first before you build a house, and he's doing that right now.
Mark McCarthy comes to us from South Africa, Richards Bay, South Africa, and he's also known as Boaty. But Louis Finnegan, up and riding, finds the inside section. Oh, can he pull it around? Lands back into the barrel, but cannot end that wave successfully.
See, that is a mirror image of what Jacob did the other day, and the judges gave it a actual land. So we'll see. It's kind of a hard angle to look today. So I'm going to say that could or could not be a land. I'm not going to give it 100%, but it definitely, in my opinion, that was a very solid wave. We'll see what the judges thought of it. So it definitely could move Louis out of his 3rd place. It could be a whole change right now. Louis could have moved into 2nd, and Mark could have moved into 1st. We will see.
Unbelievable. Still, nonstop action out the back. Jones Russell, nice little pocket. Big flip right there. Oh, and he pulls it around in the barrel, but
he
just
almost landed that. You saw the orange
my.
slick pop up for a second there. I thought he was going to... If he would have landed that, I honestly think it would have been 9s.
Big money, big points. Look at this. Nice angle, and we pull it back in. Jared Houston finding the pocket, and he hits a nice roll right there at the end section in the white jersey. Yes, Jared Houston. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, live insane action coming to you from the box, Western Australia, Margaret River, for the 2012
You think
Box
we made the right
Pro.
call?
I think the call has been made to run the event today, and yes, good call from the organizers and the riders.
Check out Mark right here, sniffing on this one, but no takers. Honestly, to get box 3 days within a 4-day period, that's about as good as we did at Pipe. Honestly, like we basically had the best event in bodyboarding history, followed up to probably the best event at box in history. So
the reflex replay, taking a look at Jared Houston's pocket ride, more of a barrel. He was in there, tucked in there, comes out right before it hits Mr. Lippy on the end section, but takes full advantage, gets a roll right in there.
In Hawaii, we call those either a head dip or kind of an in and out. It's not quite. So I don't think it's going to be one of his bigger scores. We got Mark, our current guy on the flow right here, doing well, driving. Another pit. Can he look for this section? He looks for the double up, combos it up. You know what? That could be his backup score. I think that first pit and that is definitely going to move him up in the ranks. So we got to wait for the scores to drop, but there's going to be some movement in the leaderboard going on right here in this heat.
Well, Jones Russell right now, he's sitting on a pretty solid 7.13 and 8.18. Again, top 2 scores will be will be taken, and the sum of those two scores will give you your total points. Jones Russell looking good. Jared Houston, he has a 6.25 and a 7.0, and there's another look of the competitors there. Everybody's keeping their eyes on those instant replays. And
you see the Shaggy show. Cruising over there
Shaggy,
doing some work,
just,
getting ready.
Twittering and Facebooking updates. Social Maniac.
Social
Shaggy.
Maniac. I don't think you want to
Shaggy.
say that on live on air. Social Media Maniac.
Well, Shaggy and Andrew
Andrew.
Lester, he's coming up next. He's got a little facial shot right there. But
We
Shaggy,
also got-
if you haven't been keeping up with the Shaggy Show, he also has his weekly Shaggy Show on the IBA YouTube channel. So IBA, or actually youtube.com//
I think I made the
IBA
cut
World
yesterday.
Tour.
I
Look for
made the Shaggy Show cut
on the playlist.
Yeah, I woke up. Well, I didn't wake up. I was trying to take a nap yesterday, and he goes, "Hey, check this out. A blue tongue made its way into the apartment." I don't know what a blue tongue is. Sorry, I have no clue. I look, and there's a 1.5-foot lizard that crawled in our open door. And my first thing is err on the side of caution, risk management, being a lifeguard, thinking this thing is poisonous. And he goes, okay, let's capture it. So he gives me the camera. The thing runs under the refrigerator. And instead of running out the door, the thing charges me, and I scream like a little girl, and that should end up on the Shaggy Show. So stand by for that. It's pretty funny.
But you scream like a girl a lot.
I do. I know. It's a habit of mine. Yeah. Only when I'm around you, though, Manny. You freak me out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's your current leaderboard, or actually the scores currently 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Jones Russell still in a commanding lead with that 8.18 ride he got and a 7.13. Jared Houston, hot on his heels. He only needs that 8.28. I shouldn't say only, but for that first place spot. Again, only the top two riders advance to the quarterfinals. Louis Finnegan, he is in search of a 6.81. Definitely doable.
Well, this is going to change. Those scores still didn't drop for Mark's top two scores. He's still, the jury's out, and it's going to be coming in soon. I think, honestly, when the decision comes in, he's going to be the winner of this case. He's going to be on top of the game, at least in second place. Those are two solid barrels, and he had a barrel to roll. So definitely, in my opinion, they will be top scorers for this heat so far. So we're winding down on time. But still, that was a lot of action for the first heat. That was actually the most action we've had so far, even though the conditions aren't as prime. That was definitely...
It's not stopping yet. Look at Jared Houston way deep. Oh, no!
Boom!
For this big section. I thought he was going to pull in, but just went for the big maneuver right there before it all shut down on him.
That was almost an
heavy.
8-foot takeoff roll.
That was
He
heavy.
he barely got to the bottom. He just went straight up and punted
Shaggy's loving it.
Yeah.
His fellow South African cheering on his, his rider Jared Houston out in the water.
We'll get a replay of that in just a second. I
Unbelievable.
know the judges well and who's up there, and they're going to love that commitment. It wasn't a flawless wave, but he seriously put his head down, put his bum up, and did it.
The reflex replay, let's take another look. He doesn't go all the way to the
No,
bottom,
but he
half
hooks it.
face turn, and goes straight for the lip. And almost reminiscent of that big hit that he tried to do in Porto Escondido last year.
Yep, it was.
He got annihilated,
But
but
he stuck
here he
this
takes
one.
command on that big move right there, Jared Houston.
Well, I'm impressed by that because the thing is, everything's off the bottom turn, the criteria. So he was smart enough just not to go straight up and just look like a flop out. He actually went mid-face, drove off what was the best he could do of the bottom, got to the lip, and just hucked his body, just threw his core out there to the flats and stuck it. That's a lot of commitment. That's bodyboarding right there. That's insane.
Bodyboarding. Welcome once again. This is Bodyboarding, the 2012 IBA Box Pro, brought to you by Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, Riptide, and our media partners, YouTube and IINet. Here we go. 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining out in the water. Look at that. Unbelievable. Coming down to the wire. The scores are still coming down.
So we got Jared Houston's profile right here. I always say House.
Nice.
I'm sorry about that. The man, the myth, the legend, also boyfriend Natasha Sangardia. They are a great bodyboarding couple. They help each other out, and this guy is a killer in the water. And one of the most friendly guys you could ever meet. Seriously.
Yeah,
very
humble,
nice person.
Very approachable.
Yeah.
And Glenn Thurston jumping off of the jet ski there. He probably has his 13-foot GoPro pole cam.
I thought you were going to say he's 13 foot tall because he does look
He's huge, too.
He's huge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, on the risk of being knocked out, Louis Finnegan in the blue jersey on the search for an 8.83.
Sniffing right here,
and
Louis
look at
Finnegan.
this. Will this be it? Jason, take us through it.
I don't know about an 8.83, but it is a good wave. Kenny blasts this one, goes for the big flip. No, it's just the rail. I'm telling you, that end bowl, that little south little sneaker. Oh, out the back again. Look at this yellow. Jones Russell looking to punt this one.
Oh,
another big invert.
Big invert comes out in
lands
front.
in the trough. You know, that wave was bigger. That first invert, in my opinion, was cleaner and a little bit more lofty, but that was a bigger wave, and throws the fist up.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Jones.
He's practicing for his trip to New Jersey. He's fist pumping, he told me. He said he's getting ready. He said he needs to get the traps and the tries ready for it, so he'll be claiming a lot.
The reflex replay, taking a look at Louis Finnegan's wave. Not much there forming up for him, so he sees a section, goes for the big flip, but lands in a very critical part of the wave, and there's just too much turbulence there for him to pull it around. And then out the back, it was Jones Russell.
Jones Russell really driving hard off the bottom of that one. That was hard to find that section. Actually,
look at that landing, perfect.
You know what? That replay from where the judges are, I think that's going to be a pretty big score for him. Because when I first looked at it, I didn't see the technique. He drove like he was coming off the bottom, and then he did another hook to get to the lip, or else he would have passed it. So just that little flick and that little skill level right there is definitely going to be something that all the judges are going to look for. We've got such a talented pool of judges. They all bodyboard. You know, we got Ben Severson, we got Danny, we got Chico. They all surf. You know, these guys are just next level judges. So they're really critical about your technique. So it's not style, it's technique, is what you like to call it. So.
We are still waiting for a few scores to come down the pipeline, but as you can see, Mark McCarthy did take the lead, and now he's sitting in priority. I think he may have lost the priority on that, but we will get back to the priority. Just waiting for this last scores. Jones Russell now in second, but that last air score did not come down yet. Jared Houston and Louis Finnegan, they're on the verge of getting knocked out of the event. Only 2 riders advancing to the quarterfinals.
Indeed, and we're going to be winding down here. I think this heat is almost put to bed, and we'll get official scores. But you know what? Jonesy, I think, is going to hold his position. I don't know, man. That big roll, let's see what happens with it. So it's Jared still, the jury's still out. Mark still 913, 753. Things could still change when these scores drop because it is intense. That was a big exchange for the end of a heat.
I think that might be your final scores, ladies and gentlemen. Mark McCarthy and Jones Russell will be advancing on the quarterfinals.
Yep, there we go.
And that 8.33 was Jones Russell. Big invert. Big invert. Perfect landing. And
wow.
Unfortunately, Jared Houston, Louis Finnegan, they're going to call it a comp and sit down and relax and watch the rest of the event.
So the next heat has started, and again, we have Dave Winchester in red, in white, Michael Novi, in yellow, Dallas Singer, and in blue, Chatty Jackson. So the bearded bandit, Chad Jackson in this heat. He actually, here we go. Oh, look at that one.
My.
Reminiscent of Cyclops right there. That's kind of a sick one. So yeah, those are official scores. That was a tough heat, man. I thought, for Jerry was ripping, and that roll was insane, but those other guys just found the proper waves and did what they were supposed to. So again, just want to thank our sponsors. We have the good fellas at Reflect Wetsuits with John up there in Perth, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King. That is Toby Player's company, good mate over on the East Coast, Ben's brother and all-around charger. And we have Slicks and Decks and Riptide. But back on the screen, Dave Winchester right there, Michael Novi, Dallas Singer, and Chad Jackson. Doesn't look like that anymore, though, because now he's got about 8 inches of beard on him. So back out there, you see that overview of what's going on out there. We have rain squalls, but we do have offshore. So that's better than we first expected. It was supposed to be north winds, clocking more south in the afternoon, but we have cross-shore winds. This thing's going. We're probably going to get it done in good fashion, I think, today.
Well, if Mother Nature cooperates, we're going to be running the entire event, the rest of the event today, and cross our fingers, hopefully end up finishing off around noon. So hang in there. We thank you guys all for tuning in from around the world. And you know what? I'm going to put something on our IBA World Tour Facebook page. Give me your name and where you are watching from, and we'll try to attack some of it. And as we did for the past few days, this thing goes viral.
So
while I do that,
we're going to head to an ad, Manny, while you get on Facebook. So check this out, guys. We'll be back in a second. Okay, we are back right here. So just to finish off those sponsors, we have also our media partners at YouTube and iNet with a 26-minute documentary you can check out there. So seriously, no scores on the board. This is the polar opposite of that last heat. Check out Manny on Facebook. He is handling all those details. I actually got a lot of Facebook messages. We didn't get to all of you yesterday, and we do apologize. We had some friends in Aruba, friends in New Jersey, all around her. We will be shouting out. Pete Landers, Steve Jackson, good guys over there, starting up the New Jersey Regional Tour. They've done a great job. I just want to say thanks to them, and they've been hitting us up. Drew Innocent on the screen. Drew has been doing well. He's a humble kid, and he's just been killing it. East Coast. Is he Sunshine Coast? Is he another Sunny? He looks like he has a style. Yeah, that was a good guess. I actually just figured that out by his style because all the kids from the Sunny Coast have that tight cross-leg style, and they just surf all day long, so they just kind of refine their skills, and then when they move up to big waves, they already got the bases.
Look at him. He just looks pretty focused, and he wants to make a little stand right here, so he's focused, he's pumped, he's ready to rock.
Pumping the death metal, getting hyped. It's getting going. So we got some profiles coming up in just a second. We're going to go over this next heat as well. Again, we have Dave Winchester in the water currently, then followed by Michael Novi, Dallas Singer, and Chatty Jackson. So you know these guys well. All of them very talented. All of them can pull it off. In my opinion, I think Dave Winchester is one of the best competitors. I've known him since I've been very young. We had our first season in Hawaii staying together, and I just was like, wow, this kid's really talented, but I never knew. You never know where people are going to go in their lives, and I'm just super impressed with what he's done in the competitive world. I always knew he could surf, but he can put it in a 20-minute time frame. Mitchell Rollins right there. Had a good surf with him yesterday at Smith's Point. He used to live over there. He's very familiar with the conditions here in WA. Just an amazing bodyboarder, great bloke, killing it. Definitely one of the more stylish riders in our sport, and definitely one of the guys that really has innovated and progressed our sport, and just a hero to Australia in general. So check him out. So those last scores, still nothing going on the board, Manny. Very, very slow heat, total opposite of that last one. And again, if you want to hit up Manny on Facebook, please do so. Please leave my Facebook alone. I would really appreciate it.
I'm actually on the IBA World Tour Facebook page. Just when we got some lull in the action, I'll creep over here and get some questions out for riders, or just give me a shout out where you're watching from. But all eyes should be on your monitor. We know some of you guys are probably working right now and have this monitor, your open window, and a secret little area on your monitor. They
probably have 3 screens open, and 2 of them are work-related. One of them is the contest. And I guarantee there's going to be a few people hitting the wrong screen to try to hide it, and then be sitting there with their thumb up their bum going, So I know how it is when we take our breaks, when I lifeguard at home and there's a contest going on, I'm like, oh, man, when is my break coming? I just want to go shoot out and see what the scores are doing. So that's
all right, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. We have 3 to 5, 6-foot waves coming in at the box. Some kegs have been already taken. Jones Russell with a massive one, and Mark MacArthur with a huge barrel earlier in heat number 1. And the guys are also hitting the lip. Big backflips, big air roll spins. ARSs is what all the boys call them. And this is it.
That was an action-packed Safa attack, was I was saying, but also Jones Russell from Port Macquarie. He said he has a tent in his backyard for me, but sorry, bud, Kingy already gave me that offer as well. So you're 6 sadistic people, you over there in Port, but gotta love them. Horrible sense of humor, but we put up with it. So again, plenty of time, 23 minutes, no scores. This is just dismal compared to the first one, but these guys have plenty of time, consummate professionals. They'll make it happen. So Manny,
talk to me.
We are banging this contest out, similar to pipe. Action out the back. Chatty Jackson looking at the lip. Can he get to it? Boom! He did a nice little flip there. That was sick.
Landing.
And one more. See, the thing about that one, he didn't have like a flawless lip, but he did that little. What he did is he like kind of corkscrewed his body and popped his core off that little chop. So I'm not sure the judges are going to give that the full score of cleanly coming off a heavy lip, but it was big. So from the distance they're from, you never know. He could drop a full 8 with an invert to roll on that one with no issues. So like I said yesterday, Chatty impresses me a lot because he is a charger. And very, very rare do you find a charger that really focuses on big waves that can come in, surf a beach break, surf smaller waves, and just destroy it. And this guy won the national championships before over in the Goldie, over at D-Ball, I'm pretty sure. So this replay right here, Chatty Jackson looking at this one, hits that little step, drives his rail right through it, eyeing the lip, sees that little flare section, gets to it perfectly, actually, because there was only so much there. He actually hit it a little early, which really made it a little bit easier for him, and then straight up for the roll. So, you know what? I'm going. He's living in the 8s right now, 8-5, possibly even a 9 with that one. Just a 2-move score on a mid-sized set. He's in the money. We'll see what happens. So, you know what? Chatty's first wave is 6. So, you know what? That lip criteria that I was saying, there wasn't much of a lip. The judges did see it. So Ben's eyes are better than I thought. Chatty Jackson, 29 years old, 78 Ks. You know, he was kind of a light footy player when he was younger, so little mini rig on him. And Chatty Jackson, the owner of Grand Flavor, another big industry supporter right there. Chatty Jackson getting involved in the sport himself.
I can't get over that beard that he has. He looks like a full-on just lumberjack with that thing.
I had a little chat with the boys. He's got a missus now. He's got to beat him off with a stick. So he actually here's a little wave from Yellow there, Dallas singer, but that was just an in and out. I heard what he does is he puts a little bit of food in it before he goes out to the clubs at night with the missus, so that way there's no chance. He just doesn't want it. Doesn't want any issues. He's got a good one.
All right, check it out. We do have a little quick lull in the action. I'm going to run down some viewers. Thank you for tuning in. Matiha, Perth, Travis, Paul, Central Coast, Hamish, in Robe, South Africa, Tiago, Portugal, Lisa, Ireland, Kehi from Maui, Moises, Venezuela, Alistair, we know you're watching in Cornwall, Levy, Newcastle, Tim, Brisbane, Yamil, in Rincon, Puerto Rico. Hola, hermano o hermana. Yamil. Dígame. Dylan, Sunshine Coast, and Danielle in Adelaide. There's a whole list of people coming down the pipeline.
It's my boy Keely right there.
Brazil, Florida, England. We all know you're tuning in. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Kala Keely is a USBA rider, killing it, and a hooey ho, buddy. Thanks for tuning in.
Look at the rain.
Look at the rain squall.
A little bit of blurriness on our
Michael
cameras.
Novi.
Through the lip. Nice roll right there in white. That is our rider, Michael Novi.
Not a bad first score. There's not much on the board right now, so he definitely needed that. It was probably smart to take that wave. Novi, a fellow deluxe rider, good ripper, rides for ID, Agent 18, good support from the industry. You see this a lot now, just all these companies popping up and supporting the athletes, especially like Reflex Heroes. We have Bodyboard King and just Freedom Fins and all these guys. They're industry companies that are really backing riders and events, and that's something that's been wanted to do in the sport for years, and it's really getting internalized and really backing the sport, which is really cool. And I think the other big companies are taking notice. They see that we're self-sufficient, and now the other brands are kind of going, wow, these bodyboarders, man, we're actually killing it. Look at this media, man. It's amazing. The guys at Snakes and Ladders are just destroying it, and going to go to the next event in Chile and have another amazing production coming up.
Yeah, a lot of thankless jobs on this tour, especially the judges. They're out there, the entire time, and just eyes on the water, focus, making sure. These are the best judges in the world, and you can't take anything away from the riders. They're the ones that put their body on the line out in some heavy conditions, including here for this last day at the Box Pro. The rain is coming down.
It is.
And also, Snakes and Ladders crew, those guys are always putting out some serious pieces of artwork. As I like to see it. I mean, their video clips, amazing.
So that last wave just dropped, Manny. That was a 5.13 from Michael Novi.
All right, so it's not showing on your screen just yet. Stand by it. You'll see it instantly change.
There we go.
But Basa, John, and Ren, making sure the live feed is coming to you. And our friends, Western Australia Surfing.
So
Tom,
we have a replay real quick. Sorry, of course, Tom. Great, guys. Quick bottom turn.
Nice.
Getting through the lip. That was almost a closeout section, but he made it. That was, again, Michael Novi with that 5.13. So out the back, we have another wave for Novi. A backup roll, not much to it. Driving on the inside, getting a little grovel going just to get a second score, because with these conditions changing and these squalls coming through, anything can happen. Dallas Singer, first wave 1.23. Dave Winga Winchester, a.k.a. the future Frenchman, no scores right now.
Oh, my. Look at the weather just taking a turn for the worse. The rain is starting to come down, but we've seen it through the past few days. The rain will come down for 15, 20 minutes, then clear out, and then we get clear skies. So hopefully that'll happen again today. and keep the winds mellow. Look at that.
Look at that. Unridden. Right into Mr. Lippy. That would have been fun. See that South Peak.
The guys in the channel had to duck under that one.
Yeah, I was all getting ready to suit up for like a quick half-hour session before. I was going to pass the mic to Teza and get one. And then Ryan was like, yeah, get out there. Let's see what's going on. I'm like,
pass.
It's dark. And the last time I was out there was a shark out there. So I am good.
You're going to pass on that one.
Yeah, because I thought I was going to get a ski lift, but there's a little bit of seaweed issue going on. So, yeah, I don't really need to go through dark water in the dark. And then there's plenty of swell coming.
Well, how far? I mean, we've seen wide-angle shots. I mean, what you see on your screen right there doesn't give it justice. The box itself, the reef itself, is pretty far out there. It
takes you about 20 minutes to paddle out there.
It does. About, how many football fields do you think that is? Maybe 15, 20?
10, yeah, at least 10. Minimal 10, yeah.
It's way out there. And the judges are situated on the far point on the beach to make sure they got that front angle to make sure they can be as close as possible to the water and to the wave when the guys drop in.
We are in the Wild West, Manny, as I like to call it, because here this place has the rawest elements. They have big fish. Some of them are big and gray. We won't talk about them too much. Has deep, deep channels, big swell, raw conditions, goes from offshore to onshore, and it's usually either perfect or gnarly. I've been down here for 3-4 days where you feel like you're in a monsoon, and then the next day is perfect like Hawaii weather. So it just changes. It's raw. You have to be really on it. You got to be on the charts, and you really just got to be making it happen. So we're going to throw to an interview here with Shagwar in a couple seconds here. Check him out.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Mark McCarthy for the Bodyboard King post-heat interview. It's a little rainy, as you can tell. Bushy, congratulations, you're through to the quarterfinals. How does that feel?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked. It was pretty packed heat, and just serving against such good guys, so I was just really stoked to make it and actually find a good wave out there.
Yeah, that barrel you got was amazing. Talk us through that. Did you think you were a bit too deep, or?
Yeah, I thought I was in the right position. I was just worried about most of the big sets have got a bit of foam ball at the end, and it's hard to make it through them. So I was stoked that one didn't foam ball on me, and it just ran nicely on the reef, and yeah, stoked.
Yeah, I could see how stoked you were. Threw your board in there, like woohoo!
Yeah, I had to get some kind of extra points.
Well, congratulations! A little shout out to the family back home.
Yeah, everyone back home that's watching. Thanks for staying tuned, and I know it's early in the morning. Thanks for all the support, and we'll see you in the quarterfinals. Stay awake.
There you go. Back to you guys, and we're going inside. Ooh yeah!
I got it. So that was the Bodyboard King interview with Shaggy, and that's why they pay him the big bucks, hanging out in the rain with his good Bote South African Mark McCarthy, winner of that last heat. So good job, Shaggy. Go get dry. I got a rain jacket in there if you want it. Just sitting on the bench. Grab it if you want to. And scores up. Michael Novian first with 2 low fives. Look at this. Wow, we're getting a rain out right here. This is difficult conditions. And then, so again, scores. Michael Novi first. Chad Jackson with that one score of a 6.0. He needs a 4.46. Dallas Singer still with a low score. And Dave Winchester yet to get on the board. So we had Chad Jackson on that last one. We will get a replay on that. Conditions changing by the second. We're going to have a heat on, heat off, I think, for the whole day. It could go good, go bad, but these guys are going to make it happen, and we're going to just keep progressing. There's swells out there. There's slabs. There's ramps. Definitely happening.
I talked to a couple of the riders, and there are a few. I mean, I would imagine that all the competitors would sit back, watch the water, visualize, and do the visualization of the waves that come in. There's actually a rider that I talked to in Hawaii. He will show up 3 hours before his heat and time every set and find when those waves are going to come in. I can't say any names.
Oh, okay.
He would get pissed, but. There is
there's
a rider, there's a competitor that I talked to, and he'll come 3 hours before to figure out the conditions, what Mother Nature's delivering, when she's delivering the sets, and seeing all the factors come into play. I guarantee you a lot of the riders are doing that right now.
But then on the opposite side, you got 9-time, 10-time world champion Mike Stewart. He waits 15 minutes before, watches it, and that's all he says he needs. So I go with that one. I don't even look. Don't stress myself out. You watch waves all day, you get burnt.
Yeah,
we do it. I want to go home and just collapse after, but I don't. I go surf.
A lot of people do. They put in the hours, but that little bit of advantage is what these guys are all trying to figure out.
And some of it's personal preference. You know, Kingy doesn't paddle out until there's a minute into his heat just to psych people out, and this might not work, but he does it anyway.
Everybody's got their own little qualms and their own little things, and we'll try to sneak in on some of them throughout the day. Again, welcome, everybody. This is the 2012 IBA Box Pro. Manny V with Jason Bitzer, and it looks like the rain is clearing. So, again, the rain will probably come in one more time before she calls it a day, but the conditions are tough for the competitors.
You know, we're not for lack of use of a pun, but we're in a box right now. We have a narrow time frame to get this done. Today is the best option that I've seen on the charts. Remember the first day I was like, hey, we got to go. Off the bottom, that is red right there. That was looking like Dave Winchester getting on the board. Look at that. Big Rolo. Definitely taking it to him. That was a very good opening wave. He's patient. That was his first score. We'll see what the judges think. But getting back to what I was saying, we have a massive front pushing through with about a 15, 20-foot swell coming. And look, the rain cleaned this up for Winnie getting to the lip on that one. So that little front made his job a little bit easier over there. Big Rolo. Definitely a good first score for Dave Winchester. What did you think of that one, Manny?
Unbelievable. I mean, he was able to find that one wave that just came in for him to find that section. So Dave Winchester finally has that wave under his belt. And it looks like all these guys are getting their first wave under their belt. Dave Winchester looking sharp at the age of 30, and he is packing his bags ready to head over to France. And the location where he's heading, one of my favorite places to visit in Europe. So
I love it. Yeah, he's going to Anglet, I think. Yeah.
I'd be visiting you, Winnie.
Get the guest house ready, Winnie. So Jones Russell with that massive clean invert back in heat number 1 is in the lead for the Freedom Fins Go Big round. So check that out. So we have a lot of swell coming. You see these lines stacking out the back. 3 days of box. This is incredible, actually. You know, and I spent a couple months down here, and getting 3 days in a month is lucky. Getting 3 days within a 5-day window, and then getting 2 days of good gas, like, I know that sounds weird, good gas. I don't know if there is such a thing, but we had good gas bay. We are really scoring once again. This tour is on fire for 2012.
2011 came off. I mean, we're coming off of a incredible year last year. Every venue we went to just delivered the goods, and so far so good for 2012. Pipe was good, and this the box is good. So we got a little lull in the action. We'll be back right after this.
Nice little ad there from the boys at Reflex Wetsuits, and John just really putting in support. He had Louis Finnegan, he has Dave Winchester, Ryan Hardy supporting the WA boys. Definitely great little team there for the Reflex guys. He explained it well. He said Dave and Ryan are just amazing guys to have on the team. Dave Winchester is like your next-door neighbor, your buddy that you've known for years. He's just that little ginger ninja that you just want to keep around, and Ryan's just the most flawless, humble, nice guy. As Beta says, he's the best bodyboarder in the world. So replay right here. Scooping off the bottom. That is yellow. Dallas Singer. Not much to it. Getting the lip to the head. And a little bit deflating there for Mr. Dallas Singer. He's a talented guy. Dallas is a really good designer, amazing bodyboarder, just good bloke as well. And he doesn't do too bad on the mic with you, Manny, either. I sit back and take a break and watch you guys kind of kill it. So Dallas Singer profile coming up. Out the back, though, we do have a little inside nugget driving off the bottom. That's Dallas Singer again. Driving, rolling through. That wasn't a big wave, but he just came unstuck there. So that would have been a good backup wave for him, but I don't think that's going to do anything for him. What did you think of that, Manny?
So sitting in the channel with the best view in the location is the caddy. So maybe we should get one of the caddies to come in here and give us their
little lowdown. Yeah, definitely. Especially with that slicks and decks angle from the water. So again, we had the Dallas Singer rather driving off the bottom, looking at the lip. He already sees this section coming up, but It looks like he just came undone. See that little flare backwash? Didn't really happen. Out the back to live action, we have in blue right there. That is Chad Jackson. Had a good first wave with that invert to roll is a 6 because remember I was saying he didn't quite have the lip. I wasn't sure if the judges could tell that, but it looks like they did. They did see that was more of just a flare chop than a lip. So good surfing, but just the waves are not coming through for him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is heat number 2 of 4, round number 4. We have 4-man heats, 30 minutes in these heat. Top 2 scores will be scored. Top 2 riders advance to the quarterfinals. 2 riders in this heat, we'll call it a day, and they will be knocked out of the event. So, ladies and gentlemen, currently out in the water, 8 minutes remaining. Chad Jackson in the blue jersey. Michael Novi in white, Dave Winchester in red, Dallas Singer in yellow. This is the round number 4, the Freedom Fins round, where whoever goes big is going to walk away with an extra $1,000 in their pocket. Freedom Fins throwing up the cash, and right now it is Jones Russell with a massive invert earlier in the day where he just busted huge, covered a tremendous amount of water, and landed out in the flat. So here we are, back to the live action.
That is Wingy looking for his second score, Dave Winchester. Wow, I don't know how he even did that.
Forced that error.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He had a really good first wave. He just wants to get a backup score. He's in third right now. He needed a 4.71. He might have got it because you can't really tell. You can tell what they're doing, but you can't tell the little idiosyncrasies of the chop and that. That just might have looked big from the judging tower.
Dave Winchester taking a look here, another look from the reflex replay, and you can see all of his speed just almost just went to zero, but there was so much power behind that wave that it projected him out into the flat, so he was able to hit that pretty good, even though he lost his speed on the bottom turn.
So there's Winnie's wife enjoying his surfing, and she supports him at all the events, especially with the other girls, Coco and his other daughters. They got a big group. He's got a gaggle of girls in the Winnie household supporting him, so he must be loving it.
I've always wondered who he always talks to on Skype. When I see him cruising around at his hotel or wherever he's staying, he's always on Skype talking to his family. So, yes, Amy's got a good one.
Yeah, I remember talking about it because, it's one of those things we would see each other throughout the year. We're very similar in age and both married. I'm like, man, 2 kids already. He's like, yeah, just loving life. He just is such a good dad, and he just loves being a family man. It's really cool to see. Just proud of the Ginger Ninja.
I just love his laid-back attitude, but you can't let your guard down. Even though he's cool, he's got that full-on hippie style.
Yeah.
I can see him just driving a 79 or 69 VW across Australia. That's the picture I see when I think of Dave Winchester. But don't let your guard down.
I can see him internalizing all that and smoking fools in heats too.
Exactly.
So he's
that's
deadly.
That's the whole trick. You can't let your guard down to his humble attitude, because once he hits the water in a heat, it's game on.
Yep. He's got a good support crew too, especially when he travels. It's not like he's traveling solo. He's got the boys from WA. He's got the East Coast boys, and I was fortunate enough when I was young to come over here and see it. But it's like the whole nation of Australian bodyboarders. They have their little group, and when they travel, they support each other, and that's huge. Because if you're on the road 6 months a year, it's nice. It's like a warm blanket hanging out with your buddies and knowing that you're gonna be able to handle.
All right, Chad Jackson's lady also. I think I don't know what they're doing on the phone, texting somebody, saying, Mom, he's doing okay right now. But we don't know. We'll try to get a little screen capture of
No, they're making dinner plans for that paycheck that they're going to be taking
Look at this,
out the back.
paddling into this
Bomber.
That
was Dal
Can he
Singer
come
driving
out of that?
through. Can he make it?
He was way deep.
Oh, what? He made it to the end there, but he just got caught. That would have been the wave of the heat. I could have changed things, but that's going to be a no-make.
Dallas Singer wearing the yellow jersey out there, and that looked like he was able to come out of that. Reflex replay.
Look at this back door. See what I'm saying? The north, that is the takeoff zone. That north peak let him in to a solid 6-foot slab. So Dal trying to go again on this one. Getting the section.
Oh, nice.
Rolo. So definitely good little redemption for him there, but he did make the right choice on going that wave. He just got caught at the end. Those north peaks are the ones you're going to want to get because you see how easy of an entry he had on that one? So looking at this Rolo again from Dal.
That's Michael Novi.
Yeah, Michael Novi right here.
But this right here in yellow.
Yeah, in yellow right there, driving off the bottom. He almost made it. He was driving off the foam ball. Went kind of just below sea level and just kind of collapsed into the channel. It gets super deep right there. So you need to have so much forward momentum. And then Michael Novi coming off the bottom. I thought that was Dal again on a quick one, but it was Michael Novi with a big arcing roll. And Novi just doing well, staying on tour these years. Amazing free surfer, getting to be a better competitor as the years go on, I can tell. So, Manny, we'll do a recap of the scores right now. Right now we still have Chad Jackson and Dal. Sorry about that. And Michael Novi in second, Dave Winchester in third. And we got Dal up on the screen, making all the ladies jealous globally.
Look at this out the back, dropping in on this one. It is Dallas Singer. Oh, holding the rail. Can he maintain?
There
he punches through
redemption.
The end. Oh, my. That could be what Dallas Singer is looking for in this heat. He is currently in fourth place, but waves. Oh, look at this. Out the back.
On a bomb.
Oh, my. Great perspective.
Look at that. Yeah,
big
Dave.
roll. Dave Winchester.
One more.
What a great perspective. That pretty much. And he's not done with that. Little invert on the inside. Wow. Winnie.
I thought he was going to take it to the beach. He was pushing so hard on that one.
That was a great angle. This is such a great angle right here. It just shows you how big the waves really are with the jet skis in the foreground and the guys in the channel, the board caddies in the foreground. It's bigger than what it looks from the shore. Guaranteed. Look at this.
So look at this. Looking for redemption. That is Dal Singer getting pinched on that last one. Driving. Sucks up right there. He's on the foam ball. That lip just wants to eat him, and he pops out. Little head dip fist pump action right there. Then we have Winnie coming up right behind this, driving off this frothy one, reminiscent of last year's Ryan Hardy's big roll. Clean roll. That wave was nasty looking. Thinks he's done, but then it jumps up again and a little carve into a flick invert.
Great wave exchange right there between those two guys, Dallas Singer and Dave Winchester. There's only a handful of people, bodyboarders in the world that can pull off that bottom turn, that airdrop to bottom turn into a big gaping barrel. Dallas Singer is showing you how it's done.
You watch these contests and you just see these amazing performances, but it's like when you get disattached, you almost get like kind of, just not really knowing what's going on out there, and you get jaded to what actually is going on. And these guys are putting their lives on the line. You do a roll on an 8-foot wave, your ribs can smash. Seriously, like this is no joke what these guys are doing, and they do it day in and day out. This is some amazing surfing. So out the back, blue right there, Chatty Jackson. Can he get to the lip on this one? He's looking at it. Big flip.
Oh, nice.
Wow, this heat is turned around. So Chatty.
Winding down the last few minutes of this heat, less than a minute remaining, and Chad Jackson throwing a big air roll spin. ARS is what the boys like to call it, but lands it perfectly and comes back around. I don't know if that beard is giving him a little extra advantage on the aerodynamics, but here's another look on the reflex replay.
So Chatty Jackson driving off the bottom, looking at the lip. Wasn't sure what he was going to do here. Hits it with a bit of pop. Nice big flip from Chatty Jackson. He's like that story of Samson. The beard gives him power,
Out the back in the white, it is Michael Novi looking for a big section. Oh, the impact.
On the head.
Can he hold on to that?
He does.
Look at that. How did he hold on to that? It looked like the wave, and his whole body just exploded on the landing.
And one more out the back coming from the North Peak. He's super deep, though.
Going for that section. And pulls a roll through that. That is Dallas Singer. Last-minute wave exchange right here between pretty much all the riders.
These guys ate their Wheaties this morning, man. They are really putting on a show.
Unbelievable. The box is alive and well. The winds are not the best, but we will take it. The conditions, crossing our fingers that it will remain good throughout the entire morning because we could smash the end of this contest out by noon. So here's the latest. This could be, let me make sure these are the final scores. We are waiting for 2 more scores from Dallas Singer and Dave Winchester to come down the pipeline. So hold on to your hats. Were those 2 waves good enough to knock Dave and Dallas back into first and second? If not, Chad Jackson and Michael Novi will advance on to the quarterfinals.
More action out the back. Dave Winchester driving off the bottom on a clean one. Looking at the lip, I'm saying Gorf? I was going to say invert, but that was a Gorf attempt. So I guess he knew that wasn't going to fall into his top 2 and just having a little fun out there, taking a little stress out.
We're seeing a lot more newer moves starting to come into the competition arena for obvious reasons. The waves that
need to progress.
The venues are at will give you that opportunity to pull off these new moves. Here's another look at the reflex replay.
So this one was that one he came a little bit too deep. That north didn't really give him a push through, but big Rolo. He landed. I don't know how he did it, but like I like to say, we were talking about those new moves. It's adapt or die, Manny. So things are moving through. You're not going to get through with just an invert or air reverse anymore. You gotta really tweak your surfing and make it happen. So another roll right there. That was Dallas Singer, I'm pretty sure. Not much to it. I don't think those are going to be anything special. But Dave Winchester, the innovative man that he is.
Look at this, going for, what would you call that?
That was a Gorf attempt.
He was going for a Gorf on that one.
Do you remember Nugget?
Yes.
Yeah. That's a Nugget claim right there. Hope you're watching, Nugget. Make sure that Nathan Purcell, Cronulla boy, unbelievable surfer, lived out here for a while as well, but that's Nuggets move. And Jeff does them in USBA comps all the time.
And
they're functional.
If you're a U-riding fan like I am, they actually put the gainer flip in the game, so now you can do that cool move on. Look at this. Here we go.
Out the back, the bomb of the heat. Can he get to it?
Turn.
Oh.
Comes around the section. Nice roll right there. That is Mitch Rollins with his clean, smooth lines coming around that section and pulls off a nice move at the end there. So we are starting heat number 3 out in the water in red, bent player in white, Magno Passos from Brazil. In yellow, you just saw Mitch Rollins, and in blue, Drew Innocent. Another look on the reflex replay.
That was a bomb. Look at that. That's going to be a photo right there. Driving off the bottom. I can't believe he got to the lip. Look at it. Just kind of ate itself right there. Got through that chop and still got a maneuver off. He just has, honestly, Mitchell has one of the best bottom turns in the business. Ask anybody. He's got a rail that, he's amazing on the rail. So nothing new for him. And just going to pass the mic pretty soon. I'm going to get off here, Manny, and I'm going to maybe go for a little get wet session. I'll be back in a little while.
Yeah, take your camera out in the channel or hit some waves over at Gas Bay. We will see Jason Bitzer shortly. And coming in to the hot seat, it is Justin Magix from Surfing WA. He is the contest director and the events guy. He's actually going to come in to the hot seat, and he's going to hang out. Look at this, live action as he's getting situated in red, dropping in, trying to figure out what to do. Big section, goes for the roll. Ben Player in the red jersey. Can he pull it off? Can he come out in front of that whitewash? Ben, that was a big move, but unfortunately cannot pull it off. Woo. Once again, welcome everybody. This is the 2012 IBA Box Pro, brought to you by Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, Riptide, and our media partners, YouTube and IINet. Woo! Unbelievable. So, Mitch Rollins, you saw Mitch Rollins wave. That was the first heat of the first wave of the heat. So, Mitch Rollins grabbing that first heat, and then we saw another wave from Bent Blair. This is Magno Passos coming in deep. Not much there for him. So, Justin, how you doing, brother? We got some serious action going down here at the box. Hold on, let me fix your...
what am I doing?
What are you doing over here?
I'm back to front. There we go.
There we go.
Man, stoked to see some of the waves we've got on offer today. I had everything crossed last night. I was doing a few prayers, hoping that conditions would hold out, and a few nuggets out there for sure, hey?
So how difficult, Jason Bitzer was touching on it a little bit, but you have more time here, being from this area. How difficult is it to get the box being good for 3 days?
It's a pretty hard task. Certainly we'd look to extend the event waiting period to its maximum, but certainly not ideal conditions, but the next few days not looking that good. So we've hit the go button, finals day here today. So
we know the guys were watching the swell models, but you were too. What was going through your mind as the time was ticking away as far as getting that last day of competition in?
Yeah, well, the next few days it looks like we're going to have 2 back-to-back 5-metre swells, which out there at the box is going to be pretty raucous. You see a few of the sort of wash-throughs we're getting already, and for me, it's, clean conditions, stuff looking pretty nice. Let's get it done. So
there you go.
It's occasionally a fickle wave, and we just have to hit go when we've got some waves out there, Manny. So
Surfing WA, contest director, events guy. Yep. What does that entitle? I mean, I see you everywhere around here. You're tying down banners. You're putting up, contest director or contest scaffoldings. You do it all.
Yeah, pretty much, mate. It's just sort of, I guess I'm the go-to guys. We've got live action here in the blue. Parks it up under the lip.
Nice.
And, big old roll to finish. So, I'm just sort of the go-to guy. Get the event up and going, and just ensure that the riders, the officials, Terry, Greg, whoever, just has everything at their disposal, so you guys can roll in and run out the best event you possibly can.
Yeah, we appreciate all your work. Currently out in the water right here, 26 minutes remaining. Ben Player in the red jersey, the Brazilian Magno Passos in white, Mitch Rollins in yellow, Drew Innocent in blue. They are currently out in the water, 30-minute heat, 26 minutes remaining. And as you can see, beautiful, beautiful wide angle shot behind these guys, and the channel, that's probably the best seat in the house.
Is it ever? And
look at the sun.
The sun is out. The conditions are holding good for right about now, but I suppose it's sort of similar to last year's final. We had some pretty wild, raucous conditions, but these riders are amazing. They're super athletes, and they can adapt to all conditions. We've sort of seen probably 3 or 4 sides of the box over the last 3 or 4 days, and I guess this isn't exactly the way we want to finish, but hey, while there's waves and while we've got some action, let's get it done.
I'm looking around the commentators' booth, and the winds were hectic 2 nights ago. I mean, it almost knocked over our center pole here in the tent. You're right. We've seen a lot of faces from Margaret River.
Yeah, it's just this time, autumn's when we see the winter swells start to march on in, and I suppose a few of the riders are going to hang out and see what this 5-metre swell delivers. Fingers crossed, maybe some North Point action, but we'll wait and see. But hey, it's mellowed since yesterday. The winds are sort of light and variable at the moment, so as far as an event director, we got to run in these sort of conditions here at the box.
Awesome. All right. If you didn't hear, last heat number 2, we saw a last-minute change. So in 4th place, Dallas Singer. In 3rd place, it was Michael Novi. In 2nd place, it was Chad Jackson and Dave Winchester winning that heat. Chad and Dave move on to the quarterfinals. Michael Novi and Dallas Singer, they're going to pull up a seat and watch the rest of the show. Yeah,
well, commiserations to Novi and Dallas, both super talented guys, but, we're down to the business end here, and Winnie's been coming here for as long as I can remember, and Chad pretty much has a little bit of real estate out there on that box reef. So good to see a West Australian through to the quarterfinals, and obviously really looking forward to seeing Ryan Hardy out in the next heat too.
Yeah, coming up next, you're going to see Ryan Hardy, Andrew Lester, Alex Udanga, and Jacob Romero. You can see Dave Hubbard is suited up. Either he's going to be a board caddy or he's out in the channel getting the best seat in the house. Andrew Lester, I wonder what he's listening to.
Probably something. Looks like he's psyching up. So love to see that little competitors area. Cool little area. You see all the guys go through their different sort of warm-up techniques. He's just cruising at the moment by the looks of it.
What did he say, Seal? He's listening to Seal?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, Celine Dion.
But, Manny, have you been enjoying yourself here in the West? Has it been fun?
Always. Every time I get out to Australia, it's just unbelievable. The drive from our apartment to the box, I see little baby ponies. Those miniature ponies are like right off the road in this guy's yard. Kangaroos.
Plenty of those.
Unbelievable seeing these things bounce around. And the wineries. It's just from a 5-minute drive from our place to the box, you see so much. This place is incredible. I have yet to get out to the wineries. Next couple days for sure, we'll get out there, and just incredible to see what has happened in the last few months here. I heard. I didn't even know about the brush fires until I ran up to the beach the first day I got here, and it was just devastating to see. I don't know how many acres were burned, but were you in the area?
No, we were actually on the East Coast at the time. We had the WA junior team over at National Titles, and we were just getting phone calls and messages saying, hey, half of Margaret River is on fire. So, we've seen a few of the images there, the old Wallcliffe House, as we've got live action here in the white. This is the Brazilian, the runner-up here last year. So Magno probably a little bit used to the conditions and probably be looking to go one better. But, yeah, the fires have really devastated a lot of the Margaret River community. And it's good to see some of the stuff growing back, but it looks a little bit like the moon over here at the moment. So it's something you've never really seen before. Generally, lush green headlands. And here's the replay of the last of white.
All right, Magno Passos comes around and just looking for that section now. Not much of a barrel there for him, so he punches through the lip with a roll and calls it quits. The reflex replay giving you that shot. So, but yes, Mother Nature, resilient. She's already spouting back. On the way here, green pretty much starting everywhere. Look at this, yellow dropping in. That is Mitch Rollins. Finds a big section and another big roll right there. He has one of the cleanest, most cylindrical rolls in the business. Mitch Rollins with a beautiful bottom turn, big roll right there. So the conditions, I mean, it could be worse. That's what I always say.
Certainly. You know, there was some barrels in the last few heats, and really when it's a little bit wild and raucous, the box probably prefers a nice, clean swell lining up, as we see the last of Mitch Rollins again. Just spots his section, big old bottom turn, and just perfect timing with the lip. You can see him just getting some great elevation. Drew Innocent in the blue.
Oh, a little bit choppy right there as he goes through the lip and goes for a maneuver but cannot pull it off. The wave just shut down on him. Drew Innocent, definitely one to watch in this heat as well. He's one of those underdogs that come out from nowhere and just take down the big hitters.
Well, he's made it through from the trials at Gas Bay and super consistent. He's just been sort of ticking away through his heats. But I saw a bunch of the guys up at Smith's Reef towards Yellingup yesterday. A little bit more protected as far as the winds go, and Magno, Drew, Novi was out there, Dallas. It was a bit of a who's who in the zoo, but
that's cool.
The guys have obviously got the hire cars, and they've got the ability to go to world-class locations, not just this one, the box, as we see red here.
Ben Blair.
A nice bowly wave, but Ben obviously knows outside section didn't really offer him much. Nice little invert on the inside.
Well, that's the beauty of these riders, and you need stamina. Look how hard Ben Player is paddling out to the lineup.
Yep.
There's a priority system in place, which means pretty much whoever gets out to the lineup first. You just saw blue and red right there. They look like Ben Player just paddled right past Drew and maintained. Look at that. Priority. Drew had no idea Ben was going to come up from behind and get that priority away from Drew. Drew has got to keep in mind he is in a contest.
Yeah, exactly right. This isn't a free surf session, and I must say, really impressed with the four-man priority system. I haven't seen it in action, but the guys seem to, it's almost gentleman rules a little bit. You know, if you get a wave, you go to the end of the line and wait your turn. But I think it's really good. The guys have seemed to work it out really well, and as far as the judges go, they've been doing a great job, not only setting the scale and dropping the scores, but also maintaining the four-man priority system.
All right, check this out. We do have in round number 4, this is the Freedom Fins round, which means Freedom Fins is throwing down an extra $1,000 cash to the guy who absolutely goes big in this round.
Awesome.
We have this heat and one more heat remaining, but thus far, as far as I know, it is Jones Russell's big invert in an earlier heat who is leading the charge for that $100,000. So again, these guys know that's at stake as well, but they also want to remain in that top 2 position to advance on. Yeah,
certainly. So we've had to tweak the format a little bit just to maintain clean conditions and try and get through the IBA Box Pro in the best of the conditions available. So it's a bit of a chunky, raw ocean out there at the moment, but you can see conditions still nice and clean out there, and we've seen some really good scores dropping.
Waiting patiently out in the water in red, Ben Player in white, Magno Passos in yellow, Mitch Rollins, and in blue, Drew Innocent. So the priority, Drew is now at the bottom of the totem pole, I believe, just because of Ben Player saw Drew was just chilling out in the channel, probably talking to his buddies, and then Ben came out paddling his butt off to get past Drew, to get into that peak area, and to get priority over Drew.
Yeah, obviously Ben's been around a long time, a very experienced competitor. And, Drew Innocent, the young trialist that's made his way through, Ben saw a window and took it. So he's sitting out there probably with third priority at this stage. And he is in third position. He's got an 8.37, a 4.38 and a 1.75. So Benny's chasing not too much. He just needs a 3.71 to move up into second. Drew Innocent opened with a 6.58, and Mitch Rollins, he's got a 6.5 and a 6.25. So some good scores. I like the fact that the judges are really rewarding those one manoeuvre waves. So if the guys aren't sort of getting covered up on the takeoff, they are throwing big scores for the guys that are stepping up and busting that big invert like we saw Jones Russell do earlier.
In this heat, in the white jersey, Magno Passos, the Brazilian, he is sitting on a 1-point score and a 5-point score. He's looking for a 3.09 for second place, the advancement spot. First and second place, advancing on to the quarterfinals. Third and fourth, that is the end of the road for those two guys. But Magno, still plenty of time, 16 minutes, 42 seconds remaining in this 30-minute heat. Tons of time for anybody to make a situation change. So now, with Bodyboard King interview, we have Shaggy with the winner of the last heat. Shaggy, where you at, brother?
Hey guys, I'm down here for the Bodyboard King post-heat interview with Dave Winchester, the winner of round 4 heat 2. Congratulations, Winnie. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was a pretty slow start, but yeah, as long as it's not raining, when the wind calms down, it just sort of goes nice and clean. So you just got to be really picky, really.
A few big lumpy sections out there. You hit a pretty heavy section on that roll, huh?
Yeah, I just took off, and I just knew I hadn't had anything really that great at that time in the heat, so just took off and just went to the end and just went for it, and luckily came out with a bit of a seedy roll, but a good score.
And then you had a little consolation invert on the inside.
Oh yeah, I'm always trying to milk those 0.1s to try and beat Chatty.
Well, you beat Chad. Congratulations. You're into the quarterfinals. What do you think about the $1,000 up for grabs for the person who does the biggest move?
Yeah, probably should have been reading your Facebook updates, but yeah, it's a pretty sick prize. So I heard Jonesy's getting it so far. He'll be pretty stoked.
Well, congratulations. And if you guys want to buy one of Winnie's boards, go to bodyboardking.com. They're on sale there. Back to you guys.
And right there.
yeah, very good, very good.
Yeah, Shaggy hooking up his boys at Bodyboard King. Toby Player, Ben Player's brother, I'm sure is watching intently on this heat. His brother, Ben Player, currently in third place, seeking a 3.71 to get into that second place spot. Mitch Rollins and Drew Innocent, those guys are leading the charge. Magno still looking for a 3-point ride, which is totally possible out in these conditions.
Yeah, very achievable. You're right, Manny. And, you can see it's a busy little lineup. You got photographers, you got caddies out there. We got 3 jet skis buzzing around. So it's a little bit of a hype of activity on a pretty small and shallow patch of reef out there at the box. So stoked to be, broadcasting this event live from the southwest of WA. And for us, back-to-back international, competitions, but for us, a World Tour event here in WA doesn't get much more special than this.
Yes, you have the best riders in the world. You have some of the best. You do have the best judges in the world, and the production team able to broadcast it live. Now back to the action in red, dropping in. Looks like Ben Player finding a smaller inside. Nice barrel comes out. Mr. Lippy is saying hello. What do you want to do? And he pulls a roll off of that one out the back in blue. That is Drew Innocent.
Yeah, so nice little cover up. He's not able to bust through the doggy door on that one. So Drew in second position. His low score prior to that wave was a 1.50. So he's not looking for much to improve his situation. A big score needed to move up and overtake current heat leader Mitch Rawlins. But,
Yes, again, Justin, really quick. This is the Freedom Fins round. The person in this round who goes big and gets the biggest move, 1,000 Australian dollars right there. Could it be Jones Russell? Terry McKenna is teasing Jones right now. This could be all yours. Out the back, the Brazilian in white, Magno Passos, coming around the section, finds a section, but not much there. By the time he got there, the wave has been, decreased in size by 2 times, and not much there for Magno. Still plenty of time. He has to get back out there. Jones Russell right there with his hat in his hand, and he is the one leading the charge right now for the 4th round. Freedom Fins go big round. Could it be him?
I reckon it's great. It's a real cool innovation. So big shout out to Freedom Fins, and $1,000 for nailing something in your heat. You got to be stoked with that. So Jones Russell, he's probably got $100. Got his hand on $100 so far.
Yeah, if you can go out 5 times for dinner.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
We're not that expensive, are we?
No, it is a beautiful town, Margaret River. There's a couple coffee shops down the road we've been visiting. And I know our boy Pete Moore cannot survive without his coffee, so he found out and scouted out the one place that opens the earliest.
Nice.
So he's front row center as soon as the doors open. Ladies and gentlemen, 12 minutes, 15 seconds remaining in Heat 23, round number 4. This is the IBA Box Pro, brought to you by Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, and Riptide. Coming up next is Heat 24. Ooh. Ryan Hardy, Andrew Lester, and in yellow, Alex Udanga making his way down. And there he is, Andrew Lester.
Yeah, well,
out the back.
Here we see Mitch Rawlins doesn't quite get the tube, but he's hunting this inside section.
Oh, my.
Look at that.
Can he pull that off? I had no idea. I was not expecting that,
No.
but Mitch Rawlins just throwing it down. Big reverse spin off the top right there. I thought he was just going to just kick out.
Yeah, no, it looked like he'd sort of missed his opportunity out the back, but obviously the Freedom Fins Go Big round is $1,000 up for grabs, so we all know what Mitch was looking for then. A replay now, so nice bowly wave. You see him drop into this thing and sort of misses that first section, but here we go. And
right there, boom.
Ka-ching. So almost does get it the full rotation. Can't maintain through the whitewash, unfortunately, there for Mitch. So we have had a little bit of a situation change as we see the Slicks and Decks water angle. That is the best seat in the house, I reckon, Manny.
Yes, Seamus Makem is behind the camera with Chris White on the driver's seat of that jet ski. You can see him right there with that big white tube holding the HD transmitter, and we're getting some great water footage from the Slicks and Decks camera angle. But where are we right now situated with 10 minutes and 50 seconds remaining?
Yeah, so it is yellow. Mitch Rawlings, the Australian, the West Australian, out in the front with a 6.25 and a 6.5. Ben Player in the red, his last score, a 4.08, has moved him up into second position. So, look at that rainbow just over Surfers Point. So we probably have a little bit of rain approaching us, but, you know, it's the Wild West. We're expecting these sort of conditions a little bit. So third position currently is blue, Drew Innocent. Drew's chasing just a 1.88 to go back into second, or a 6.17 to go into first. And Magno Passos, the Brazilian.
Oh, Drew! Cannot turn that flip around. It was a big move on the inside, but cannot turn it around. Sorry to interrupt, but
no.
The live action just gets me crazy.
Nah, the live action's what it's all about. So a big thank you to everyone that has logged into IBAWorldTour.com/live. We are live here from the box in southwest Western Australia, and we'll see the replay. So Drew Innocent, he made it through the trials, goes for the big old backflip there, sort of landed it, and just got monstered by the whitewater.
Woo! A lot of action going down. So we have to get our breath a couple times, catch our breath a few times throughout the day, just because our eyes are just glued to the monitor, just like you watching from all over the world, and just seeing what these guys are doing out there is absolutely amazing. Again, conditions are not optimal, but the guys are out there. We do have some definitely competitive waves out there. Look at that, Drew Innocent out the back.
Yeah, nice little cover up, gets the backflip, and we'll leave that one with the judges, whether he completed or not. But yeah, like I said earlier, Manny, it's we've really tried to pick the eyes out of the window as we see the profile there of Drew Innocent, 22 years old, and we've got live action. This is BP.
Oh,
big roll.
Nice.
Awesome angle there from the channel.
And he's still on that wave. Ben Player, and great camera angle from Seamus Makem and the Slicks and Decks water angle. And out the back, you can see a little bit more action standing by, waiting for the sets to roll in. I believe that is yellow and white. So currently in the water, 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. We are coming to you live from Margaret River, 2012 IBA Box Pro. And a shout out to our media partners, YouTube and IINet, for making this happen.
Yeah, certainly stoked. And for me, almost the matchup of the round coming up, Heat 24 of the next round, Ryan Hardy, Andrew Lester, Alex Urunga, and Jacob Romero. Really, really exciting. Got a bit of an international flavour to it as we see Ben Player kicking his way back into the lineup. He was in second position, looking to improve on a low score being a 4.08. So Ben Player, he's one hell of an experienced competitor, and you can see the Boyles and the Barneys just really sucking up there at the box. So quite an intimidating lineup. You're quite a way out to sea, and there's a lot of sort of reef and patches of shallowness out there that the guys have done very well avoiding. So time check, we have just on 7 minutes And Drew Innocent in the blue has moved back into second position. So a 4.43, the second score there for Drew Innocent to go with his 6.58. It's bumped BP down into third position. He now requires a 6.63 or better. And I love that vision as well, the guys in the competitors area. You know, it's really good to see them all hanging out and supporting each other all day long. Here we see the Brazilian, the runner-up last year. Big roll there for Magno. And he pops through that. So I'm not sure of the score he needed prior to that, but the Brazilian, with 6.5 minutes on the clock, will want to be getting out there and locking something a little bit better than that in.
Once again, welcome, everybody. We know you guys are watching, and we sent out something on our IBA World Tour Facebook page. Tell us your name and where you're watching from. And there's just too many names and too many places, but I will run down. Denmark, of all places, is tuning in. New Jersey, cool. Morocco, Uruguay, Chile, the UK, Miami. Israel is tuning in.
Nice.
Israel is tuning in. Costa Rica, San Diego, the Gold Coast, Grand Canary Islands. We know you're tuning in. New York, Oahu. Actually, a lot of guys from all the different islands are tuning in as well. So shout out to everybody who is tuning in live for the 2012 IBA Box Pro. Again, shout out to all our sponsors: Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, and Riptide, plus our media partners, YouTube and IINet. Whoa, taking a look and backing off of that one.
Yeah, the boys.
Serious, tough conditions.
Yeah, they all had a look at it, and, you know, with this four-man priority, you do not want to give your position away just for going for a second-rate wave. So all four guys had a look and decided the better of it. So with just over 5 minutes remaining, things...
Remember, this is the round number 4, the Freedom Fins round, where $1,000 will be dumped in the hands of the one rider in this round who has the biggest move, the best move, $1,000. And right now, Jones Russell is on that number 1 spot to take the $1,000 with that massive invert. Now we're going to take another look at the reflex replay of the last wave.
I'm
sorry, Jones Russell's wave.
Yeah, so this is the wave so far that has him out in the lead.
Massive.
Big old invert. So the Freedom Fins go big round. That was the move that has Jones Russell holding on to $1,000 so far. But I'm sure the guys in this heat, Ryan Hardy, Andrew Lester, Alex and Jacob in the next heat are going to do their very best to try and snavel that $1,000 off Jones.
You can tell not a lot of people are happy with him walking away with that $1,000.
Everyone will be going, your first shout at the pub tonight, Jones. No messing around.
Well, Riptide is actually covering the epic 6 months that Ewan has put together a sick video called 6 Months, which will be premiering tonight at the Recreational Center in Margaret River. And if you want to watch the coverage or see the coverage and photos and story behind it, check out the latest Riptide. So tonight in Margaret River, the premiere of 6 Months going down. If you haven't seen it so far, get there early. 6 p.m. is when the doors open. Here we are, 33 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Where are we at?
Yeah, so currently first is yellow Mitch Rawlins, a 6.5 and a 6.25.
Oh, taking a look.
And, the guys have a close little look at that one, deciding not to go. So currently second is Ben Player. A 6.95 for the last of red has put him back up into second position.
Oh.
Drew Innocent now in third. So blue, you require a 4.67 to go to second or a 6.17 to go into first. And at this stage, last year's runner-up, Magno Passos from Brazil, he's chasing what is a pretty decent score as we see Drew Innocent. Nice little maneuver there. Cannot stick it.
Oh, no. The bolts are coming loose on the young Grom, 17-year-old. Actually, the Drew Innocent, who was leading a good charge, but now he's trying to a little shaky towards the end of this heat. 2 minutes remaining. Now he's at the bottom of the priority list. He's not chasing a massive score of 4.76, but he can't be catching these smaller ones and not producing those numbers.
Yeah.
So that's it. Magno Passos, the Brazilian in the white jersey. He also is not looking for a super high-scoring wave of 5.86.
Very achievable.
It would be just gut-wrenching if he could not make it out of this heat. He is the runner-up from last year's event, coming in right behind Ryan Hardy. So to see him get knocked out, we've already seen a few guys get knocked out. PLC, Pierre-Louis Costa, your 2011 World Championship. And Jeff Hubbard as well. Out the back, Magno Pasos.
Here we go. This is, big old ARS there. So he's popped out of that. So it's going to be an important score for White. So with under a minute remaining, White is going to paddle back out. Hopefully that last wave enough for him as we see yellow. This is the heat leader, Mitch Rawlins.
Oh,
big old invert there for Mitch. He knows he's in first position and is going, hey, Freedom Fins go big round. Might as well throw my hat in the ring as well.
Exactly. $1,000 up for grabs from the Freedom Fins guys. And yes, we do have a first place trophy in our hands. It's actually on the table, so if we lose it, I'll show you in a second. And let's take another look at the reflex replay. Big, extended, and tweaked out invert right there from Mitch Rawlins.
Yeah, love the body talk on that one. He was, really stretching hard with the board, and it looked impressive from where I was sitting. So I'd like to see the score once it drops in. He's in first position, so he'll be feeling confident. So great to see some local West Australians in the mix here at the Box Pro. As Blue Drew Innocent. Oh,
can he come out of that with the spit?
No, just gets pinched, unfortunately. So he's down in third position. Some important scores to drop in, guys. And, like I said, the last heat of this round is going to be pretty crucial too.
It could be that. It could be the end of that heat. We're looking at our time score right now, and it has stopped ticking. So as of right now, waiting for the last few scores to drop, Mitch Rawlins will be taking the lead. Bent Player in second. Drew Innocent in third. Magno Pasos in fourth. Once again, stand by for the official results. As you can see on your screen, there are one wave Drew Innocent's last wave, but I don't think that's going to be enough to make a difference in the situation. So Mitch Rawlins and Bent Player will advance on to the quarterfinals. Look at the slicks and decks water angle. Look how sharp and clear that looks.
Yeah, it looks nice and clean. You can see the face of the waves, not too bumpy or lumpy just yet. So we're confident we can try and push through the next few rounds in clean conditions. As we see Jacob Romero, looks like we have bounced down with the final heat of this round. So I'm going to step on out. Thank you very much, Manny. It's always a pleasure being here, and I'm not sure who's on the hot seat now. It looks like...
Whoa. Sorry, Justin, look at this. Out the back, we're starting off round number 4, heat number 4, with Ryan Hardy, I believe, in the red jersey on a big one, tucks in and just gets shut down. That was a massive one. We're going to hopefully see that on the replay. Just a big, massive bottom turn. And Justin, once again, thank you, brother.
Yeah, no worries, Manny.
All right, coming into the hot seat is Mr. Kingy, or Jeff Hubbard. Sorry, I didn't even see you behind me. And another look at Ryan Hardy. Ryan Hardy coming around that section, one tuck in, and look at that, just big old section in front of him. Just puts his head down and starts to drive his train through that, but cannot come out at that end bowl right there. So right now it is Jeff Hubbard, and believe it or not, I will take a short little break too, and cross my fingers these guys can hold it down. Jeff Hubbard and Damian King.
Yeah, we'll hold it down for you, Manny. Roger that. So we're looking at Ryan Hardy. He's the previous champion here at the box. He's looking at the last day here, his hometown. He's pumping box. He's psyched. I think he's going to be pretty amped out there just to go out there and just dominate the field and try and bring home that trophy again. So, yeah, he's looking pretty good. That first wave, he didn't quite make it out, it looked like, but he gave it a really good go. It was pretty deep, and that's what he's going to be looking for all day out there. So we got reflex replays, hopefully giving us another look at that deep barrel by Ryan, since we don't have any action out the back at the moment.
I'm really scared.
So what a big mistake that was. Manny just giving us the reins. That might have been a career ender for him. I think that the IBA GM will be giving him a slap over the wrist for letting us take care of things from here on out. No, he's in safe hands. So, Jeff, looking good on the camera.
Hey, we're trying. Hey,
I'm looking a little better. How are you? It's Jeff Hubbard and myself, Damian King. Holding the show for a little bit while Manny's taking a tea break. You see the
we got
rider.
Alex Uranga up right now at Kingy, and he's the doing a nice roll, just trying to get a score on the board. The heat just started. Ryan got the first wave. He didn't make, and Alex is probably the second ridden wave of this heat. Landry Lester and Jacob Romero are also in this heat. And here we go, Jacob Romero in blue. Can you talk us through it?
Yeah, Jacob's just looking for an inside bowl. Boom, big air reverse, but he's just kind of fallen off the back there. I guess, I don't know, it might be pretty hard out there, but they're just looking for kind of peaky, wedgy ones, some of the guys. And Hardy, I think that last wave he took off on had a bit of a wall to it. So, but I don't know, the ones with the walls are a bit harder. As you see Jacob just lining this inside bowl, and it's wrapping in pretty hard in the beach.
Yeah,
there's a nice rotation, but I don't think he's going to get much for that. He needs to, land back on the wave, but good effort.
Yeah, it's a good warm-up for him, I guess.
Hardball's deep on the back peak. Look where he's sitting. He knows the reef really well. That was a close one.
That was a pretty good wave, but yeah, he knows it better than anyone, so if it's not going to be good, he's not going to go. We know that priority is pretty crucial in these heats, Kingy, where you're sitting in the priority situation determines like what wave you're going to be able to catch.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see Lester sitting with Hardy too, and I guess, everyone knows where Lester's from, Shark Island, and I just surfed with Lester a couple of weeks ago out there, and I've never seen someone show so much knowledge ever at a local spot than what he did. As you see the guys lining up there, Hardy, Jacob Romero, Andrew Lester, and Alex Urunga.
Alex Urunga actually won the event in Reunion last year. Ryan Hardy won this event in the box. So we have two event winners from last year going up against each other here in round number 4. And Jacob Romero from Hawaii, he's an up-and-coming guy that's been charging on tour for a while, and he's shown his knowledge. But Andrew Lester, he's one of the best competitors I've ever met. Like you probably would have agreed with me, Kingy. And he may not have a world title, but he's one of these guys that's, if you get him in a heat, you just kind of worry because his knowledge of competing is so in depth, and the amount of tricks he can do. You can ride the deepest, heaviest pits you can imagine, and he can do the biggest moves as well.
Yeah, no, he's just so strong and consistent in competitions. And he beat me twice in this contest. And like the first one, he beat me in like the first 10 minutes. I couldn't touch him. And then the last one, he knocked me off it in the last 15 seconds. So he's a little...
It's all about you, Kingy.
Okay. It's all, yeah, and anyway, we talk about the Joker. That's coming out soon.
But yeah, Lester, like we said, he rips in 1 foot to 10 foot waves out here.
But he's just so solid. Like, I don't know, that he's always going to put in a pretty good show.
Yeah. And look at that. Alex Urunga's first wave at Rolo he did is a 5.0, and so that gets him on the board and puts him into first. Ryan Hardy had a 2.75 in second. Jacob a 1.63 for the air reverse he didn't make. And Andrew Lester sitting in first priority, I would imagine, in pole position right now waiting for a wave. Yeah, we're going to throw into an ad at the moment, guys. So check it out. What do we got? And we're back, Kingy.
Yeah, the boys getting a couple of small ones in the teaser. There's some kegs there, as you see Alex Urunga taking off nice and deep on the reef. Just looking for something that didn't quite look like it panned out.
Yeah, it looks like he just cut out of that one. He's probably, I don't know if he used up priority on that, but if he did, he's probably a little bummed.
Got a bit of a nugget coming through. I don't think anyone's taking that.
Oh.
It's just getting that stage now, isn't it, where it's just a little bit too big and it's a bit sketchy. And
you got the tide coming up, though, King. You think that'll help it, or what do you reckon?
Yeah, it'll help it a little bit, probably. I just think the wind's the major factor killing it at the moment. Jacob looking for a bowl.
Yeah, I
saw a
didn't
little
see what
bit of
he
something
did on
there,
that.
but yeah.
I wonder what the land angle was of that and how he did. It would have been interesting because Jacob's pretty good at kind of launching off anything. So there might have been a little section he might have done something. We may have to see a replay to see what he did. Oh yeah, looking good, King.
Yeah,
look at that hairline.
Get the Photoshop out.
No. You gotta wear a beanie like me.
Yeah, I know. Get a bit thin on top too.
So yeah, Jacob's second wave comes in as a 2.5. I guess it wasn't a big score. So Alex still in first with a 5.0, and Ryan Hardy in third with a 2.75.
So Hardy's still looking for a wave now. He's the hot favourite, last year's winner. There he is there. How's he in two places at once?
What a surprise.
What's going on there?
Actually, it's Ryan's twin brother, Brett.
That's Brett.
One of the local rippers here at Margs. He's got a pretty good reputation of ripping it up all over the southwestern Australian coastline on a surfboard.
Geez, imagine you had a twin brother. I've told Hardy so many stories. He like girls, and I won't go there.
I think it's a G-rated podcast, King. I think we have to save that.
So there's the latest scores. Good. There's the scores coming up. Alex Urania's got the lead, so he's just kind of had a couple under his belt. Hardy and Lester are waiting for the bombs. Jacob Romero's just kind of sniffing in whatever he can get at the moment, but it hasn't paid off yet. But he only needs one little section, and he'll do a pretty big air like he always does, and so he's always dangerous. Jacob, you don't really want to give him a wave that's too good because he can make the most out of nothing. So
yeah, he can. He's really good at these bowly waves. He surfs a wave like this back in his home Maui. It's a little smaller, but it's pretty bowly, I think. So he's used to these ledgy reef breaks. That's for sure. He knows how to hit the bowls. Here we go.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Hard balls. Look at him. Nice line down there. Nice clean pit. Good lines on that wave.
Yeah, he definitely knows how to read the best waves out here, and that was the best wave we've seen in this heat. And of course, Ryan Hardy's on it. He probably didn't even have priority, and yet he got that wave.
Yeah, and if you have a look, most people kind of, I know they would have just kind of dropped into it, and we should hopefully we get a reflex replay coming up. But look at him, determination, not giving up.
He's psyching, man. Yeah, he should be. This is his home break. He's waiting for this.
So we see Lester take off in the background. This is his first wave. Nice clean wave. Oh, that's not going to happen for him.
Wow, he waited
a
good 10 minutes for that wave, and it just didn't eventuate.
Yeah, you wait that long, and when the conditions are like they are now, you can just wait that long and get just a crappy wave. Hopefully this is Hardy's wave. Look at him just go straight through that. Like, you don't see that often.
That was impressive.
Nice
and then
little
just
half turn under the pit, pulling in there.
Barrel, rolls
nice
out of
roll
it.
Out. That'd be a good score.
Yeah, it's textbook competition surfing at the box. That's what the judges want to see. Barrel move out, and he's giving it to him. But no surprises there, really, because it's Ryan Hardy, the last year's event winner, probably the man to beat at the box in any conditions, whether it's 1 foot at the box or 10 foot. He's going to be the guy to beat.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely owns it out there. But waiting for scores to come through. Oh, here we go. We've got Alex Uranga.
He's drawing a nice line. Let's see if he can get up the lip.
Oh, throwing a little forward.
Yeah, barrel.
Rolls out.
Yeah, so that's a good competition wave. I mean, wasn't real spectacular, but it was a really good, well-surfed wave here at the box, and it's going to get some scores for him. So it's really smart of Alex, I think.
Yeah, for sure. He's made the most of it. I know you haven't really seen a lot of forward in the barrels and stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges come up with that. It wasn't quite in the barrel, but
yeah, hopefully the judges can actually see it.
So this is obviously last year's competition. The man himself, the guy who's out in the heat now, Hardy took this one out. Massive invert by a Magno.
There he is, Ryan Hardy. This is what he did last year to win, just straight off the bottom on huge 8-foot waves and gigantic Rolos. Man, so yeah, he's a few heats away from getting into this final, and so that's what he's been looking forward to, winning a event again in his home turf.
Imagine he won twice.
It can happen. I mean, he's the man to beat out here, King.
Be crazy, wouldn't it? He's Alex Uranga, so he's got a nice peaky one here, not too much wall, so he's stalling a little bit, looking for the forward.
Real technical
surfing
there.
Not bad, getting in there.
And driving through the barrel, look, and he's already looking for the rollout. Man,
that's a good wave.
Really good wave.
He did well there.
Looked good from that angle, so he's stoked.
We still haven't got scores coming in from Hardy's last wave.
We do have a wave of Jacob Romero at a 5.95, so maybe that wave we were talking about earlier, King.
Yeah, that we didn't see,
he did something on that, so that's great for Jacob. So Jacob's in first at the moment.
So this is Alex Uranga's first year on the tour. I think he won the GSS last year. Oh,
he did.
The qualifying tour last year.
He won the qualifying tour.
So he's hot off the press. Spinning, flipping, you name it, he's doing it.
You can tell he's dangerous. He made it to this round. He's a dangerous competitor. He knows how to ride in competitions, knows how to surf, and I've seen him ripping all over the place. It's pretty cool. So we're waiting for scores to drop for his last wave and for Ryan's last wave. Ryan's last wave is going to be a really good score. And at the moment, Jacob's sitting in first place with a 5.95 and a 2.5. So we just want to say that Jones Russell is still sitting in the lead for the Freedom Fins Go Big round. I mean, he's got that big invert, and he could have $1,000. What do you feel about your boy having $1,000?
That's good. He owes me $500, so I'll be taking payment. Payments due. Lester taking off. Nice clean wave. Just looking for the lip. Oh, he's just having one of those heats at the moment.
Man, that was tough, man. He looked like a perfect wave to take off, and then all of a sudden, just ran onto that shallow bit. And
there's not much he can do about it. Like he can, you think a little bit about the heats after your bomb and stuff. But at the end of the day, like he hasn't. It's worse if you blow a good wave. But the waves that he's getting they're pretty terrible waves, and they're hard to read. The winds are onshore. Like it's a bit of a lottery unless you.
Yeah, we got Shaggy with previous heat winner Mitch Rollins. What's happening, brother?
Where you at?
Hey guys, I'm down here with Mitch Rollins for the Bodyboard King post heat interview. Mitch, congratulations, you won the heat, and how are you feeling?
Pretty good. Just kind of been sneaking through most of my heats throughout this comp, so it's good to get a little win. It was pretty tough out there. I thought there would be a lot more waves, it's pretty junky swell, so I thought a lot more would be popping up on that back reef, but it went pretty slow and pretty low scoring heat for all of us, so could have went any way, really.
You were able to find a good little bowl and bust air reverse out of it. You're in the running for the Freedom Fins $1,000 prize?
Yeah, that was an interesting way of the box. You don't get too many end kind of bowl whitewashy sections, so it was went for it. Didn't quite make it. Pushed through that whitewash on the inside reef. So, but yeah, no, it was great. It would have been great to actually make it and get a bigger total score. But hopefully, with the Freedom Fins, though, $1,000 you get it for not making a move. That's perfect.
You'll take that. Well, congratulations, you're into the quarterfinals, and back to you guys inside. It's raining here. Bye.
Andrew Lester here, just trying to get something under his belt. He's been struggling so far, and there we go.
Boom, big roll. So this will be the competitive side of Lester we see come out now.
Yeah.
The experience.
15 minutes left, Kingy.
Yeah, he's halfway through the heat now, and from this stage, it looks like Lester's doing it pretty tough. So, you watch him come back in this last 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, you cannot write this guy off. You can't write anyone off. And look at that roll. That was huge.
That was a massive roll.
He does these amazing rolls. They're so extended and clean. It's really cool to see.
I've tried to pick his brains at how launched he gets, and last year he gave me a few little secrets of but he actually like what he's doing with those rolls and stuff. They're actually pretty technical, the way how he gets so much air and how he gets out of the lip heaps.
Yeah, but he's been doing it since he's been for the last 15 years. He's been doing rolls just like that and in critical sections, and it's pretty impressive to see him. Still going. He won the Australian Tour last year, and he won it, about 10 years before that. So
yeah, well, he had a break for a while.
Yeah, he did.
And then he's just come back, and since he's been back, he's been on fire.
He has been. He's surfing almost better than ever, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yep.
It's really cool to see.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a hunger about him now that I don't think he ever had.
Nah, I mean, having that break, watching everyone, wins contests and do these things, and then having a chance at it yourself. I think he's just seizing the moment and just going for it. And so I think he's going to be a threat on tour this year.
Oh, for sure.
Right,
he's already off to a good start.
Start
at pipe. He did pretty well. As you see, Jacob Romero taking off. Pretty bad way, but it's going to bowl in here. Here we go.
Oh
boom! Big air.
And he handled it.
Oh no!
Jacob. Wow, that was his wave.
Yeah, that would have been the one that sent him through.
I think he just got hung up a little bit. He usually does really amazing inverts and just really tweaked, and I don't think he tweaked it as much as he usually does there. And he kind of maybe
looks like he came down nosedived. Hopefully, we get a reflex replay coming up.
That was an amazing bowl for him, and he did.
Look at him.
Yeah, he's pissed, man. He knows he should have done something on that and handled it. Man, I'm real bummed for him because he doesn't get these opportunities very often to come and
get this far too.
Get this far, and he's such a talented rider, and when and to see him come up here and just want to put on. I know he wants to put on just a good show more than anything, almost even more than advancing. He just wants to put on a great show and show that he has the talent to be at this level.
Here we go, hard balls. Takes off, nice behind the peak. Oh, looks like it's foamed. That camera angle didn't do us do too many favours for us, but he came
makes
out.
It. It's Ryan Hardy.
Yeah,
He's going to make
made
these things.
So, I don't know. It didn't look like a great wave from where we saw it. Maybe we might get a replay of it, but...
Yeah, you know what? That might be... He needs a
Here he
second
goes.
scoring wave, though. So, I think...
Oh, no, he did a nice... Oh.
Wow. So that's going to
that was
really
awesome.
help his
Yeah, you couldn't...
cause.
And from the angle that we had, we couldn't even tell that. I don't think... be good to get a replay of Jacobs too, but I'm not sure if the guys got that.
Yeah, and see what happened, because he launched really high, and he's really good at launching, and just when he came down, it didn't look like he...
What about the photographers in the channel? Don't they put in a good day for it? Seamus.
Oh, Seamus is a legend, man. He's doing it tough out in the wind and rain and in the elements.
All your water shots you see from here are all shot by Seamus Mackham.
All day long, every day, every contest.
Here we go. We've got that
amazing.
replay of...
Jacob Romero looks... So he's eyeing up this ball, just coming right at him, and then he just hits it and flies. Look how high he gets. Just perfect. So he was really tweaked.
I don't know how he didn't handle that.
I mean, he handles those all the time. I see him doing huge moves like this on a daily basis, and for him not to handle that is just...
maybe the nerves, maybe the pressure.
Yeah. I mean, he got so
Has
high.
to be.
And that was a great invert of him. Really tweaked. And
It looked like he was coming down in the perfect spot. Was you see Andrew Lester? Here we go, looking for his backup score.
oh, my gosh. That was huge. Is he going to handle that?
How did he spin that around in the air
Man,
like
he
that?
just didn't handle it either. Wow, that was big.
Yeah, he
Poor
went
Andy.
for it. I thought he was going to do one of his big rolls, but
Yeah.
obviously he knows he needs a pretty high score.
Yeah,
And,
it was a good that he went for it. You have to go for it in these situations, Kingy. He has to push it to the limit.
Yeah, for sure.
He's got
Well,
Ryan Hardy.
that's what everyone wants to see too, including the judges. So it's good that everyone's stepping up a bit.
Totally. I mean, I think even if he did a roll, if
Here we
Lester
go.
just did a roll, he may not have had the
Would've been a-
projection to get back out. Look at that.
That is
That
massive.
was huge.
How's the way he spun it in the air halfway through it?
That almost would have taken out maybe Jones Russell's, $1,000.
Oh, there
Jones
he goes.
is just hoping people don't land moves. Look at him. He's just like, every time someone doesn't land a move, he's just smiling. His smile gets bigger and bigger. His wallet's getting fatter. He's psyching. So he's got 10 minutes to win $1,000. $1,000 Australian, too. I guess that's a pretty
It's a bit stronger than the US money at the moment, isn't it?
It's putting
Tables
the
have turned.
US money to shame.
Who's on the
the
grass?
coin?
The grass is greener, isn't it, Jeff?
It is, yeah. So look at Ryan Hardy's second wave coming in as a 5.68. So that's his second scoring wave. Puts him straight in the first.
Wow,
No
he's just
surprises.
moving through the heats, isn't he?
Yeah. Is in second. He had a 6.18 for that. I think that spin to roll. I think, and Jacob Romero is in third place, and he needs a 5.24 only to get to second, and a 6.24 to get to first. So I mean, he's right there with 10 minutes left. We saw what he can do with these moves. If he can just land one.
Oh, it's still not over. It's still far from over, but it's just, the writing's on the wall, but it's definitely not engraved.
Definitely. And
there's a cliche. There's a.
And Andrew Lester's in fourth place. He needs 6.93 to get to
he
second.
doesn't need a high score.
No.
Lester can pull 6.93s out of his hat any day of the week.
Well,
so
if he landed that flip, I think he would have gotten almost in the nines.
Easy.
So
yeah, but
it's a
here he
battle
goes.
right
Lester's
now.
just going to be scratching on anything he can find on the inside as he takes off on one of the waves now. 6.93 is what he's looking for. He's looking for the
man.
lip.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to start going for it. You'll see Lester just going for every single wave he catches now.
Oh, he just
It's good. It's good to
right
watch
out of it.
someone when they're in the corner like this. It's exciting because they won't hold back. They won't be doing rolls. They won't be just playing it safe. They're going to be going for it every single wave.
So yeah, he's in fourth place, and he doesn't need a huge score, and he's. Like we said, he's super capable of getting it. And
Here he
if
goes.
he just has another crack at a wave like this, he'll probably get the score. That was massive.
That's the big flip. Realises he's pretty high there and then just spins it right at the end there.
Yeah, and I think what happened was you see him land, and he lands kind of.
He landed heavy.
He landed real heavy, not flat on the way.
What should he do?
He should have landed flatter, like you said. Like he landed too pointy, and he landed in a bad spot where it compressed him and just sent him straight under. So that would have won him $1,000 if he probably landed it. But
Oh, look how smug he's looking.
There, Jones.
Who's laughing
He's
now,
laughing.
Chopper? Hey? Who's laughing now, Chopper?
He's got 8 minutes and 32 seconds to get $1,000. But I think Jonesy may be really stoked on this $1,000, but he's in the quarterfinals, man on man, in the next round. So I think he's got to be pretty amped on that.
He's frothing. You'll see those white teeth all day today. Alex Urunga trying to increase his score as he just comes off the bottom, times it perfectly, big roll.
That's going to be a good score if he handles this, King.
Yeah, so his second score, what's he looking at improving?
Yeah,
a 5. Here we go. We've got Jacob Romero looking for it.
Jake, so he's
a little bit. Yeah, it was the most he could do out of that wave, but it was a little bit grovelly. Maybe the judges. What does Jacob need?
He needs a 5.24, but Alex just probably increased his score.
You see Jacob, nice drop there as he comes into it vertically, just looking for the section. It's not really panning out, so he just flips off the end there.
Yeah, just dies. That whole wave just died on him.
Yeah,
he was expecting a free fall. You could tell he wanted a free fall after that flip, and then the wave just sucked right back up.
Yeah, Jacob Romero from Hawaii. I think this might be the furthest he's got in a main event.
Yeah, in a Grand Slam, this is the first he's got. He's
had a tough little run too, hasn't he? He's like every comp for about the last 12 months. He's been like he's just you make a heat, he'll lose a heat, and he's just you feel for the guy after a while, and then this.
He's a battler, that's for sure. But I mean, he's definitely almost winning the beard competition. He's got David Hubbard and Chad Jackson battling out for the beard.
I think that he has to take it, doesn't he? Just the bald head also emphasises the beard a bit more too.
It comes to a nice point. If you notice, like the beard's really structured.
And he's got that little Miyagi thing happening with his beard. It's getting that long that.
Yeah, it's definitely helping him on those air reverses he's been doing. Just help swinging him around. It's pretty sick. I just saw a podcast.
I don't think you'll be doing the beard thing, will you, Jeff?
I cannot
might be a bit patchy.
Yeah, it's too spotchy for me.
Come on, mate. Step in line. There's a few in front of you. Everyone's trying, aren't they? Hey? At least he's there for spirit, anyway. Hey? And then you got one behind him as well. The Groms are still working on their bun fluff.
Yeah,
but
so this heat's got 6 minutes left. Ryan Hardy's in first place. Alex Urunga's score's waiting to come through. We'll see what it does for him. It's going to be a good score, that roll. And,
so the clock is ticking.
And Jacob's waiting for that score.
Look at that. What a gorgeous human. Wow. Beauty and the Beast right there. You got Tyg Richardson and James Russell. Here we go. Chimero looking for it.
Do it, buddy.
Not a bad section.
Nice flip. Can he pull this?
Oh, here we go. This is going to make things interesting.
That was what he's been looking for.
He needed a 5.24. He's going to get it on that.
Yeah.
He'll have to get it on that. That's I don't know. I'm calling 6.5, so that's going to.
That's definitely one of the better waves of the heat. It was a really clean flip and landed perfectly in a decent-sized wave. So, I mean, Jacob Romero.
He's going to be a happy boy if he gets through this heat.
Oh, yeah, he will indeed. I mean, he's up against Ryan Hardy, the defending champion. Alex Urunga winning the GQS last year. Andrew Lester. I mean, the names Jacob Romero is up against in this heat are phenomenal. I mean, it's like, such an underdog here. And look at him coming at it.
Just lining it up. Remember we talked about you don't want to give him too much. He's dangerous on anything. There he goes. This would have been an inside wave that no one wanted, and he turns around and does a big backflip.
That's huge.
Gets the scores. But how solid's Hardy looking in this heat? It looks like to me, it feels like he's not even trying. Like it does. Like he's just sitting out there, he's relaxed, he's just cruising, and he's just winning the heat. Still feels like he's in first gear.
Yeah, you're right. It's felt like he's caught 100 waves. He's only caught 3. It's felt like he's been just dominating this heat.
He just seems so relaxed.
He's only got 2 scoring waves, really, and he's in first place.
If you have a look at the field and the way and just the vibe of everyone else surfing and stuff, it just seems like everyone's scratching around trying to catch waves. And Hardy's just Hardy doesn't know the scores either. No one out there actually knows the scores. It's pretty hard to find out what you're coming, but he just seems so relaxed. And
yeah, we got 3 minutes left, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this heat. I mean, man.
We're going for the blast for cash, the Freedom Fins, $1,000. Jones, he'd be watching the clock very closely.
He's just wishing it would speed up. He wants to time travel right now.
How good's that? A free $1,000.
Yeah.
He's just getting that on top of his prize money.
Yeah, and he just, advanced out of his heat, and now he's going to just walk away with $1,000 for doing a huge invert.
Yeah.
That's a fun day's work.
Yeah, it's not bad. Here he goes.
Look at
and
Terry McKenna's just really wants to hand it to him, and he's almost did, but he's got to take it back. It's not over yet, Jonesy. You just wait one more second.
They just have it. Here we go. So this is the big score. Jonesy lines it up perfectly.
That was just so clean. That's what it's all about.
What a nice
folks.
bowl.
I think that's what we all want to do.
That was awesome,
out there.
wasn't it?
It's like just really big.
Geez, I walked into it before. I just got here and I walked into the commentary and I saw the wave. I come up on the screen and I was like, "Who's that?" And I was next to Jonesy and I said, "Who's that?" And he goes, "That's me, mate."
But the best news, I think, right now is Jacob Romero with his last wave goes to first place. So Jacob had a 7.08. Full situation change. He jumps into first. And now Ryan Hardy's in second. And Alex Young is in third. Alex needs a 6.01 to go second. And Andrew Lester needs a 7.93 to go second. So Andrew Lester needs a really big score.
Your boy who's just taken the lead.
Yeah,
Jeff.
how was that?
How does that make you feel?
I'm pretty proud of him.
Proud. I was
really
looking for
proud.
that word.
I mean, look at that.
I was waiting for proud.
He had a couple of attempts here and just came up short and didn't let it bother him. That would have just
that would have rattled me.
Yeah,
I would have been like, I'm paddling in.
And he just
turned it all around.
And
I guess that's the exciting thing about competing, and not unless you're Alex Urunga or Andrew Lester, but it's the exciting thing of being in a competition and watching a competition too. Like, you can just be down and out, and then all of a sudden, yourself, you won pipe 2 years ago like that, or a year and a half ago like that, and
things just switch just like that.
Yeah, it just turns, and you can have all your luck, all the cards are down, and then all of a sudden you get a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and,
and then
you're sitting on the podium.
Yeah. He'd be feeling really good after that flip, and I'm not sure if he knows he's in first because a lot of the time it was hard to tell the scores out there. I didn't know what I needed in my heats, and I still think it's tough for them to find out. But hopefully he knows he's doing good and just can look to improve on that 5.95. He's got a minute left in first place. Wow, this is intense, yeah.
And like Hardy still could get bumped off.
Yeah,
like you never know. Like, what does Alex Urunga need?
Alex needs a 6.
Alex needs a 6. What does Lester need?
An 8.
An 8. Hardy's holding priority.
He would be.
Yeah, Hardy's holding priority. So he's. Here we go.
And
this is it.
Hardy's
going to block it. He'll lose priority on that, but it might have stopped.
It was a good strategy for Ryan Hardy to block his competitors there. And I
never thought I'd see that side of him 10 years ago, but
it was really smart. Good. Really smart competition right there.
Here
but you know what? He may have, and they've given him. He takes the next wave. How does that work for him?
I don't think anyone wanted that.
They sure should have, because that was a good wave. Ryan.
So the clock is ticking. How much time we got?
It's almost over. I think
here we go.
On the buzzer.
Lester.
Andrew Lester.
Boom!
Wow, that was huge.
We can't.
He lands it clean.
What does he need? What score did he need?
He needed a 7.93.
I don't know if he'll get it. I don't
know what.
It'll be around there. It'll be in the 7s, but you never know, though.
No, it was right on the buzzer, so the judges are going to be excited.
Yep. And we didn't get the good angle either.
So we don't see how far he flew. He, looked like a set wave.
Here we go.
And let's see if we can see it from this
angle. Okay, so he needs a 7.93.
It's a bigger wave than Jacob's.
Yeah.
And look at the bowl.
He's going to get it. He's going to get it.
Wow, that could almost take.
Oh, no.
Huge.
Wow. Jeez, didn't we call this heat? Wow.
Wow, is Jonesy stressing too? Jonesy
was that in the comp? Was that in the comp?
It was going to be on the buzzer. Well, I'm not sure.
Here we go. This is going to be interesting.
We don't
know if that was in the comp or not. I'm assuming it had to have been. I don't know if that's the official scores yet with the updated ones.
We don't know that.
Well, it's definitely not Andrew's last wave because it wasn't a 2.
So yeah, it's tough out here.
It's pending. The result is still pending. Andrew Lester might go from 4th to 2nd, knocking Ryan Hardy out with that last wave.
Yeah, if it counted, the buzzer may have blown.
And look at Hardy biting his fingers. It was after the hooter. We just got word.
So
that is
Lester
spewing.
Wow, Ryan Hardy coming through by the skin of his teeth, but just actually not really.
What a good show though. What a good way to go down.
Yeah.
If you're going to go down in flames.
Go down swinging. And congrats to Jacob Romero for winning that heat.
Yeah,
that was huge. Ryan Hardy 2nd, and they're on through.
Well, I'm going to hand over the dream team, Jeff Hubbard and Manny Vargas, and I'm going to go and get some money off Jonesy. So much needed debt that he's
this is the first man-on-man heat. We have Chad Jackson with a huge flip. Can he handle it? And he's up against Mark McCarthy, I think, in this round. It doesn't look like Chaddy didn't make it. Looks like the winds are... He did make it. So Chad made that flip on his first wave. That's a great way to start his campaign. So this is the heat. This is the quarterfinals right here. Man-on-man quarterfinals. Mark McCarthy versus the local Chad Jackson. Look at Chad on his very first wave. It was a huge flip. I mean, that incredible. Wow. And he lands it clean. Wow. So, yeah, the judges are going to be frothing on that. What a way to start a heat. But, I mean, he's up against Mark McCarthy. This guy has been dropping 9s. He's ranked 9 in the world, and he's been dropping 9s every heat, just smoking guys, getting these amazing pits. And, Mark's such a talented surfer and one of the best competition surfers because he's always on the best waves. And so even though Chad started out with a great wave, you can't, count out Mark that he's not going to just come back with something even bigger and better. That's what's kind of exciting about watching him.
Chad Jackson, though, he's a wild card. So we saw what the wild card did at El Fronton, the last event on the 2011 tour.
Jason
Finlay came in as a wild card and took the whole event, took out all the big hitters. Could Chad Jackson do the same thing here at the box?
He sure could. This is, one of his home breaks. He surfs out here. He has a local knowledge. So he's definitely, probably one of the biggest threats out here. The local guys left are Ryan Hardy, Chad Jackson, and Mitch Rollins. Those guys have the best local knowledge. And Chad's showing it there with that pick of that first wave, The conditions are getting tough, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, from the get-go, the waves were here. We had solid waves, 4 or 5, occasional 6-foot dredging barrels coming off the shallows of the box. But this wind is not cooperating, adding a little bit more texture on the wave. So now the guys have to negotiate not only from the takeoff, but inside the barrel, and even when they're landing these big moves, because as soon as it hits that inside section, the wave itself pretty much stops. I mean, there's no momentum to push you out of these maneuvers, and it's just a matter of wave selection now.
Yeah, it's definitely what it comes down to. Who's going to be catching the best waves? The rider's skill levels all there at this point. So if you get the best waves, you're gonna probably win the heat. So I mean, that's been Mark McCarthy's strategy. He's been on every good wave in the last couple heats he's been in and just dominating. Look, he's passing this one up, giving it to Chad, and Chad, nope, not a good wave there for Chad Jackson. He pulls off, takes his chances, wait for another.
And we saw the last day of competition, the conditions deteriorated from heat number 7 and heat number 8, the last 2 heats of the round number 3. But Jared Houston still was able to negotiate and find these sections, and in fact, he pulled off a gigantic invert towards the end of the day. So don't take your eyes off the monitor, because there are still big bombs, big sections to be had by all these competitors. And now that we're in the man-on-man situation, anything's possible, because they can catch a wave, get back out to the lineup, and do it again. So plenty of time for these guys to put it on the line.
Yeah, and the level of riding, you get to the quarterfinals, everyone steps up a notch, and they put on their best show. They know this is the road to the final. They're that close. And in a man-on-man heat, out of the box, 25 minutes, they know they can do this. And so they're just going to wait and try and catch the best waves and just put on a show for us.
That's right. We will adjust the time on your screen. You do see it counting down from 30 minutes, but these are 25-minute quarterfinal heats. And taking a look right there, Chad Jackson pulling off on that one. Again, Chad Jackson is wearing the yellow jersey, and Mark McCarthy in red. Now, the best seat in the house has to be those guys in the channel.
Oh, yeah. I can see some guys out there just sitting in the channel watching it, the caddies, the Groms. See my brother out there. He was caddying for Jacob Romero, and all the WA Groms just sitting out there enjoying the show. I mean, they're learning. They're having fun watching their heroes out there and having fun, learning what they got to do to win this contest one day when they grow up.
How important are board caddies out here at the box?
Well, Manny, it's such a far wave out. So, I mean, you lose an item, you lose a board, you lose a fin. If you don't have someone out there with it, the heat's over. So it's crucial.
So you have your backup equipment standing by in the channel for whatever reason. Broken boards, lost fins, whatever, broken leashes. It's possible out here at the box. Chad Jackson leading the charge. Mark McCarthy out there just waiting patiently.
Yeah. Chad Jackson got a 5.13, as you can all see on your screen, for that first flip. I thought it might have been a little higher, but I guess, the judges realize that this is the quarterfinals. They have to, pull everything back, readjust the scale, because I think they think that things are going to get pretty gnarly here. They think everyone's going to be going bigger and badder, and they saw some crazy moves in that last heat. Andrew Lester's last wave was phenomenal, but that didn't count. And so I think that might have scaled, throw the scale back, and we'll see what these guys can do if they can do something like Andrew did.
Once again, welcome everybody. This is the quarterfinals 2012 IBA Box Pro, brought to you by Reflex Wetsuits. Also, Freedom Fins. We have Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, and Riptide. We are confirming that these are 30-minute quarterfinals, 30 minutes. So what you see on the screen is correct. 23 minutes, 27 seconds remaining in this heat.
Yeah, 30-minute heats. That's really good for these guys. I guess, with the deteriorating conditions, it's probably a good call.
More time to catch more waves, to get those solid waves. Again, $1,000. We still don't know who's walking away with that Freedom Fins round that just went past. We just finished off the Freedom Fins round number 4, where the best move out of that round, out of those heats, those 4 heats, walks away with an extra $1,000 in their pocket.
Yeah, $1,000 Australian, probably $1,080 US, Manny.
Yeah, the US dollar is not going very far here in Australia.
No.
But we got to do what you got to do. I'm holding on to all those $1 and $2 coins that I usually just lay around. Now they're filling up my pockets of my backpack. Man. Yeah, a little satchel of gold sitting on my counter at home.
Yeah, look at these guys just waiting out there patiently. Mark's been doing this all event, just waiting patiently for those great waves, and that's his strategy, and it seems like he's sticking to it. Chad's been looking at a lot of waves. He's in second priority right now, even though he's got winning the heat. He's in second priority, meaning that Mark can choose any wave he wants and has priority to go. And Chad's, since he has second priority, he's just looking at anything, seeing what he can take to get another score. And if there's a good wave that Mark doesn't want, he'll take it.
So 30 minutes, man-on-man quarterfinals out in the water. We have 4 quarterfinals. Then we jump into the semifinals. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We will have the final for the 2012 Box Pro going down today. Thank you all for tuning in. Manny V with Jeff Hubbard, the legend himself. Chad Jackson out there in yellow taking a look, pulling back. And Hubby, guys, I like to throw out questions on the IBA World Tour Facebook page when we do have the riders in here. So I got a question from Anton for you. Your favorite wave in Australia?
Wow, favorite wave in Australia? Gosh, there's a lot of really good waves here.
Let me take that back. He has an S on waves, so give me your top 3 waves.
Top 3 waves? Well, I'll do Shark Island, Nungin, and you know what? North Point.
You're having fun at North Point.
Gosh, those waves are all, world-class bodyboarding waves. And, yeah, you can't get any better if they're as good as they get on their day.
There you have it, Anton. So if you guys have any other questions for Jeff Hubbard, cruise on over, open another page on IBA World Tour Facebook page, and look at this, Chad Jackson finding a smaller one, trying to make something happen right there, but not much there for Chad.
No, he's just trying to get a second score on the board. He has second priority, so Mark can take the best waves right now, and so we're looking to see what, if that's going to actually even count. He kind of landed off the back, it looked like, for that roll. This wave totally deteriorated on him. So he's not going to be happy with that. He's going to paddle back out, and he knows he needs something a lot bigger if he wants to win this heat.
So, Hubby, guys, I got a couple questions for you, but standing by right now was the winner of the Freedom Fins round, Jones Russell. So Freedom Fins throwing down 1,000 Aussie dollars for this guy right here. Biggest move, Jones Russell.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Jones Russell. He's a very happy man. He's about to be $1,000 richer for winning the Freedom Fins Go Big Award. Congratulations, Jonesy.
Thanks, Shaggy.
You are $1,000 richer. Yeah. Look at that. How does that feel, winning $1,000 for doing a big air?
Yeah, it feels good. I was so nervous after it though. Jacob Romero did a few airs in the last heat, but didn't land him. So I was like, chewed all my fingernails off. So I come away with the win. That was good.
That's good. Hey? Little nerves in the 4th round.
I won and I didn't even know it really.
Well, congratulations. You can go get ready for your quarterfinal heat now.
Thank you.
A little shout out to Breakall quickly.
Breakall. I can't. It's money everywhere, and it's all my sponsors. Yeah, Junes, Bodyboard King, Turbo, and Flip Mode.
Flip Mode. Yep. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Shags. So yeah, that was one happy camper, and he's got another heat to go. He's got to go do that again and again, all the way to the final.
Wow! What if he takes the Freedom Fins round, also takes the Box Pro? Totally possible.
Totally possible. Look, this is what we missed during the heat. I mean, during the interview, it was Chad Jackson getting a nice little barrel.
Oh, nice.
And so, that'll help you get a good second score. Oh, Mark McCarthy. This is what he's been doing all day. Just
all day.
Barrel
Nice.
to big roll. That's an awesome way to start a heat for anyone. So that was Mark McCarthy, first wave off the bat. Wow.
All right, so there you have it. Now both riders have a wave on their scorecard. Here's another look from the Slicks and Decks water angle. Seamus Makem and Chris White on jet ski, the Labyrinth, out there sitting in the channel. Reflex replay. Here's another look at Mark McCarthy.
Yeah, look at him sitting deep in that pit. He's been waiting a while for this one, about 10 minutes, and rolls right out of it. A nice big roll. Gosh, you could not ask for a better way to start a heat than that. Mark McCarthy looking strong. He's been doing that in all his heats. He's been catching the best waves, getting the best barrels, and that one was actually a really good rollout. That was probably the best rollout I've seen him do. It was really technical, and he got some height on it too, Manny. Judges are going to love it.
Jeff, you were out there a couple days ago. Unfortunately, you got knocked out of the event. But what happens to the sitting spot? When it's nice and glassy, you see 4 guys out there. You kind of have an idea where to sit. Where's a spot to sit for the waves to come in? Now, with these conditions, there's only 2 guys out. How do you find that sweet spot, that sweet zone to take off on these waves?
Well, I think, Chad Jackson, he's the local out here. He probably has a patch of reef with his name on it. He probably looks down and can see the that little dab of reef that he usually sees, and so he knows exactly where to sit. It's probably the reef markers, and I think that's how I would, if I was a local, how I would gauge my lineup. You can also look at lineups on the beach and the headlands and whatnot, but since box is so far out and it's hard to line up out at the box. Usually, like you said, you line up with your competitors. Everyone's sitting around, but if you're a local, you got a little sweet spot. So Mark should be following Chad.
All right.
Up and riding.
Chad Jackson coming around the section. Big flip right there, but pulls it off on the second wave, the secondary wave behind the main wave. And I don't know how the judges will score that. Was that a complete move? He didn't actually land on the wave in the front.
Wow, that's
tough call.
It was a tough call for Chad because he took off and the wave was great. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. Look at this bowl. It just was unfortunate that the wave had a kink in it.
Yep.
So that wasn't even his fault. And so he lands where he should have landed, but the wave, there's another little wind chop in front of him that made it look like he didn't complete it cleanly.
Hubby guys, we got the bodyboard interview with Shaggy and the winner of the last heat. Shaggy, where you at, big brother?
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Jacob Romero, the winner of the last heat for the Bodyboard King interview. Jacob, congratulations. You won. You're into the 4th quarterfinals. How does that feel?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm feeling good, and yeah, thanks.
At the beginning of the contest, did you ever think you'd make it this far?
Yeah, kind of. I always feel confident when I surf, so I'm feeling good and I'm ready to go for sure.
Now, that invert you did was phenomenal. What happened?
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, reversing maybe, and I'll land more in the soft part, and I kind of played it safe and just inverted and I kind of over-rotated it, so maybe next heat, reverse if I get that kind of section.
Watch out, people, in the next heat. Jacob's going for air reverses. Congratulations. A little shout-out to the boys back in Maui.
Yeah, to my family, most of all my friends all over the world. I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Back to you guys.
That was cool, man. That was an awesome interview. He was stoked, and I like it. He's focused. He's ready for the next heat, and he knows what he did wrong, which is great, and he's going to do even better in the next heat. Yeah, watch out. I worry.
How is it being at that level, saying, yeah, that was a big invert, but you know what? I should have done a big air reverse spin on there, and he's able to do it.
Oh yeah, he can do those things maybe easier than the inverts. He's so talented. So it's pretty cool that he can actually say that. Yeah, I should have done something else.
Well, his time was coming. I mean, he's been putting in some serious time on the world tour, starting from trials and doing a couple GQSs as well. But I think this could be his time. The Box Pro, waiting for that first place spot to be filled. Could it be Jacob Romero?
Yeah, I think it could be his time. I mean, he's got some heavy competition. He did just, take Ryan Hardy, got second in that heat. So, hey, if he can beat Ryan out at the box, maybe he can beat anyone. I mean, obviously it was a 4-man heat, and Ryan was just trying to advance. But, it shows a lot right there that Jacob was able to, take out, the defending champ and place ahead of him. But Ryan is still in the event, and Ryan's going to be looking to go back-to-back as well, and so he's going to be up in the quarterfinal heats man-on-man, and man, Ryan's going to be deadly. Man on man in the box against Ryan Hardy. I wouldn't want to be in that position.
No way. Looks like Ryan Hardy will be coming up next, I believe. We're taking a look at the quarterfinals list right now. But again, quarterfinals, 30 minutes long. Top 2 waves will be scored. Only one rider will advance on to the semifinals. Again, going man-to-man in the semifinals, and then a man-to-man heat in the finals. So that's going to be an incredible sight to see. Jeff, question. How do you maintain? Hold on to that question. Look at this, forming up, nothing right there. But
wow.
we'll get back to your question that I'm going to ask you because I don't want to ask it right now because it could be some waves coming in out the back.
Yeah, we got a crucial scenario. Mark got a 7.88 on his first wave, and which was really good to start off his campaign with. And Chad Jackson's last wave was a 4.68. Yeah, the guy Shaka Boys.
Nice.
Yeah, it's Jet Stone, the local hero. Oh, yeah, Jet White. I always see him with Jake Stone, so I almost think it's Jake's kid. He spends more time with Jake than he does with Whitey.
No.
But that's only on the videos. So it's pretty funny. Yeah, that was a good mess up by me. I like it. I'll take that facial. But yeah, Chad, he's in first place still, but he's got just a couple mid-range scores, and Mark is in second, and he's got one really good score. So Mark doesn't need much to get to. He needs a 1.93 to go into first place. Chad really has to step up his game here. I think he's got priority, and he's going to be looking to just improve on those waves he's had.
All right, looks like the sun is popping out right now for this quarterfinal number 1. Chad Jackson in yellow leading the charge. Mark McCarthy in second. One rider advancing on to the semifinals. So I was going to ask you, how hard is it? I mean, we saw you get knocked out in round number 3, and how do you maintain from just throwing your boards, and how do you maintain from going all John McEnroe?
Oh, I got some sick waves in my heat, so I wasn't too bummed. I got shocked out of my mind to the box and had a good heat. I just was unlucky to come up against Mitch and Mark. Those guys are probably going to make it pretty far in this event. They look like the guys to beat, basically. Mark's been dropping 9s. Mitch has been super consistent. So, yeah, it's one of those things. You just head down and just look for the next event, and, yeah, it'll be cool. And enjoy the show today, because that's what it's all about, is watching what's happening right now. And Mark McCarthy's out there with one good wave, and he's looking for that backup. He's in second priority, Manny, so that means he's going to be kind of just sniffing out any old wave he can to get that score of a 1.93.
Oh, my.
He might have got it on that. It's not impossible.
Well, Chad Jackson out there in the yellow jersey, and he has priority. What can he do to fend off Mark McCarthy from getting that second wave? And first, what is the priority system man-on-man? Explain to the viewers.
Well, so it's a man-on-man priority situation. So if you paddle for or ride a wave, you will lose your priority spot. So if Chad who is in first priority at the moment, if he paddles for or catches a wave, then Mark will go to first priority, because right now Mark is in second priority, and vice versa.
Okay. Well, hold that thought for a second. We're going to come right back right after this. Once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2012 IBA Box Pro, bringing you the live feed from the west coast of Australia here in beautiful Margaret River. Currently out in the water, quarterfinal number 1, man versus man heat. This is it. Chad Jackson leading the charge, and Mark McCarthy currently in second. Tons of time left in this heat, 10 minutes remaining. But right now, Chad Jackson holding it down, the wild card.
Yeah, wild card's out in front, but not by much. Mark needs a 1.93, and basically he's got 10 minutes left to basically catch a wave. So I'm pretty sure Mark's actually sitting in the most comfortable position at the moment, even though he's in second place. And Chad probably knows he needs to catch a bomb. He needs to get a high score to solidify that first place. And look at the conditions, man. It's gotten
Taking a
pretty
look.
choppy out there. Look at Chad. This is it. This is what he's been waiting for, holding first priority on.
Nice little bottom turn right there.
Can he come out of
Maintains
the
his
barrel?
rail.
Oh, my
slides under the
gosh.
pocket, gets in the barrel, and not staying open for him to come out of that barrel. The wave selection, it's going to be pretty tough as the winds start coming up.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that wave looked great. He took off, had a good line in the chop. Like, he got through the barrel in the first part, and then it kind of stepped out on him. And then the whole the third section right at Mr. Lippy just went too fast and just caved in on the poor guy. And, I feel for him. He really, really needed a good wave to get a high score there. And now Mark McCarthy's going to be in first priority and only needs a 1.93 to overtake him. So, yeah, Chad needed something else to happen on this wave besides not making the tube. But look at that control. See, he's really good. Any other day at the box, that probably would have been a really good makeable wave. But today, with the wind and the onshores coming in, just, tough conditions out there at the moment. And you know what? We got a lot more heats to go, Manny. I mean, this is just the first quarterfinal. It's early in the morning here. This wind is going to be with us the rest of the day. So, I mean, we're going to have to get used to these conditions. And the competitors, they're seasoned vets. They know what it's going to take, and they're ready for it. And they're going to give us a show regardless of what happens out here.
And here's a quick look back on the reflex replay of what was going down as we were showing you the other one, Mark McCarthy sliding under the pocket and coming out. These in and out barrels are going to be hard to find, so if you get them, that's going to only help your cause.
Yeah, Mark McCarthy, that was a great wave right there for him. Nice barrel, got caught up in the spin on the way out, but it looked like he still maintained it. And, he's definitely going to be pushing through to first place after that wave. And so he's his board caddy out there. Wesley Fisher's probably telling him the scenario, keeping him informed. It's really nice, having a board caddy out there that's really knowledgeable about the ocean and competitions. He's probably able to actually have an advantage over maybe Chad, who may not know the scores, where Wesley will probably be able to tell Mark whether he's in first or second just by gauging the waves, because Wesley's such a seasoned vet. And Wesley's got his boards and fins out there for Mark, so Mark can kind of go out there and just do anything. And if he loses a board or fins, Wesley's got his back as far as his board caddy. And I'm not sure who's caddying for Chad, but maybe his beard. Maybe his beard's carrying a couple extra fins in there or something.
Well, Chad Jackson obviously looking trimmed there in the rider profile, so he's definitely one to watch out here. He's coming in as a wild card. Again, we saw the Australian wild card, Jace Finlay, take out the entire competition at El Fronton, the last event on the 2011 tour. Now, getting ready for his heat, just a little bit more full of a pocket with $1,000 Australian dollars in his wetsuit from winning the Freedom Fins round number 4. Biggest move, and now he will face off with Dave Winchester in heat number 2 of the quarterfinals. This is going to be a very, very good and interesting heat to watch.
Yeah,
the sun is out, but the conditions.
Yeah, the conditions are tough. I mean, Jonesy, look at him playing around. He's just so relaxed, so stoked. Look at him. He's putting the seaweed on his head, his little crown. I mean, maybe it's a preemptive victory he's trying for. He's just so stoked, and just, man, you can tell that it's either going to really help him how relaxed he is, or maybe he's just going to be weighted down by all that money in his pocket. He may not even be able to get to the lip anymore. I've seen it happen before, so hopefully he'll still put on a good show for us.
Well, the cool thing about the Aussie dollar is that it's waterproof, so you can take that anywhere.
You sure can. That's really, really convenient when you come in from your heat or coming from surfing. You can have a little snack. Go get a coffee. Go get some chips.
So, hubby guys, I got a couple questions from you from our fans on the IBA World Tour Facebook page. Ben asks, life after pipe. You came off a win at the first event of the 2012 World Tour. So how's it been? What have you been doing for the past 2 weeks?
Yeah, just training, just having a good time, getting ready for the box event. We haven't had too much waves in Hawaii, but I've been surfing waves that were similar, kind of similar to the box and the way they break, and made sure I was in good shape for this. And yeah, felt good out in the water here, and it was cool.
Okay.
It was psyching.
Preparation.
Still amped. Yeah,
preparation. We're about 3 weeks to a month out from Arica.
Yeah.
The next stop in Chile, What do you do to prepare for that?
Surf left-hand reef breaks that break onto dry reef. So practice rolling onto some rocks, get your body all hardened up, and
throw some razor blades on the bottom of the water because the sea urchins and the reefs in Chile Rica pretty intense.
Yeah, it's probably one of the heaviest spots on tour, and it's intimidating. Don't get me wrong, but you got to go out there and just forget all about that when you're in the heat, and that's probably what makes the competition so awesome to watch out there, where everyone kind of forgets what they're surfing over. Whereas in the free surfing, you see guys holding back a little bit. You see guys cruising, relaxing. Yeah. When in the competition, it's no holds barred, free for all at Arica. And so we saw Guillermo Tamega just dominating it last year, and with some spectacular performances, almost trying to headbutt the reef on purpose, getting extra points. Just unreal. He's amazing. He's an animal, and so he's going to be the guy to beat out there, I would assume, this year. I know he didn't come to this event. He's just been training for Arica. He wants it that bad. He decided not to come to a right and just practice lefts back in Hawaii at Pipeline.
Well, Pipeline was always feels good, I'm sure, to win in your backyard. Talk to us about that entire event unfolding in front of your eyes.
Yeah, well, I mean, the waves are just as good as they get for Pipeline 3 days in a row, and just to come out and to win in those waves, it was awesome. You know, right in front of the boys, the hometown. You saw Kainoa there, and see me getting barreled right there. I mean, gosh, it's just, you can't ask for better waves. It's some of the best waves I've ever surfed in the contest. So it's pretty impressive to watch all day and watch the level of riding go on and see the guys ripping and know you have to do that and go out there and if you want to bring it home. And so Ryan Hardy's going to, he's looking to do that. He's in the quarterfinals. He's looking to bring home a repeat championship here at his home turf at the box. And, if anyone can do it, it's Ryan.
Is that like the best feeling is winning on your home turf?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just like you're winning in front of your friends and family and winning in your home break, and pumping waves. I mean, that's another thing in waves that are just flawless. You can't ask for much more. But, yeah, I mean, right now we got some hectic conditions out of the box. I mean, look at that. You can see the wind is coming in full effect. We knew it was going to be glassy this morning, but this onshore breeze was predicted. We were not sure when it was going to show up, Manny, but it is now in full force, and Chad Jackson is on the ropes. Man, this guy must have just caught a wave. Maybe we might have missed it. He needs a 7.36 to get up to Mark McCarthy. He doesn't look too confident right there. Kind of a bummer. We'll see what's happening out there. Maybe, I'm not sure if the heat's over or what. He's just kind of cruising back. He looks pretty relaxed. Hopefully he can get back out there and give it a go and see if he can get up and challenge Mark for this first place spot, which Mark is holding down pretty smoothly with a 7.88, Manny.
There you have it. We have about 2 minutes remaining, so I think Mark McCarthy knows he has the priority and probably will fend off Chad Jackson and force him to catch some smaller waves so he doesn't get that 7.36, which he needs for that first place spot. Again, 2-man heat, only one wave rider will advance on to the semifinals. So one step closer to the finals is what's at stake here with less than 1 minute remaining. Can Chad Jackson find that secret wave of a 7.35? Jeff Hubbard, we got Kingy coming in just in a moment here. Do you have any last words you want to say before you head on over to the competitors area?
No, just looking forward to watching the rest of this event. It's going to be really fun, and I'm excited to see the boys just put on a show for us. Hope you guys are all enjoying it back at home on Webland. And cool, yeah. Damien King's going to sit down and give you guys a nice couple yarns. It's going to be cool. Enjoy.
All right. Thanks, brother. So Jeff Hubbard's sitting in the hot seat, and he's getting up, getting out, and he is probably going to cruise over to the competitors area where they have a big LCD screen, probably like the one you're watching at home, and chill out and hang out with the boys. So he's going to sit down, relax as Kingy is getting situated. Damien King is coming into the hot seat, getting ready to rock and roll. Little adjustments here and there. So you just came back. Were you in the competitors area?
Yeah, I was just mixing it with the big wigs. As you see, Booty struggling now, having the conditions gotten worse. I left only about half an hour ago. But the guys obviously got to make something from nothing, and they've got to make something from nothing. And although it's windy and it's pretty bad out there now, you'll
but
still
see,
contestable. Well, you'll still see some pretty big stuff going down for sure. Like guys are going to be taking off on waves and just looking for lips. So, no one's really afraid, I guess, to put their body on the line a little bit now. and it's all getting down to the wire. And if you're not first, you're last. So everyone's going to be going for it.
So were you able to talk to Jones Russell what that extra $1,000 in his pocket, or did he just try to hide from you?
He's trying to get away from me, and I'm not too impressed about it either. We've had an outstanding debt for 12 months now, and today's recall. What
were you doing by his car? I saw you next to the tires.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I thought that maybe he wanted his windscreen cleaned with some wax, so I just kind of buffed that up for him a little bit. And no, I'm sure we'll track him down. We'll get the auditors.
All right, check this out. We got a cool graphic on screen for you. Just tracing the steps. Who will be advancing on from the quarterfinals to the semifinals and to the final? Right now, it is Mark McCarthy.
Is it too controversial to start picking, throwing the names out there of who you think's going to get through?
Oh, you can do
place your bets.
Yeah,
place
go
your bets.
Look at this out the back, big roll, extended, landing out in the flats in front of the wave, and just too much to hold on to. That was our rider out in the water in red, Dave Winchester, versus yellow, Jones Russell.
So the next heat started. So Jonesy's out in this heat. Oh, good stuff. Here we go. Jonesy's taking off on a wave. Nice bottom end turn. This will be an interesting heat, actually.
Yes, the conditions obviously not holding up, but it could be worse. I always say it could be worse. It could be 1 foot out there, but we are still seeing 3, 4, 5 foot waves coming in at the box, hitting the shallow reef. So another look at the reflex replay.
Here you go. You see Dave just looking for that section. Nice clean roll. That's going to be a pretty good score if he makes that. He didn't make it though, did he? No. But that would have been pretty good. So, you got to call a spade a spade. It isn't pumping box at the moment. We've seen it all different faces, and this is another side right now. But as you just saw, then Winnie just lining that bowl up. Sometimes you can do bigger airs when it's onshore. You got a bit more power in your lip as you see the guys there. Oh, look at that beautiful hair. Winnie's sporting right there. Jonesy, he's tied it back. Maybe he got one of the girls, his girls, to dress him up before maybe he got out there. But look, he's done really well. He also went really well in pipeline too. Jonesy going for more of a crim shot there, keeping it real. He's I think this is Jonesy's best result since Citra last year.
He's pumped.
Yeah, he'll be stoked, really stoked. As you see the girls, Winnie's done all right for himself, hasn't he?
Yes.
That's maybe why he's got the nice hair. And okay, there's the boys' girlfriends.
It's really nice and warm in the competitors area. I opened the door and creeped in there, and it was packed. Everybody's eyes are on the water and on the screen.
Yeah. You see, that's Whitey's kid there, Jet. Then you got Whitey's missus, Hughesy's missus, Winnie's missus, and the infamous Jay Hardacre in the background lurking.
So we do have Chris White. He's out there on the driver's seat holding down the jet ski for our camera angle, the Slicks and Decks camera angle, brought to you by Seamus Makem.
Oh, yep. Sorry. So all the boys are out there in the channel.
We got 26 minutes out of this 30-minute semi or quarterfinal.
Jeez, we got to keep it together, Manny, don't we? We got a job to do here. We got to stay focused.
Quarterfinal number 2 out in the water, and here's another look, Hardy.
Oh, Hardy! It's the bold and the beautiful here at head office in the VIP. Girls, guys, it's all happening. Hardy's looking pretty happy with himself. He nearly got bumped off in the last 10 seconds by Andrew Lester in that last heat. We got the big wave boy, yes. Nelson Morey, flying in from the Canaries.
Nelson, you probably don't know, is a tennis phenom. He actually destroyed everybody. Look at this. Out the back, Dave Winchester up and riding.
Oh, these guys are, they've got tough conditions, don't they?
Yeah, we have to run through the event today. The swell forecast and the wind forecast are not looking in our favor. So
yeah, the forecast is terrible. It had to be run today, otherwise it would have been 12-foot onshore waves.
Yeah,
would have been a nightmare out there. But you can see Jonesy's holding priority now. Winnie's obviously scrap feeding, just trying to get another second score under his belt. He had the first roll, which wouldn't give him any points. He got nearly 2 points for that. So Winnie just be looking for like an inside smaller wave with a flip. Oh, the boys. Meals on Wheels out in the water in the channel. As we see a little wedge approaching. It's going to be about who gets a half-decent wave, I think. He'll progress through this heat. Both riders are really good. There's the Groms frothing. Hey, look at him.
That's where it's at right there. I mean,
stoked.
The new bodyboarders coming in from all over the world.
The future is here.
Yeah, it's going to be the future. How'd they get VIP passes?
I don't know.
Who's handing those out? I think they made those on their color computer at home and brought their own magic marker to see what everybody's writing.
Good luck to them then. Show the initiative, get the results. Enjoy the fruits. Winnie's, as you can see, Winnie will probably just be scratching for anything right now, just trying to look for a first score. Because as you saw probably in the Andrew Lester heat, I don't know if you weren't commentating with me, I was with Jeff, but Andrew waited a long time for one of his first heat, one of his first waves. And in these conditions, like, it's not necessarily the big ones that are that good. It might be just a small little nuggety one that you'd just look past and you did, let go underneath you. So I guess it's, the waiting game thing isn't as important, I don't think, when the conditions are like this. It's more about just probably getting your waves, like your wave quantity up and catching a fair few waves. And because really you can sit there and wait 15 minutes and take off on a set and it just whitewashes down on you and you just wasted 15 minutes of your heat. So I think maybe a better strategy would be to be just keeping busy out there and catching a lot of waves. And as you can see, Winnie's looks like that's what he's trying to do out there.
Even a 1 or 2 point wave as your second wave could be enough to pull you ahead and let you advance into the semifinal. So you hit it pretty much right on the dot.
Yeah.
If you sit too long,
in these conditions, because it's like in the other day, it was all right if you sat and waited. Oh, Jeff working
That's
a few.
Aisha Makeham, Seamus Makeham, the infamous water photographer's sister, out there making sure Seamus remembers to eat.
Yeah, that's right. Jeff working a few one-liners on her. Don't know how he'll pan out with that. As we saw, we just missed Jonesy's wave, actually. Looked like he did a nice roll on a set wave. Hopefully we get a reflex replay of it. That'll be good, though. That'll be good for Jonesy because no one's had any points on the board yet. Here we go. As we see the replay, it's a bit late. But, yeah, it looked like a solid roll. It's not like an amazing score. It's not going to be an amazing wave, but it's still the best wave of the heat so far. It should be in the 5s at least, and it'll be a good backup score if he gets nothing else besides that. So, good start for Jones Russell. And now Winnie's holding down priority, and you'll see Jonesy start to look for a second wave, scrap feed, and just get just try and build on his scores, have a basic foundation, and grow from there.
Once again, welcome everybody. 2012 IBA Box Pro, bringing it to you live from Margaret River. Manny V here with Damian King. Unfortunately, he was competing and got knocked out in an earlier round, but he showed up to support his boys and to help us out on the commentator's booth. But Kingy, conditions out at the box, not the best right now, but the guys are out there doing what they can. Yeah,
average conditions, but it's good to see, good riders pushing it as hard as they're going to push it today and making the most of it. Geez, he is looking amped. Look at that face.
That's pretty focused.
Wow.
That's focused.
That is serious right there. He doesn't even want to know about the camera. Well, he's in the zone. Maybe he's ready to take this event out.
I mean, he's been sitting steady for a while now.
He's don't come near me. I've got a job to do. He's in the zone right there. That's someone zoning up big time.
And you probably saw behind.
He probably could take this event out here too.
He probably could.
Yeah, like Jacob goes up on rights. He's grown up on rights. Like he flies through the air like Hub, pretty much. And it wouldn't definitely be impossible for him to take this event out. He's going to have a few, hurdles to get across before he gets the champagne. But he definitely could take it out. Any one of these guys could, but.
The next hurdle he has to jump is to get over Ben Player. Ben Player will be facing off with Jacob Romero in heat number 4 in the quarterfinals. So that's a pretty tall hurdle that he's going to have to jump. Ben Player, one of the best bodyboarders in the world.
Might have to put on his Nike Air pumps for that little hurdle. Jump a little higher. But, it can be done, and it can be done pretty easily by someone like Jacob Romero. Vice versa can be done by Ben Player to Jacob Romero, I guess. So, you just have to sit here, wait and see, grab your popcorn. Enjoy the show. And,
Ladies and gentlemen, 20 minutes remaining in quarterfinal number 2. Slowly ticking away as Mother Nature decided to take a little breather and stop delivering some of the bigger waves that we've seen throughout the morning. And as everybody's sitting back and relaxing.
There we go. Hey. The IB will represent coming at you 2012. Courtesy of Wu-Tang. Oh, that looks intense. Hang on. No, Mum. Look, I'm not coming home.
Oh, out the back, live action. Dave Winchester coming around the section and kicks out. Nothing there.
Winnie uses his priority.
Winnie.
As we just saw the Groms, Chase O'Leary, who qualified last year, and Charlie Holt, who is trying to qualify. So Charlie and I will probably be doing the qualifying tour this year. That'll be fun. And hopefully get a couple of results and, keep the dream alive.
All right, you are sitting here with me, and I do have questions from our Facebook fans on IBA World Tour, our Facebook page. And Fred asks, what keeps you going?
What keeps me going? I guess it sounds bad, but I just love the thirst of winning kind of thing. And it's just, I guess one more, like another win would be nice. And I don't know, it's probably greed really. But I just enjoy, I don't really like venues and crappy waves and stuff. I don't really really care too much about kind of thing. Like it doesn't really matter that much to me. But like if it's a good wave like the box and it could turn on like it did the last couple of days, and like if today was offshore, today would have been unbelievable waves. Like to win in those conditions is something that is still, for me personally, it's just something that I really would like to happen. Or like that's a really good feeling. So obviously that drives me to kind of win in good conditions and against the best guys. Like imagine having a man-on-man final out here against Hardy and beating him out at a spot like this in pumping waves. It'd be nuts, and I guess that'd feel really good, and that'd be something that just keeps me going, kind of thing. And it's just I don't know, why not? Like it's a good spot. It's good. Like we're in WA right now. You're surfing. There's a lot worse jobs out there. That's for sure.
You could have a huge contingent of drop nears, the women's bodyboarders, and a lot of bodyboarders who are going to invade Port Macquarie in the next week and a half here. What are your thoughts? Are you stoked?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked, and it's like two things. It's pretty good. It's pretty good for the town, and like it's a pretty good place to have it too. And I just got off the phone to a lot of my friends, or a couple of my friends. Or actually, I don't have any friends. Acquaintances. I got off the phone to a couple of acquaintances, and they actually just said it's starting to get really good banks. And I was a bit worried about it because before I left, we had a bit of rain and it washed the sand around a bit, and it was a bit dodgy. But if there's waves there, it's really good because there's always a pretty consistent place where there's always some waves and stuff there. But I guess I kind of know everyone there too. So if people kind of come to port and are hassling heaps and all that kind of stuff, it reflects on me a little bit with just the general community and stuff too. So it's kind of like
so you have to pretty much keep everybody in line too then.
I'll send Jones in for that. as we see Jones take it off on this wave, just lining up the section. Oh, he's going for it.
It looked like he didn't have much speed as he got to that launching area.
He doesn't know what Winnie's getting at the moment. So, like, he's probably thinking, I've got to go for it. But right now, like, Winnie hasn't had anything really, hasn't even had a score. So, if he just did a roll, he's got two safe waves. He probably should have played a little bit safer then, but he's probably, he's pretty pumped up, obviously.
And he does have time. He has over 17 minutes remaining.
And he probably handles those backflips 9 times out of 10 anyway. So he probably thought it was an easy move for him. But I don't know. Considering the heat, maybe he should have played it safe on that one. But he's there, I'm not. So let's just follow his lead, not mine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the 2012 IBA Box Pro out in the water. Currently, heat number 2 of 4 in the quarterfinals.
Here we go, Dave Winchester.
Jones Russell is leading the charge in the yellow jersey. Heading back out, he is second priority. And right now, with first priority is the rider in red, Dave Winchester. Dave Winchester looking for a 4.51 for that first place spot. And right now, he doesn't have a really solid second riding score. 1.88. 2.88 and a 1-point score. That is
he doesn't even have a solid score.
That's
not even a
what
second
you want
one.
As far as your second scoring wave. But check this out. Bodyboard King interview with Shaggy, winner of the last Heat.
Where you at, brother?
Hey guys, I'm down here with Mark McCarthy for the Bollywood King post-heat interview. Butchie, congratulations, into the semis. Woohoo!
Yeah, very stoked. As we got out there, I think the wind picked up a few notches, and as you see now behind us, it's a bit onshore, so it makes it a lot more difficult and harder to pick those good ones. So I was just glad to get one good one and then just back up with a smaller score.
Yeah, you got I think a 7-point something for that barrel to barrel to roll out, hey?
Yeah, I had a nice little one that just didn't shut down. I was able to get a nice barrel and try to stay as long as possible in the barrel and then exit with a roll, and the judges seem to have liked that one.
Money in the bank, and you're into the semi-finals. It must be a good feeling. Same place you got to last year.
Yeah, same place. I just hope I can get that last heat of the day.
Who's in your draw for the semis, do you know?
Whoever wins this one at the moment, so it's either Jonesy or Winnie.
Well, there you go. Congratulations. A little shout out. I know your brother Nathan's here, but just say hi to Jethro and your mum and dad.
Yeah, I'm sure my dad will be up watching my girlfriend Tracy and all the rest back at home. Thanks a lot, and just keep watching. I don't know.
Jethro will be partying in London somewhere.
Yeah, he'll be dominating some kind of pub.
Well, congratulations, and back to you guys inside.
Thank you, Manny.
Congratulations to the first semifinalist, Mark McCarthy, who solidifies his seat in Heat 29, the first heat of the semifinals. Now, looking for his competitor to compete with him in that semifinal, the winner of this heat with 14 minutes remaining. Jones Russell still in the lead.
Jones Russell, yeah, obviously still holding the lead. This is, he'd be pretty stoked. He's one away from the semis. Oh, Dave Winchester, good option there. He might lose priority over that. He will, I'd say.
Wow.
So,
that could be a crucial move right there when it all comes down to the wire in 14 minutes.
Here we go.
Jones Russell now has priority as the sets start rolling in. Look at that thing.
That thing was almost, maybe that one was half audible. And that's the thing about here is it's just a lottery ticket when it gets like this. You don't know what's going to...
Look at Jones Russell turning around, taking a look,
here
paddling
he goes.
it, and
doesn't
he's
have too much wall. It's good. Bottom end turning. He's looking for it.
Oh, can he come out of this? Will it stay open? Jones Russell holding on tight, and no. Mother Nature says not this time.
No, but a bit of a shame that one. But anyway, Jonesy's there's still plenty of time left in the heat. 13 and a half minutes to go. Winnie needs to do some work. Winnie needs to,
He's got to come back with two solid waves right now. Let's take another look at the
replay. It had a pretty clean face on it. So, yeah, Jonesy's tried to hook into the pit. He could have, I don't know. There's a lot of chandeliering, a lot of whitewashing stuff, but there was the option there of maybe he might have made that. Winnie's just scratching around now. Just, the conditions, any other day of the week, no one would even paddle out the box when it's like this. So, some places people surf when it's onshore and, you can get good waves out there and it's still not a bad wave when it's onshore kind of thing, but the box isn't one of those waves. You wouldn't even think about going out there if you rocked up today. So to be out there trying to pick the waves, and because you've got the Mr. Lippy thing on the edge of the reef too, and when the winds are onshore, it just kind of, I guess it just magnifies that patch of reef and just starts whitewashing off it. So you really need a clean swells. We see Dave Winchester taking off. Bottom man turning, looking for the ramp. Oh, nice
stall
tube
right there.
Ooh.
Comes out of this with the spit right there. Nice solid barrel tube riding skills thrown down from Dave Winchester. That thing formed up perfectly for him.
That'll be the highest score of the heat so far. So Dave will be looking for a backup score now.
Yep.
That's going to put the pressure on Jonesy a lot more as Winnie just bottom hand turns here. Just hooks under a nice fluffy pit. He's looking for something out of it, but I think it just, it was a bit foamy and it blew out at the same time as he was probably looking for a roll out of it. But, that's definitely, I think it'll be the best wave of the heat, and Jonesy's got a 6.38, so it'll be interesting to see if that scores higher than that. As you see the guys getting ready for the next heat. Mitch Rawlins and Ryan Hardy, here we go. They did it in Mexico. They did it in also in the Canary Islands. So the friendship's been tested a few times. Maybe third time lucky for.
This is probably going to be one of the most spectacular quarterfinals we've seen so far this year. Ryan Hardy versus Mitch Rawlins at the box. The conditions are pretty much very challenging, so it's going to be who gets the wave and what they're going to do on it.
I think you saw on your screen then too. It said final. It's not the final. It's actually the quarterfinal, isn't it?
We are in the quarterfinals right now.
So this is the quarterfinals between Mitch Rawlins and Ryan Hardy. This will be interesting, this one.
Yes.
I might actually commentate the next heat and then tap out after that.
All right, I'll take it. So if you are watching live, now is the time to text, tweet, Facebook, all your friends right now, because this next heat coming up is going to be intense. Mitch Rollins versus Ryan Hardy. The conditions, well, they're challenging, and these two guys are always up for a challenge.
Who are you going to put your money on, Manny? Would you like to go a $10 bet with me?
No, last time I bet live on camera, I had to pay Bobby Quinones $20.
All right. Well, this could be the thing that changes the tide on that bet.
You know what? Looks like Wesley Fisher is getting ready to board caddy. Or, no, he just board caddied, I think, for Mark McCarthy. So
Here we go. Dave Winchester looking for a second backup score. That's not going to be the one. That was so close, though, if he just got onto that. As Winnie's last wave, the scores have came in. So Jonesy's highest score was a 6.38. Winnie's last highest score was a 7.25. So, there's a point in it, or just under a point. Here we go. Hardy pumped. The showman. We'd like to see that, a bit of character.
All right, so Ryan Hardy versus Mitch Rollins coming up next, but currently out in the water, Dave Winchester pulling ahead of Jones Russell.
Yeah, so the tides have changed for Jonesy. Jonesy's now in second place.
What's he chasing?
He needs a 3.76. So it's not a big score, but...
Take another look at the reflex replay of Dave Winchester's last wave. Not much there on that wave, and that was the earlier wave where he went for it, and that was like a 1-point score, but he needs another solid wave.
Yeah, well, his worst score is a 2.88, so that won't be hard for him to up that score. So really, Jonesy needs to hold down priority, take a good set wave. Actually, I think Jonesy's paddling out. He must have caught a wave, did he? Maybe I don't know. It looks like both of the riders are paddling out now, so I'm not sure. But anyway, if Jonesy is holding priority, he should hold priority. Try and...
So we're looking at your bracket right now, and it is Dave Winchester and Jones Russell currently out in the water. And by the looks at what could possibly happen for a final, wow, we can see...
Look at the way it could feed in. You could have, I don't know, basically that's the way it's going to feed. So Mitch Rawlings and Ryan Hardy, Jacob Romero, Ben Player are going to feed into the same semi. Whoever wins this one between Jones Russell and Dave Winchester will move straight in with Mark McCarthy on the semi. So there'll be the two semis going down and out of those two heats. So you'll see either Mitch Rawlings, Ryan Hardy, Jacob Romero, Ben Player in the final, or Mark McCarthy and whoever wins this heat out of Jones Russell and Dave Winchester make the final. So
who would you like to see in those last two slots? Who would you?
I'd like to see. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd like to see Jonesy win. That'd be pretty cool. All right, I'm not going to sit on the fence. I want Jones to win the final. I'm not sure if it could happen, but wishful thinking. But I don't know. I'd love to see Hardy win again too. Like, he had a pretty bad heat in Pipeline, and he's done that. He did that last year too. I think he got dead last in Chile, and then he turned around and won Mexico. Yeah. Oh, no, got second in Mexico. He got dead last. He got first in the box. The next contest, he got dead last in Chile. So he pretty much did the same thing in Pipeline now. Like he bombed first heat. I think he got fourth too.
Yep.
And he could turn around and win this. So there's just, I don't know. It's good to see that because it's kind of like it. You get pretty over it when you get knocked out, and then to turn around and win the next contest is huge.
We saw two back-to-back pipe championships go down. Jeff Hubbard won in 2011, and he came out firing in 2012. Hardy winning the box in 2011.
Yeah. Wow.
Can he match Hub with a win here at the Box Pro?
Doesn't make for diversified highlight clips of both years,
No.
but,
But we do have a mix of new riders, new faces coming into the later rounds. I mean, Chad Jackson out there in the wild card, unfortunately, did not take out Mark McCarthy, but he had a
put in a
great
good
showing.
show, yeah.
We also are seeing Jones Russell and also Jacob Romero.
Yeah,
couple
so
faces, new faces in the later rounds.
Yeah, for sure. And Jacob, as I said, here we see Jonesy. Oh, come on. Yeah, he's just struggling with that. Obviously washing down on him. But yeah, Jonesy got the wild card in. Jacob Romero went through the trials, and I had to surf the trials with him. I knew Jacob. I knew Jacob was going to go. I just had a feeling he was going to go good in this comp. He's really good on right-handers. And I was just thinking they're all, they're the kind of right-handers he'd like, kind of like fast rights, sort of, little sections here and there.
Yeah, Jacob Romero, definitely one to watch. He'll be coming up in quarterfinal number 4. We got a little lull in the action. We'll be back right after this. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in the quarterfinals, 2012 IBA Box Pro, brought to you by Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, Riptide, and our 2 media partners, YouTube and IINet. Coming up next, making themselves down to the water's edge.
Look at the gap. Look at the gap in between them.
Wow.
Like usually they'd be like kind of chatting and
touch
stuff.
the sand.
As soon as usually they'd be walking out together and chatting, going, "Yeah, man." So it's not even a talk. It's just like, "Yeah, you go your way, I'll go mine. We'll see you in half an hour."
That's what it's coming down to right now.
Don't be mistaken. It's not
even the paddle out to the jet ski pickup. It looked like there
well,
was a
they
little
might not
battle.
even get on the same jet ski. No, you go out there. I'll meet you out there. It's all right.
We will see right now as we can see the jet ski ready to pick up the 2 guys. Will they get on the jet ski together, or has the competition aggroness setting in? There they are waiting. The jet ski waiting, and Mitch Rollins, Ryan Hardy trying to get over that.
Here we go,
inside
Dave
section.
Winchester.
Out the back, Dave Winchester comes around the section.
Thought that might have been the nail in the coffin. It could still be. Dave Winchester's looking at increasing a 2.88 score. So I think that will do that. And Jonesy doesn't need much either, but I'd say Winnie's last wave will, it'll be a 4.5, something like that. So it'll increase Jonesy's. He'll need to get. Jonesy will be looking at something like a 5, I'd say. After that, here we go, Jonesy.
Looks like he's
way He's got to hit this thing.
Holding on to this rail.
Boom!
Big
There we
roll,
go.
The big part of the wave and pulls it off.
Yes.
Comes out to the shoulder and goes for another one. But
did he actually do another one, or was that a little Kai
like
Santos?
Little
hey? Yeah, I'm old school.
Little rejection right there on the second maneuver from Jones Russell, but a big roll on that heavy section at the box.
So the current scores right now is Dave Winchester's on a 7.25. He has, which is the highest score of the heat. He has also a 2.88. As we just cut to this replay, this is going to be a solid score. That is a good roll on a big wave.
In the heavy part of the section there of the box.
That's got to come in it. That's got to be 7.5s.
He was only chasing a 3.76. Guaranteed that will be a better score than that, and he could rocket into first place, taking that spot away from Dave Winchester.
I'd say he would. I don't know, he got caught up in the lip a little bit, and the judges don't really like that too much, but that was a solid wave. There's not a lot going down in this heat. I'm calling 7.5s. It's got to come in.
Look at this, out the back, Dave Winchester in the red jersey, dropping in, looking at the section, see
here
what
we
he's
go.
going to do. Finds it. Big air right there from Dave Winchester. Nice, clean landing, and pulls it off into the flats with a double hand drag 360 to end that wave.
That could be enough to, I think that would probably match Jonesy's wave.
Yeah, we're coming down to the nitty-gritty last few minutes here.
It's going to be really, really
heat.
close. It's going to be really close. That was an awesome air, too. He got good projection, came out of the bottom of it really nice, hit it clean.
The reflex replay, take another look, talk us through it.
Nice bottom end turn. Oh, okay, she's really got a nice jump. Back to... Oh no, we might be able to get another replay on that, hopefully.
Oh my, another intense.
It wasn't a bad cross though.
That was
if you're going to cut to anything, that's not bad to cut to. But
reflex replay, Dave Winchester's
Dave Winchester looking for a nice bottom end turn, comes out wide, hits it really clean, nice projection out into the flats, and that is going to be a good score.
Wow, coming down to the nitty-gritty, less than a minute to go, and both of these riders going big on the last few minutes, and the scores are coming in.
So scores has dropped 7.88 Jonesy got for that big roll, so that's a pretty good score. I thought it was around the 7.5s. I was going to drop an 8, I didn't want to. So Dave Winchester needed a 7.02. This is what he needs, a 7.02. To beat Jonesy. So is that invert going to be a 7?
No.
I think it will be. I think he'll get the score for it. I think it'll be around a 7.5 or, even possibly an 8. So,
wow, less than a minute. 10 seconds remaining in this heat.
Here we go.
And Jones Russell
Jonesy's going to have to go for it on this
You
wave.
saw it instantly in front of your face.
Here he goes. He's going to go for a big flip.
Can he pull it off right here?
Oh,
no.
Nah.
No projection off that invert. Lands flat, gets back under the barrel, and loses his rail in the barrel, and he knows it.
Nice left.
But where are we situated right now? Was that enough to fend off? Here we are looking at that could be it
Dave
right
Winchester,
there.
he got the score. He got a 7.78, as he should have. And that's it.
Wow, Dave Winchester trying to get another barrel before ending that heat. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, your quarterfinal. Number 2, Dave Winchester. Looks like he did take the win away from Jones Russell in this quarterfinal.
There she is. She's pretty stoked. And that was it. That was a real juggling match, that one, wasn't it? It was a good.
Wow, coming down to the wire. And, yes, it is Dave Winchester bringing home the bacon in quarterfinal.
Well done, Winnie.
Number 2.
Good effort, Jones. And I might pass you on to, I think Dale Singer's going to have a little
Any last
crack at the
words before you
commentary.
take off?
Think big. Think king.
There you have it. Thank you, Damien King. We will see you in Port Macquarie in next week and a half here, coming up into the hot seat to guide us through the last 2 heats of the quarterfinals. It is Dallas Singer. We saw Dallas Singer earlier today, and unfortunately he had to face the truth out in quarterfinal or round number 4, heat number 2, where he did not make it out of his heat. But he's going to give us the lowdown on what is going on out there. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so the conditions currently out at the box. You were out there when it was a little glassy, but now what do they have to deal with?
Variable winds, a whole heap of unpredictable swell. It was even like that this morning, but even more so now. So it might not be as pretty to look at, but it's 4 times harder to compete in. Tammy would have said the same thing. It's just trying to predict what's going to happen on a wave when the conditions are like this is just that much harder for all these competitors. So, it's going to be pretty tough for Mitch and Ryan out here for sure.
From the beginning of the day, the conditions were actually pretty good. And,
there we go. Mitch
coming back
taking
to
off on his
action.
first one. Good line. He's going to come straight up in this section.
Oh,
big backy.
that
Lands
is
perfectly, Manny. That is
Wow.
just the perfect way to start your heat there.
Oh,
he's
my.
turned off and he's looked for if the set's going to offer another one for Ryan. But, you see, Mitch, he's got so much power and speed off his bottom turn. That really what separates him from a lot of riders is the speed he gets. The more speed you get, the higher you get, and the better moves you can pull off. And that's what he's done there. And perfect way to start off his heat. He'd be pretty happy about that, I reckon.
This quarterfinal, you're going to see Mitch Rollins and Ryan Hardy go head-to-head. And
This is what I'm
here
saying,
is another
Manny.
look at Mitch's first wave on the reflex replay.
Even on slow-mo, he looks like he's flying through that. Yeah, he's just got a good little end section there. He's hit it fairly clean, and there was no doubting he was going to make that. He's turned straight around, and he's just going to build on top of that. It's going to be a high to mid-range score. So Mitch starting off his heats what he wants, and this is definitely the heat to watch. Check out Mitch Rollins, Ryan Hardy, both from Australia. Guys have just grown up surfing, unbelievably well and just setting the standard for everyone, really. People's favourites. Ryan's my favourite rider, and Mitch is like everyone else. Everyone's favourite rider is my favourite rider as well. It's hard to pick between both of them. It's just like, I love them so much the same. And like everyone's going to be, it's going to be hard because like who do you go for out of these two? They're just great riders, great bodyboarders.
They are definitely in a class of their own. I mean, they both draw super clean lines. They know how to maneuver through the barrel here at the box. Here we go, taking a look. Wow, losing priority. Ryan Hardy in the yellow jersey. Now Mitch Rollins has priority. And look at that, an 8.13 on that first wave of the quarterfinal number 3.
Woo. Think about that. That was maybe 2 minutes into that heat. He's turned around, got an 8.13, which is definitely a bankable score. I don't think there's one heat this morning that didn't. You didn't want an 8-pointer. That's definitely going to go in these top 2 for this first half of the heat anyway. So, and it was uncharacteristic little mistake there by Ryan. He'd be paddling out there knowing exactly what he wants to catch. He's probably looking for. There's his twin brother there. Where is he?
Yeah, Brett.
That's his stunt double. He's just looking at. He'd probably know just as much as Ryan does. He's probably giving him a few little tips on the way out. So probably the only guy that can give him tips. But
I saw him out at Uluwatu surfing, and he absolutely rips out.
Who, Brett?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading through an issue of Tracks last month, and there's a big double of him just pulling into a local reef around here.
Yeah,
which is
surfer.
it's pretty weird. You know, you look at Ryan's face so much, and throughout the bodyboarding media and stuff, and as soon as you see Brett's face, you're like, what's going on here? So,
Yeah.
No, it's definitely this is one of the quarters that it's a shame that these guys are kind of ran in together through this side of the heat, but it's going to be one of the best for sure. And Mitch just starting off in 8.13 is pretty much the perfect way to begin a heat, and he's in first priority now. So as Ryan, paddled for that one earlier.
Here we go.
Looks like he's going to give it to Ryan.
Ryan kicking, pushing over that ledge.
Looks like he's going to hit that reef real good, Manny.
What's it going to do?
He wants something that's going to pinch.
Nice clean barrel comes out.
Not too bad, it's a great wave, but
Yeah.
he'll know in his mind that Mitch got a great one at the start. He would have heard people in the channel. There's a bunch of guys in the channel, and you can just hear the hoots, man. This morning I heard Winnie get a great one, and I was sitting out the back just going, when are these waves going to come? Winnie took off, and all you could hear is hooting, and it's just like it's almost like it feels you, but at the same time it hurts you, And that's what Ryan would have heard too, and he's just taken off that first one. It was a clean barrel. It was scored okay, but he knows it's not enough to beat Mitch, and exactly what's required of him to make the semi-finals today is, nothing short of excellent waves the whole way through.
Well, Ryan does have an uphill battle right now. That 8.13 you see on the screen under Mitch Rollins' scorecard, that is the highest score we've seen, in the past hour.
Yeah.
So Ryan Hardy, he knows what he has to do. And Mitch Rollins, all he has to do is get another solid wave, and he's going to be pretty much out of reach from Ryan Hardy.
Yeah.
But anything is possible in these 30-minute quarterfinals.
Here
Here's
we go.
another look at the reflex replay.
Replay here, man. He's scooped down. He knows he probably can see the end section there, and it's probably going a bit further off the reef, but he'd probably tuck in. Even now, he's probably thinking roll out. But, he's got out of the pit. He's probably just going to turn around, get out there as quick as he possibly can. And, that could... You never know, man. Like Mitch, a lot of guys this morning, even myself, I got one good one, just couldn't back it up, and that happens quite a bit. So it's a two-wave game, this one. So anything's bankable, especially that one. I don't know what he's posting on that first ride. I don't know if it's dropped yet, Manny, but this is just full dream heat. All the guys watching today, you just got to take notes of these guys. It's
So 23 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, and looks like the score has dropped
There
for
you go.
Ryan Hardy.
6.38. That's that's totally bankable score. That's
Yes.
that's good. That could definitely drop into his second best wave. I know he will want to improve on that, but 6 point. It's not a bad start. Not as great as Mitch's, but it's early days. 23 minutes to go, and it's more than half the heat remaining, and just going to wait it out and see what's going to come in.
So the situation in this 30-minute man-on-man heat is one rider advances on to the semifinals.
Oh, Manny.
Top two waves will be scored, and that's it. One step closer to the final. 23 minutes remaining, and it's
Man, if you could draw comparisons to this in other sports, this is like Federer and Nadal.
Yeah,
quarterfinal meet. It's that good. And they're just so great at riding this wave. They know it like the back of their hand, and particularly Ryan. I've got no doubt that Mitch, just as much skill out here as he does. So, they're going to start looking at some smaller ones. And, it is a shame that this wind's kind of picking up, but it's still going to make for great sections and stuff for these guys, and I'm sure they can handle it.
The question is, they will be out there when the waves are good, but do they paddle out and surf like this to get some practice?
Yeah.
In situations like this?
Well, it's funny, actually, Manny. Like last year, I had a heat against Ryan in that final day, and if you can remember, it was just out of control conditions. Here we go, through to Mitch's initial wave to begin with, 8.13. Amazing projection out of that lip. He's just busted straight through that. That's a pretty cracker move. And yeah, like I was saying, Manny, Ryan, I spent a heat out here with Ryan on that huge day, and it was like, I was thinking to myself, he's the only guy who would have surfed it in these conditions. There's no point of going out there. There's so many other waves here that would break so well in those conditions. But I've asked Ryan, have you surfed it like this before? And he's like, yeah, a dozen times or so. Maybe the only person in the world that would have done that. And he's just got that knowledge, and he's going to wait in second priority there, and maybe try and sell one to Mitch. That's his next best thing. But this early in the heat, I think he's just knows in his mind that if he waits long enough, a second wave can come along. Yeah, so we got 21 minutes and about 21 minutes left remaining in this heat. Mitch is sitting on a 8.13. in first position, and Ryan Hardy is in second with a 6.38. That's pretty much the score now, Manny. Everyone's caught one wave each, and we're just waiting for a second.
All right, check it out on the IBA World Tour Facebook page. I'm going to put up Mitch or Hardy. Tell me who you're going for.
Stirring the pot there, Manny.
And we will say what you guys are thinking right now. So check this out. We have the winner of the last heat was Shaggy for the Bodyboard King interview. Shaggy, where you at, brother?
Hey guys, I'm down here for the Bodyboard King post-heat interview with Dave Winchester. Congratulations, Winnie. How good's it feel to be in the semis?
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked now that I'm in there. I've had a few slow heats, and I tend to not catch many waves in the first half of it, and then do it all at the end of the heat. So yeah, I'm pretty happy.
You turn your wave catching magnet on at midway through, huh?
Yeah, maybe just the guys can't beat having a good luck chum here. My wife came over, so she's in there, and maybe that's helping me.
Well, that's great. Now you did a pretty good invert. Do you want to talk us through that?
Yeah, just been waiting for one of those clean ones, and then that wave, the actual face was really clean, so I got up to it pretty early and just got out of it nice. And I remember just coming down, landing, and just seeing Jonesy shaking his head, so I was pretty pumped seeing that.
It was a good full body air. Well, congratulations, and you're into the semi-finals against Butty.
Yeah, that'll be pretty fun. He gets a lot of good waves out here, so hopefully I can steal some off him.
Well, you got a lucky charm. Well, back to you guys.
Thank you, Shaggy, for that interview with Winnie. He is in the semifinal, number one, against Mark McCarthy, and you saw right there Ryan Hardy dropping in on a wave and coming around the section, and nothing was there for Hardy when he got there.
Second priority, man. He really didn't lose anything, and just having a look at that. And like today, like I was saying, unpredictability. My best wave came in earlier today, and it was like halfway out. So those ones are worth looking at, and especially if you're in the second priority, 2-man heat. Like I said, Ryan's got nothing to lose by going that, and just to have a look. You never know. Like, they can kind of tweak around the reef where you get a nice little section. Here goes Mitch. Off on a bomb. You got the lippy coming down there, and it's just going to pop a roll off the end. And, just exited the whitewash there. So, still a scorer. He's used priority on that, so Ryan will be pretty happy about that, just to sit on the peak and, wait for a nice north one where, you can see some potential in it. Because, a lot of these ones, Manny, it's not so obvious. Sometimes the obvious ones out here are just, you can take off and you just know it's going to be good. And that's what probably Mitch was thinking at that time. But first waves of the heat today seem to be sucking a lot more water off the reef. You would have seen him then just drop below sea level. And the water just seems to suck off, and both rails tend to skim along the bottom. So you miss that opportunity to get straight to that lip before the channel sort of starts to break down. That's what happened to Mitch there. And he done well just to come around that and, make something of it, which it's his second best wave and second wave he's ridden, so it's definitely going to score.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the 2012 IBA Box Pro, and here is a look at your bracket starting from today, the quarterfinals. We saw Mark McCarthy and Chad Jackson, but first, Ryan Hardy out the back.
There you go. Ryan's just stalling up. He's got a nice little ramp here. Bang, just a little classic invert he's dropped. And, that definitely had a bit of punch in it, Manny. It's sort of wrapped at him. I thought he might have had a bit more speed, but it might have got to that slow bit of off the channel where, the wave just tends to die out a bit. But, he's on a 6.38 at the moment, so that's definitely going to place in his top two. And he's getting out there as quick as he can. You just see him just throwing his arms in there, and, he knows, there's usually 2 wave sets this morning, and here we go. That seemed to be a bit further in than a lot of them. And last year that worked for him because he got these little ramps where he just flings straight out of the bowl.
Boom, just like that.
Bang. Good extension. Like, those inverts are they're just too good, really. That's what you rate most inverts off, him and Mitch's. And it's a perfectly executed move. But now we're sitting with 17 minutes remaining. Both guys are sitting on waves that they've scored, decent points on. We're still waiting for Ryan's invert score to drop, but it will definitely place in the top two and put a bit more pressure on Mitch.
All right, I threw the question out on our IBA World Tour Facebook. Questions for Dallas, ? And Brandon asks, favorite Groms or up-and-coming guys?
For me? You can't really go past Louis Finnegan in this comp.
Yes, you're right.
He's a tough little kid. I haven't seen him kick around the car park, but he surfs really well, and I've known of his name for the last 3 or 4 years, which is pretty incredible because he's only 17, Manny. And like I was saying a couple of days ago, the depth in bodyboarding is just getting larger and larger. And I don't know if the tour's got a lot to do with that, but it seems it's inspirational to see guys like Hardy and Rollins here just juke for juke, guys watching it now, it's not impossible to get to this level. And guys like Louis Finnegan, he just loves the sport. You can tell he just loves riding waves and getting on the bodyboard with his mates. So I think that's all stemmed from there, and he's just a great talent. As well, I'm from the East Coast of Newcastle, so there's a lot of guys around there. Like, so many names come to mind, Manny. I couldn't just pick two, but there just seems to be that new sort of set of Groms pushing in after, Rigby was quite young, and it seems there's another pack of Groms even younger than him pushing up, and that's the likes of Davis and Louis Finnegan and George. They're all guys from WA, which are awesome to see here, and they're just growing as riders and starting to learn a bit more about competition. And it's like you got to experience this 20 minutes or 25 minutes in a heat really to know how it all works. Sometimes it doesn't come down to exactly what moves you can land and all that kind of stuff. And free serving is how much you can handle the pressure and how patient you can be. So there is so many good Groms around there. I can't pick them, but there's guys from France even that I've seen and all that. There's a Grom there you might see in a couple of years, old Ollie Hardy and his mum Leah, just cheering on his dad. I don't know if he's too aware of what's going on yet, but
hello,
there he is. Hi, blue-eyed Ollie. Who knows, man? You could pick up the bodyboard in a couple of years and get frothing on it, but it all depends how much fun you're having. And these are two guys that really enjoy their craft and their sport.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, this is your current situation. 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this quarterfinal number 3. We have Mitch Rollins versus Ryan Hardy. Yes, another duel amongst these two guys. We saw Hardy beat out Mitch in Mexico.
Here we go, Manny. We've got a drop
Mitch
here.
Beat out Ryan in Fronton. Here we are.
Plenty
Mitch
of
Rollins.
speed. He's just going to come at that bowl. Another roll. It just didn't make it happen for him there. That's that unpredictable swell popping in. But you've seen how much speed he had, man. He had all the intent in the world, and there was plenty of opportunity. It's just that lip just comes straight on his head, and he made well of a bad situation there. It's just a shame that it didn't hold up enough for him.
Mitch Rollins trying to build up on that 4.83, his lowest of his 2 scoring waves. And look at this section just coming up really quick on that shelf, and just still he's able to punch through for a roll right there. But not a big move, not a big wave, but it is a wave nonetheless. So Mitch Rollins leading the charge. It is Ryan Hardy in the yellow jersey who is on the hunt for a 6.59. That's what he needs for that first place spot. Only one rider will advance on to the semifinals.
There you go. Ryan Hardy, that invert he just done earlier off that smallish kind of bowl, he posted a 5.63, which posted in his top 2 scores, bringing him up to a 12.01. Look, Manny, they're within a point of each other here, and everyone knew it was going to be a close one, so we're only halfway through and there's plenty more to go, but there's Mitch in red, and he's sitting on a 12.96 combination score, and Ryan in yellow in second with a combination of 12.01. And, I keep saying it, Manny, it's a game of cards. Ryan knows he had that smaller invert, and he just knows he's got to beat that, and here comes a little rappy one now. He's just got to speed off his bottom end turn.
Oh,
drop in the pits. Can he make it?
Can he come out?
Jeez, the jet ski guy was looking straight into that. He would have known exactly what would have happened there, but that is just heartbreaking seeing that because he would have made that barrel 40 times out of 100 there, and it's just dropped out too low. We'll see on the replay here. You see their bottom turns are quite similar. They'll just drive a lot of speed out of their shoulders, and he's just put his head down here, and he's just trying to make it through that. It's near impossible. And like I said, the jet ski's really in the pit with him. But that's just unfortunate there for Ryan. Lucky for him, there's plenty of time left and not too much to chase. He only needs a 6.84, which is, we've seen that last heat. Both riders got a score plus that in the last 3 minutes. And those two would have seen that and known there's plenty of time left. And no stress, Manny. Just keep the stress down. He wants to. I know if Hardy shows a bit of emotion, Mitch will really play on that and try and hold position as long as he can. So 11 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Dal, explain for the viewers watching from across the world what is actually happening out there when the water comes in from the deep and hits this shelf.
Water comes in from the deep, Manny. It's just when the swell's like this, when it's a bit larger, it seems the first wave of the heat, like I was saying, all this water just kind of drains straight off this, this roundish sort of rock. It's a really unique patch of reef where it's large enough to get a nice long ride and a ramp off it, but as soon as this water starts to run off, it becomes really tricky, and you got to really keep your line straight from when you take off. And, that last one that Ryan got, he was nearly flat bottom there, and it just kind of threw him out. But, sometimes it lets you make those, and that's what makes this wave so great, for sure.
All right, so there you have it. If you ever come out to the box, don't just go out there if you only have
No.
6 months to a year under your belt. These guys are making it look easy out there. Years of a bodyboarding experience to be able to pull off what these guys are doing. Check it out. Coming up next, we do have the Hawaiian from Maui, Jacob Romero. This is his best showing so far on a Grand Slam series. He is board caddied by David Hubbard.
There you go.
Those two guys, the Hawaiians, will be out in the lineup shortly. Jacob Romero has to fend off Ben Player to get into the semifinal.
It's not easy, Manny, but Jacob served so well since the first start. Even in the trials, I think he started in. So, it's a long road for anyone in the trials making it to the semifinals. And here he's finding himself in a quarter against, a seasoned competitor in Ben, which is just, it's mentally tough before you even paddle out, knowing, what that guy's capable of. So, but to J-Rom's credit, he's done so well in this event. He's done some massive flips and some great moves. It's really opened everyone's eyes to, what Hawaiians are capable of in waves in Australia. And it's good to see the countrymen following each other out, and a bit of help there from Dave Hubb.
I've thrown the question out to fellow competitors, including yourself, and a lot of weight is pushed towards Ben Player as being one of the most competitive riders on the tour.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
Well, he's emotional, and it's like he doesn't hold it inside. And I think everyone's as competitive as each other, but Ben's the kind of guy who's just, you can see it in him, and he's just so vocal when he's in the water. And I've had heats with him before, and he's a lot more vocal than other competitors, so what he's thinking most of the time.
Mind?
I think that's, you think that's just his strategy, but it's just how he does it every day. I've had free surfs with him, and he's just like screaming in the channel when he's got a great one and stuff like that. So he's great for, he's great for the sport and everything. He's just such a character, and he really wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's a good thing. At the end of the day, everyone's competing here, and if you're trying to shut out the emotion, it's hard because when you lose, you really feel it. So, Ben's a great competitor, and I love having heats against him because you really feel like you compete against the best there with Ben.
8 minutes, 50 seconds, ticking down in quarterfinal number 3. Coming up, you saw Jacob Romero and Ben Player. They will be standing by in the channel. But Mitch Rollins and Ryan Hardy, taking down the tempo just a little bit, and it's because their wave selection. They're just waiting for the best cream of the crop wave to come through.
Definitely playing
They're not
smart.
taking off on little small ones here and there. But
got some interest here, Manny.
Here we go.
Ryan's looking. He's in second priority, so like I said, it's worth just sniffing around at anything at this stage. But it is getting to the wire. We've just gone under 9 minutes, and here's some boys paddling off. Here goes Mitch on a nice little mid-range peak. He just wants that thing to hold up, He might get a ramp here. Nice round roll. Rolls are, they're one of those basic moves where that's usually the first thing you're doing. If you pick up a bodyboard within a year, you'll be dropping pretty cool rolls, but that's a seasoned roll.
Oh, look at Hardy in the back. Oh, the camera just nailed
right
it.
in front of Mitch. That would have hurt him.
Oh, my.
So that's the mind game, He's just got a great one right in front of Mitch. That was a 2-wave set.
Oh.
Mitch was sitting in priority, and he's just gone for the first wave. All Ryan needs is a 6.84, and, that's totally achievable with that wave.
Wow.
I don't want to do the judge's job, Manny, but, I've only seen half of that wave, but it looked pretty good from start to finish. And he's just dropped a little roll on there just to, just finish it off, tie off the bow, so to say. And,
so what is going through Mitch Rollins' brain as he's paddling out and sees Ryan Hardy get a bomb like this? Let's take another look on the reflex replay. And yes, it looks
the
like
Groms, that's what they were doing at that stage. Ollie was going nuts.
Oliver Hardy cheering on Dad. What's he looking at?
I don't know, maybe just Jet. That's Chris White's son over there too. So they're all keen on the bodyboarding, and they've been around it plenty since the birth, you could say. But you're saying, what is Mitch thinking now? He's trying to get out there as quick as possible initially to secure his position in the lineup. But this one looked to be a better wave, and it's just gone flat bottom again, Manny. Like I said, the water just drained straight off, and he's just done the best he could with an awesome roll. That's the best. The best thing you could possibly do out of that section, Mitch has done nothing short of impressive stuff throughout this whole contest.
Looking out to the horizon, and what does he see?
He's seeing Ryan just take off on the second wave of the set. Seems as though there's a bit more water on the reef, and there's plenty more to play with. If you'll see, they'll just kind of tweak that a bit, but that stall he has is just like keeping his rail the whole way through, and he was lucky enough just to get this nice little round roll off the end, which is all that Mitch managed to handle off the end. So that will definitely I'm thinking that's going to place in Ryan's top 2 for sure and put a lot more pressure on Mitch at this point of the heat. So now we're looking at 7 minutes remaining in one of the most exciting heats of the morning, really. You guys are just seeing the top of bodyboarding, the top of the crop, you could say. And everyone that's just watching today, I know that everyone looks up to these guys, and it's just something to see. Put them in a 25-minute package and see what they can come up with. Ryan's just taken off. He's in second priority. So what has he got here? He's looking for something off the end bowl, something that's just going to get that point of difference for him. He's 6.38, and we're still waiting for his last score to drop. So everyone will just have to wait around for that. But with 6 minutes remaining, Mitch knows the pressure valve definitely hasn't been released. And Ryan's battling it out, way to the end. They've both got family here, and, Ryan's a past winner. He absolutely nailed it last year, and he knows he can win it again. So just like Jeff did in pipe, it's not impossible to win 2 at a time.
Just so you know, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching right now on your screen, we do have the final up written there, but this is not the final. This is a quarterfinal. This is
say it's a final.
It definitely could be a final. Mitch Rollins and Ryan Hardy in the final. Of course, that could definitely happen. But this is quarterfinal number 3 out in the water with time ticking away. Ryan Hardy on the hunt right now. Looking for a 6.84, but we're still waiting for that last score to drop.
There you go,
from
Manny.
Ryan Hardy.
He's posted a 6.63 with that last pit that Ryan got. That's really pushed him up to the next. It's pushed him up to the next. I think he might have pushed in the first, and then Mitch's score might have dropped, and he got a 6.13. So there you go. It's Mitch in first at the moment, and Ryan in second. So we'll just have to wait. I don't know what's going on with these scores, Manny, but they might be dropping soon, and we'll give you an update.
All right, the last scores are starting to trickle down, and Ryan Hardy and Mitch Rollins waiting for those scores to drop as well. But
heard the whispers?
Yeah, we heard. Unfortunately, there has been. I don't even know if I want to report this, but there has been a shark attack about 30 minutes north of here.
Jeez,
and
is that today?
I believe so. We're going to give you the full reports on what went down. I think just today. So.
That's
very tragic, and hopefully, I don't know what to say. We're going to get you details as soon as we get them. But
shark attacks, Manny. That's the last thing you have to worry about in a competition like this, and that's just sad to hear that it happens in this area so often. It seems as though you hear it on the news in Australia every 6 months. Is there some sort of crazy attack with sharks? And what do you do? It's something that we enjoy in the water with them. So. I'm sure we'll have more to report on that, and it's just sad to hear, really.
All right, well, hopefully that, I don't know, that was pretty heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy.
I'm going to take a step back and just give you a lowdown. This is the 2012 IBA Box Pro presented by Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, Riptide, and our media partners, YouTube and IINet, currently out in the water. 3 minutes remaining, quarterfinal number 3 out in the water. Here's a look from the competitors area.
There's Ryan's brother Gene there on the right there with the curly hair there. All the families here to support, the younger brother. Gene Hardy is one of the guys that really pioneered this wave, Manny, if you can remember. He was one of those guys that just really pushing the limits out here, and Ryan's looked up to him, I'm sure, since he started bodyboarding. So, Gene knows what's going on out here, and I'm sure he's barracking for his brother in this quarterfinal. There's Shaggy. Always a character, and some of the other boys. Kingy done a good job in the booth just earlier. I was hearing some great information.
I think Kingy's collecting that $500 that Jones Russell owed him. So
what's that? I didn't hear that. What's that all about?
Kingy was on the hunt as soon as they handed over that $1,000 from the Freedom Fins Award. That was Jones Russell was hunted down by Damian King.
Yeah, so like I was saying, all the Hardy families here to support their brother and their son and their father. They're all here, and he won it last year. And here's some of the frames we've seen from last year's event, which is pretty cool. I checked out the IINet broadcast of this documentary, and it's really amazing, Manny. It just shows the whole spectrum of what this event means, and the area, and just how special this place really is. So we had a round at Gas Bay there, and you see Mitch, who's in this quarterfinal at the moment, just boosting a little invert at gas. It was monumental, really. It's the first year it's come back since 10 years' time, and there's the eventual winner right there.
Now it's a 26-minute documentary. I saw it from the beginning to
It's
end,
cool,
and
isn't it?
it was unbelievable.
Yep.
And big moves like that went down all day long. And the documentary, you can find it on IBAWorldTour.com. There is a graphic off to the right, and that's where you can click it and check out the 26-minute documentary. Epic piece of work.
Epic. And, the guys at IBA are doing a great job all through last year, and we'll hopefully see just the same, fantastic imagery this year. That 26 minutes of bodyboarding is some of the best I've seen, Manny. It's just so cool to see the guys. Here we go. Ryan's just taken off on this nice little mini one. He's looking for a ramp. What's he got, Manny? Not a bad flip whatsoever. That's this is his signature green slick just popping out of the back there, and that's really putting the pressure on Mitch for this last point of the heat. There's only 1 minute remaining, Manny. So
wow.
This is really coming down to the wire. Mitch is sitting in first place with a 14.26, and Ryan's in second place with a 13.01, awaiting the score there. That's an inside one, Manny. Mitch wouldn't even looked at that being in priority, and that's what I was saying. It's worth sniffing on anything, and this one's just ramped straight up for him. He's boosted a nice little ARS.
Was that enough? Was that a 7.64 or better for Ryan Hardy? It's coming down to the wire here. Who will it be, Mitch Rollins or Ryan Hardy?
I know. You guys at home, you should tell us what you think. It's down to the wire, and they're both talking to each other there, and they're throwing high fives. They know it's come down to the end, and that's the end of the final. Is Hardy going to get the score? They're both sitting out there not knowing. I'm sure Ben would have told him, bits and pieces that he knew, but it's a funny thing out there. You don't know the scores. You can hear the hoots, and you can just do the math in your head, but until you get to shore, you don't know.
We're still waiting for that last score to drop from Ryan Hardy. Was it enough to knock Mitch Rollins out of that advancement spot? In red, Mitch Rollins, yellow, Ryan Hardy, jet skier, maintaining out there.
Showing his enthusiasm there, just over the big waves in the channel there.
Still waiting on Ryan Hardy's last wave to drop on the scorecard.
He needs a 7.6, man. Do you think he's got it?
I don't know. That wasn't a giant wave. It was a big move, but not a really big wave. So was it enough? Ryan Hardy, did he get knocked out by Mitch Rollins? We are waiting for one last score from Ryan Hardy's last wave to drop, and we are waiting patiently with you to see what is going to happen and see what the judges had to say about that last
Not
move.
an easy job for the judges, Manny, whatsoever. I'm sure they're their favourite riders too, so it's just, I think they're going to have to break it down. Like you said, it was a smaller wave, but a great big move, and you can kind of draw comparisons. Mitch had a heat out here last year where Tamega did the same thing, big ARS at the end of the heat. He managed to get the score, so that'll be heartbreaking for Mitch if he does actually get it, but, it's the double-sided coin there, and Ryan's just waiting around to see what that's going to do. Last wave, it's a smaller one, but look at it just ramp up there, and he's got a perfect line into it. Big flip. Like I said, signature green slick there. He's been rocking for a couple of years, and it's a flashy move, Manny.
Everybody's waiting. Everybody's waiting to know if that maneuver right there was a 7.64.
It's pending, guys. You got to wait for this one.
Look at that, 7.13. That is not enough for Ryan Hardy. So it is Mitch Rollins advancing on to semifinal number 2. Mitch Rollins holding off the defending Box Pro champion.
He's got to be happy about that, Manny. Mitch just, dodging a bullet there right at the end with Ryan still. He needed a 7.8, but he got a 7.1. That's really close in comparison to any sport. Within a point, it's just I could make an Australian analogy here, but I'm not going to.
Go for it.
It's a bee stick away. You know what I mean? Ryan tried his best there. He'd done everything he could. Every wave he caught, he completed. Apart from that one barrel, which he's probably going through his mind now and could have made it or not. And I'm sure everyone's going to, assure him he couldn't have made that.
So here's the question. Who is going to meet up with Mitch Rollins in semifinal number 2? It all depends on this heat. Out in the water, up and riding right now, Ben Player.
Opening up the account, Manny. Just a nice little backie. He might even get another little dessert at the end there. No, he just chooses to go through. Pretty similar to Mitch's beginning. Nowhere near as big a move, but still a bankable score nonetheless.
So out in the water for quarterfinal heat number 4. It is Jacob Romero in the red jersey versus in yellow Ben Player. So the winner of this will meet Mitch Rollins in semifinal number 2. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mitch Rollins advancing on. And now as we look back at the battle between these two, it is Mitch Rollins 2, Hardy
1. There you go. The 3 times these guys have surfed against each other in this new formatted tour we've seen here from last year and this year. Manny, 2-1. They're just so similar in riding and just so exceptional that only a half a point could really separate them in that last quarterfinal. And here we go. It's a lot different quarter here. We've got a countryman from Hawaii, Jacob Romero, who's come straight from the trials, ranked 43 against the 5th ranked competitor, Ben Player, who surfed really well in pipe. He's a seasoned vet, you could say, and one of the most passionate guys in bodyboarding. So this will be interesting. Ben started off his account straight away within the first minute, which is something that's great to do. You don't want to be sitting out there for 10 minutes and still waiting for a wave. Your mind starts to tick, and I know Ben would have been pretty happy getting off the ball, and he's in second priority. There's only 2-man heats, so it's not much to wait. Lucky enough, most of the sets coming in now are 2 at a time, so it actually worked to your favour. Here goes J-Rom in his first wave. A nice sucky one. Here we go. It's open up straight for him. Not bad. Look at that nice little claim to the crowd. He would have seen Dave in the channel absolutely hooting him through that one, but that was what Ryan wanted to happen that last heat, but that was just mental, wasn't it? He was so deep right in the back there, Manny.
It is perfect day, middle of the day or early morning for all the Hawaiians watching live from all the islands for their boy Jacob Romero to pull it off. Can he make it to the semifinals? Can he make it to the final? Right now he's battling it out with Ben Player out there.
Here we go, Manny. We're going to drop straight into the second wave of the set. I don't know if Ben's looking into that thing, but it's just so deep, and it's hit a bit of backwash. I think it's opened up nicely. So he's just held on, all you can do is close your eyes and hold on. He's come out of it, and he's just saying, okay, thanks, fellas. That's opened his account, well and truly. We might see a similar score drop to what Mitch experienced in his quarterfinal, which would be a high 8 or something similar, which, there you go, Ben's for his flip is posted a 6-point flat. Like I said, that's a bankable score. J-Rom's probably going to post a bit higher than that. And he's in second priority, but, Manny, that is just a perfect way to start a heat. And these onshore, sideshore, freaking swell coming from every direction sort of conditions.
The wind's starting to kick up a little bit more.
To get a pit like that is just, that's 1 in every 100 waves is going to do that for you. And lucky enough, J-Rom's turned around and just got an absolute screamer.
Looks like the wind and rain is starting to kick
getting
up
wet
a
here,
little bit
Manny.
more.
We have to batten down the hatches here. The wind's really coming in, and the boys are going to experience all kinds of weather through these last few heats. I'm sure it's not bothering him.
Ben Player in the yellow jersey now has his work cut out for him. He comes to us from Avalon, New South Wales, and he's out.
Here we go,
Here he is.
He got straight out there. He's hoping
Romero.
something similar. He's going to make the most of this wave. Drops a nice little roll off the end.
Oh, my.
Get to the
2
channel.
solid waves right
Yes.
off the bat for Jacob Romero.
I don't know if Ben would have expected that from J-Rom. Usually he's a pretty chilled competitor, and he uses his time wisely. And this time he's just gone straight to work, and he's just ridden his second wave, and it's not too bad at all.
Unreal. So I think one of our cameramen is hiding for cover right now because this wind just came in full fierce.
Oh, my goodness.
Lucky for us, we can still see the lineup.
Yeah, we're actually probably in the best place in the house right now with all our technology around us. But I know Barnsley's up there shooting the land angle you're watching now. He's probably getting saturated.
Oh, no.
And they're definitely earning their money today, the IBA crew. Just to bring you all this action from the Box 2012 Pro, the second event of the IBA World Tour. And, guys looking for some crucial points. It's always great to get a good start of the year, Manny. That's what I was thinking at the start of today. It's just, the points are most important here. Putting a bit of pressure off you going into the last events is just always good. If you can get a front on, knowing that, you've done all right through the year, and it's just good to get good results early, and that's what these guys are experiencing. Mitch has just gone straight to the semi-final. He's going to be placed against the top rider in this heat, against Jacob Romero from Hawaii and Ben Player from Australia. The first semi there is Mark McCarthy from South Australia and Dave Winchester from Oz. He's the people's favourite. He always does well in contests. He's got that steely sort of demeanour, and he can always get through a heat when he puts his mind to it. So these semis are going to be pretty cool.
Well, right now we have quarterfinal number 4 of 4 out in the water. Jacob Romero out full charge. He has 2 solid waves under his belt, an 8.38 on that first long, deep barrel that he got. Still waiting for that second score to come in, but Ben Player's first wave comes in at his 6.0. So now the battle is on.
8.38. That's a good score.
Yes. Yep. Can Jacob Romero, the Hawaiian, pull through and beat out Ben Player. We don't know. Ben Player is being called one of the most fierce competitors on the tour. So
that's true, Manny. You know, he's been
come
everywhere.
Down to the wire.
Yeah, he's been in finals all over the world. He's even won a couple of world titles in his time. So you can't judge out either of these riders. Jacob's just, you know, it seems as though he's going strength to strength in this event, and this wave really kind of, you know, it's great for his style of riding. And I know back in Maui in Hawaii, says real similar kind of stuff to the box. So I'm sure he's stoked to get this far, but I know he wants to get further. And he's placed at 8.38 on his first wave, and he's still waiting for that second one, which was a roll. And that was a cool move too. So, you know, the pressure's definitely on Ben to make a move.
Once again, welcome. This is the 2012 IBA Box Pro. Dallas Singer and myself, Manny V, bringing you the live feed as we wind down this event with the last quarterfinal out in the water right now. 2 semifinals, and then we will finish off with the final. And we do have a cool highlight package being set up at the end of the broadcast, so don't go anywhere. We still have 2 hours and a half, maybe.
So much
we have a ton
content.
more action, so don't go anywhere. So
you go to bed tonight knowing there's a highlight patch coming to your computer real soon as well. So, you know, there's so much good stuff coming out of the IBA last year and this year, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down. This event, you know, just walking around, Manny, this whole setup just looks, you know, even better than last year, and it's just great to see for any bodyboarder, you know, watching on the net, being a competitor here, being yourself in the booth. It's everything's good, you know, and it's great to see this sport.
What I hear from a lot of viewers is they love the replays, they love the different angles, not just looking at the water.
Yeah.
But the production guys are doing a fabulous job.
And they know what good bodyboarding looks like. And
Exactly.
that's all we're just trying to get you is just how great this sport is, and, you know, how these waves are getting ridden out here is just incredible stuff. It's unique to bodyboarding. It's unique to surfing in general in the ocean.
The beauty about our cameramen is that they all bodyboard, so they know exactly what to look for, where to point, and you know, they track unbelievably. So shout out to all the camera guys that are holding it down in this squall.
And
right
they got
now.
the best in the business. You got, like I said, Todd Barnes. He's made some incredible movies. I'm sure every bodyboarder knows, you know, titles like Thrashed, and all these movies he's made is amazing. And you got Seamus there in the water. He does big days, man, and he always catches all the action. He's got some great equipment there to give you all the live action. And, you know, you guys are seeing the best of it. This is the best the sport can produce. And if you guys think you can get to this point, you really can. You just got to go from your grassroots clubs all the way up to this point. There's so many steps in between, but, you know, you're having fun the whole way, Manny. And, you know, I'm doing it for a living now, and it's fun every day. You know, I
you gotta love it. Yep. You gotta take advantage while it's there.
It's great.
And we couldn't do it without the support of our sponsors: Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, Riptide, and our 2 media partners, YouTube and iNet.
Yeah, they're all there.
And we are bringing you the water angle from Slicks and Decks. Chris White is at the helm on that jet ski with Seamus Makeup and that big old pipe he has in the back.
That's what I was saying. You got the best in the business out there, Chris White. Who can forget the Tension series?
Exactly.
And,
those were some of my, you know, favorite videos to watch. It
went from, you know, some great vids coming out in your era, Manny, with the No Friends vids. So it was just inspiring guys like Chris to make his own, and that was the next thing. There's all these great vids coming out of WA. Here we go.
Jacob Romero.
Then we got Jacob Romero into this one. It's just sort of landed on his legs. You know, lucky enough, he's got 2 waves already. He actually posted a 6.75 for his second wave, which really puts the pressure on Ben here. Jacob's sitting on a 15.13, which is an excellent score already. With 20 minutes remaining, he can only go better from here. And Ben, unfortunately, he's just posted 2.13 for his second. That's a throwaway there for him. He's going to have to look at something, you know, pretty exceptional, something that he's capable of. And, you know, Jacob's just come out absolutely firing. 8.38 straight off the buzzer.
He has his 2 highest scoring waves within the first 5 minutes of this heat. So we haven't seen that in a long time, and that might be enough to solidify that first place spot. Again, he can't let his guard down. Ben Player, one of the fiercest competitors on the tour, is what he has dealing with out there in the yellow jersey. So Ben, he's very strategic and waits for that right moment to strike, and it's just a matter of wave selection. He does have priority. He's going to probably sit it out and wait for that perfect wave to come through, but it could backfire.
Most definitely. You know, Jacob can get too comfy in this position and not be able to impress the judges even more so than he has. Ben's can only go from strength to strength from here, and he's sitting on an 8.13 combination. He really hasn't let it go yet. He hasn't got loose and got an opportunity there where he can really post some great scores. Jacob, on the other hand, getting an awesome, great deep pit. I don't know if you'll see too many pits like that during this half of the contest, Manny, and he's got to be pretty stoked about that. So here we go. We've got 19 minutes and a half left in this quarterfinal. Number 4, would it be? Yep, quarterfinal number 4, and Jacob Romero in red. First place, as I said, with a 15.13, and Ben trailing with a 6-point wave and a 2.13, giving him a combination of 8.13. I feel like an accountant here, Manny. Dropping all these points, but it's how you break down heats, and as soon as you start competing on this kind of level, you just got to think that's worth a 6, that's worth an 8. Really breaking down your own surfing, and you can only be your biggest critic here, and you really got to break out everything that you possibly can, because this is the top level. This is really high impact stuff, and these guys would have been, thinking about this heat, before the event. If I'm going to make the quarters, what I'm going to do? If I'm going to make the semis, how I'm going to make the final. And this is awesome to see.
Where do you find yourself as when you come into the early rounds? Do you start thinking about what's going to happen the next heat, or are you fully concentrating?
It's hard. As soon as you start thinking about the next heat, the first heat in front of you ends up falling apart. So it's hard, like the first heat's always that, that monkey off your back. You just got to get out there and do the best you can. But, coming into this end of the competition, it's really different. You only got 2-man heats. You probably got more of a game plan on how you're going to make it's hard to say, really. As soon as you get in the heat, you're just like, if I get past this, I'm happy. Get to the next one. If I get past this one, I'm even more happy. So you just see the elements there just dropping all over the VIP competitors area there, and it's hard to see. Lucky enough, they've got a nice big TV there, Manny, to watch everything that you guys are watching at home. There's Liam O'Toole there. Someone would recognise his face from some of the early vids a couple of years back, and who can forget this guy?
The
South
Shaggy.
Africa loves you all.
The
He
Shaggy
loves you
Show.
all. Looks like he's got absolutely decked out with a bunch of product there. What's he saying? He
well, he's in charge. He's in charge of the.
Look at that grill there. Perfect. There we go, Manny. He's got he's been on his third wave, just doing nothing for him there. And like you seen earlier, it's just so many conditions popping through, and these guys have got to handle everything that Mother Nature throws at them. And there's Barnsley just wiping the screen clean. We've got 17 and a half minutes remaining. There's still heaps left in this heat, and Ben's looking for a 9.13 to go any further. There you are, Manny.
Sorry, we're trying to get Andrew Lester situated.
That's
He's gonna come back in here and relieve you after this heat. So,
like I was saying,
totally.
We've got some great quarters coming up and some great the quarter's almost finished, but some great semi-finals coming up. Mark McCarthy, Dave Winchester, what do you think?
Oh man, I don't like making predictions on the live feed, but all these guys are gonna throw it down. Mark McCarthy, we saw he's actually on a good run right now.
He is.
Dave Winchester, he struck very late in that last heat, so I don't know if he's gonna rewire his strategy, but
who knows?
Mitch Rollins, he's waiting in the second semifinal and ready to battle.
Yeah,
whoever comes out of this heat.
Yeah, he's looking intently at who's going to first in the road to the final. Semis is, you guaranteed third place. So you've done well, but, there's nothing that these guys won't do to make that next place higher, and you come here to win, Manny. These guys are here to win, and we've just seen last year's champion, Ryan Hardy, the mayor of Margaret River, just get knocked out by half a point, which is heartbreaking for him, but Mitch Rollins goes through, and, a lot of Aussies going to be backing him and Dave through this next few heats.
A lot of the guys, a lot of big names got knocked out really early in the event. Jeff Hubbard and PLC in this new format.
Yes.
It's called a showdown, so it's going to be pretty cool to watch. You are going to see your favorite rider at least twice in the early round, so that's going to be a cool thing, as we saw last year. But now this year, winners who do well will be rewarded and will be catapulted 1 or 2 heats ahead, and that's always cool.
That's cool. We didn't get the chance to do that today, Manny, with the second non-elimination rounds. A few people would have been thinking, I thought this was a new format, but with these conditions we're getting thrown for the next few days, this is the best we've got. That's it's hard to do, but the contest directors had to say, we're going to cut out the non-elimination, boys. We're just going to make an elimination all the way to the end, cut down on the time, and we'll get a winner at the end of today.
A lot of things, we have to adapt not only to the time constraint, but what Mother Nature delivers, and that's what was the best thing for the show
definitely
go on. So the riders were down with it, the organizers were into it, so now here we are, quarterfinal number 3, winding down today's event at the Box Pro, and waiting patiently out in the water. Jacob Romero, who's leading the charge against Ben Player. So tons of time, 14 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
What do you do? There's two great riders in Jacob Romero and Ben Player out there. So, two unique styles. They're totally different in the way they approach waves. So it's great to see Jacob really, he's doing some massive moves earlier in this competition, Manny. And I was just thinking to myself, he's on the other side of the draw to me. So it's kind of cool that I won't be seeing him. But like I said, Pierre got knocked out earlier. Current world number one, Jeff Hubbard, he got knocked out, in those early rounds. So it just goes to show the level of competition here and how much everyone really wants to progress through. And here comes a little lump here, Manny. Ben's just looking around. I know he's starting to. Once the 10-minute mark goes, you'll start really looking for anything that goes. And you've seen Ryan that last heat take off on a smaller one and post an awesome score. And all Ben needs is a 9.13. Well, that's not all Ben needs, but that's quite a big score. So all he needs to do is get some points on the board and really start to progress in his hunt for number one.
Yeah, he is definitely looking at an uphill battle. Ben Player is he's in a tough spot right now.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Jacob Romero came out firing with two solid waves right from the get-go. And, wow, now Ben Player's been playing catch-up the entire time.
Something he's not used to, Manny. He does really well in all these competitions, and he surfed unbelievably last year. How good was last year's tour, honestly? Can we just recap on that?
There is a beautiful...
Every single event, we just had huge waves, great surfing, amazing, you had every move in the book there, and if you were to see all the great waves that went down last year, it's just an incredible year for bodyboarding. And to back this up with an even bigger year, what they got planned, we've got Brazil after Chile. That's a brand new event, and I've seen some photos of that joint yesterday. I was like, are you kidding me? Brazil's supposed to be the small wave event, and that's just bombing. I've seen 8-footers, just like these photos are just unbelievable. So I don't exactly know how you.
It's gonna be amazing. I know I've talked to a few friends that are down in Brazil right now, and they're amping to see the world's best come down in that heavy wave. So it's gonna be insane. This whole tour, again, another beautiful lineup of venues, and here we are winding down one of them here at the 2012 IBA Box Pro.
Here we go, man.
And out the
J-Rom
back,
just
Jacob
getting
Romero.
keen on this. I'm sure he's going to try a flip.
Oh,
and
yeah.
100% hit rate. The guy always lands his flips, and that's something that you've got to do at this point in the competition is just be, really confident in your skill. Take with it a wave and know exactly what you want to do. Here goes Ben for his wave. Hopefully it holds up for all the Aussies watching at the moment. He's just put in this, little foamy kind of one, and not what he's looking for, not in any whatsoever. And unfortunately, he's gone back into second priority there, and J-Ron will be getting out the back and looking for something even better. 12 minutes remaining. But like you said, Manny, it's a great year. There's so many venues, and
look at these things rolling in.
Box is just one of those waves that's just can throw you anything, and the boys are just charging back out now. I'm sure they're looking at these sets, just going,
"Look at that drainer!"
Oh my goodness, that is hard to look at. That's hard to look at, Manny, because Ben's looking for a 9.13. And that could have got it for him, but you never know.
Check this out. 2012 is what we're looking at here on the IBA World Tour. We've already been at the Pipe Challenge, done, over with. Jeff Hubbard walks away with 2,000 points and the win there. Here we are currently at the Box Pro, Western Australia. Then we fly over, to Chile for the Arica Chilean Challenge. Then, we go to Brazil, the other side of the South American continent. Then we cruise back up for the Mexico Pro at Zicatela in Porto Escondido. Then we cruise on over to Europe for the Central Portugal Pro, and we go back to some more Latin flavor at the Encanto World Series in Puerto Rico. We finish off the 2012 tour at the infamous Fronton for the Fronton Pro.
Check that out, Manny.
Unbelievable.
They really call it a world tour because it is all over the world.
Pretty
much hitting every continent there, and it just goes to show you can bodyboard anywhere on the planet, and there's plenty of waves there if you want them. And you got Central America, South America, the States, Australia, Europe. We're really just spreading the whole thing around here, and you really seen it in the last year. Is that all these riders popping up out of places like Puerto Rico. I've never even heard of anyone coming out of Puerto Rico, and there's just some great riders. Brazil, we've had Tamega and in the recent years Magno and a few other guys really ripping it up, and I'm sure everyone's going to get behind that event in Brazil. Oh man, it's just becoming a global sport, and it's really exciting.
It's pretty awesome to see that we're bodyboarding. The thing I think what's going down is not only the venue, but the waves that are being delivered. I mean, these are waves of consequence. Who in their right mind is going to go out there and hit some of the craziest lips out at waves like the box? But you're seeing it almost on every heat. So,
and being a competitor, Manny, you got to expect the worst. You know, last year was huge. We had some psychotic conditions in Fronton last year for the last event of the year, and you know, being a competitor, you just got to be prepared for anything. If you're in the top 24, you want to be fit, you want to be ready, you want to do well in each event. It's just so many things going into this one package, and that's what people want to see, and that's why they're coming to the net and just checking out all this great stuff on IBAWorldTour.com. And it's exciting. The waves in Chile are nothing short of crazy, and
right.
It's good.
Check this out. We do have a little lull in the action. We'll be back right after this. Once again, welcome everybody back to the 2012 IBA Box Pro, brought to you by Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, Riptide, and our media partners, YouTube and IINet. So here we are, winding down the last few minutes of quarterfinal.
There's a replay, Manny.
Yes, quarterfinal number 4. Here's another look, Reflex replay.
It's Ben just catching a wave during that ad break there, and he's just come straight off the lip there, and on really heavy part of the wave, and he's just dropped his shoulder down and banked a nice roll. You know, that's going to hit in his top 2, but he was after a 9.13, which I don't think that's going to be enough. But you know, that will make his job a little easier coming in the last 8 minutes of this heat. Ben doing the best he can with bad conditions, and he didn't really get he didn't get spoon fed that section. He really had to work hard, and it was pretty similar to something that maybe Jared did earlier in this today. Just take off an absolute drainer. You would have been seeing rock everywhere, Manny. That's just danger written all over it. So he's turned around and just dropped this big roll and put himself in better position going in this heat. So now he's looking at some smaller ones. He's starting to push the button here, and he's only 8 minutes to go. So he's really got to pull his finger out and get these scores. So we got 7.5 minutes remaining. This is the last quarter of the day, and whoever wins this is going to see Mitchell Rawlings in semi number 2. Before that, we've got Mark McCarthy from South Africa and Dave Winchester from Australia. It's interesting looking at this, Manny. Today was one of those days where no one really knew what was going to happen. It could have been huge, and here we go, J-Rom.
Jacob Romero slides under another little
cavern
and forces a roll as he comes out of that one.
Yep.
So Jacob Romero finding the caves out there in some of the tough conditions. So he's having the better luck as far as wave condition or wave selection is concerned. He's finding barrels. He's finding good sections. So Jacob Romero, he's on a good one right now in quarterfinal number 4.
I can just lip read Ben out there going, "Was that a good one?"
Oh, look at that!
There you go, just chandeliering all the way through, and there's his countryman just throwing the weed up. He knows he's doing well, and we could have a wine in the semi-finals here for the first time ever.
Oh, you saw David Hubbard in the foreground throwing weed up in the sky.
He's Dave Hubbard's. He's one of those guys that really, he's another one that shows his emotion on his sleeve, and he's stoked that J-Rom's getting through all these heats, and he's really worked so hard. The trial event's almost one of the hardest events on the Australian tour. Our domestic tour is quite hard, and to come through those trials into this event, your work's already kind of done. And really, you just have a couple of heats out here, and you got to be happy even with an average kind of posting. So he's made it all the way to the quarters, and it looks like he's making a semi, unless Benny can pull out a 9.13 coming into these last few minutes.
All right, while everybody's chilling out in the channel and on the outside, we do have the Bodyboard King interview with Shaggy and the winner of the last heat. Shaggy, where you at, brother?
Hey guys, I'm down here with Mitch Rawlins for the Bodyboard King post-heat interview. Mitch, congratulations on winning. You're into the semis.
Yeah, it was good. It was another tight heat with Ryan. I knew any conditions out there, Ryan is the guy to beat, so he knows exactly where to sit. And it was a close one, all the way down to the last 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah, it was really close. Hey, and you got a great backflip in that heat. Do you want to talk us through that?
Yeah, it was... My first wave actually, and just a little one popped up nicely, and off the back end of the reef, and I just went it, and Ryan was probably looking for something a little bit bigger, so I just snuck that under his radar almost, and then got a good little flip off it.
Well, that's great. And so now that's 2-1 to you, and hit a man-to-man battle with you and Ryan.
Yeah. Well, he's had I don't know, in competition, but we've had many competitions outside of the competition arena, so I don't know. It's pretty competitive towards each other, that's for sure.
Even with words with friends, he's competitive.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. Go get ready for your next heat, and back to you guys.
Awesome. Mitch making it to the semifinal number 2, awaiting the winner of this heat to go battle with.
It's funny, man. He's mentioned that he's gone on the radar the whole event. I don't think anyone else has thought the same thing. He's been surfing really well, and even though he hasn't been winning heats, he's definitely made his presence felt throughout this whole event. And now he's in the semis, and he's always humble. Rollins, he's pretty much done everything you can do in the sport, and it's cool to see. He's the first thing he's going to say is, Ryan's a great rider, and that's a credit to him.
All right, 3 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal. Not a final as what you see on your screen, but this is a quarterfinal. Only one rider will advance on to the semifinals to meet up with Mitch Rollins. Currently, it is Jacob Romero in the red jersey who is pulling far ahead from his competitor in the yellow jersey, Ben Player. Ben Player now has an uphill battle. He is in the search of a 9.13. This could be the end of the road for Ben Player and a step closer to the final for Jacob Romero. Jacob Romero feeling very, very comfortable out here at the box. He has a couple waves back home that he practices on that are really similar, so busting big moves in the shallows is not a worry for Jacob Romero.
Definitely not. It's not something that he's not familiar with already. So J-Rom just coming into the business side of things in this quarter number 4, and he's looking really good. He goes semi number 1. We've got a South African in the form of Mark McCarthy, who's spent some time in the booth here and talked about how he runs heats, and he's ranked number 9 this year so far. And you got Dave Winchester. He's got one of those real familiar faces that no one in bodyboarding can really forget. And he posted he come third in pipe, and he surfed unbelievably, scoring a 10 in his semi-final, Manny, and that's what got him into the final. So
nice.
He's going in the semi now. Only knows what he can boost out, and there's still barrels. There's still barrels. There's still ramps. This heat we've seen, J-Rom absolutely tear it apart from, start to end, and I'm sure these guys have seen this heat and thought they can do the same.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's up? We know you're watching from all over the world. Costa Rica, Shamir, we see you. Martin and Manny in Mazatlan, what up? Jordan, we know you're watching, but look at this, out the back.
There we go. Benny, 3 minutes to go. He really wants something here, and he's going to jump straight off the section.
Oh,
big
my!
backy.
Big flip right there.
It's hard to see on the water angle.
Can he pull it?
Benny, let me see you come out of the wash there, brother. No.
That was Ben Player's last ditch effort to
It almost
pull off.
seemed like he ejected halfway through. I don't know, but he's just gone so high in the air. That was the kind of thing he needed. I don't doubt he would have got the score if he popped around, but that is just to the wire. Here you go.
The
Comes
reflex
straight off the
replay
bottom.
showing you exactly went down on Ben Player's wave.
Here we go. Ben just bottom turning straight off. He's iron off the section from the beginning.
Look at that.
Big
Perfect
back. He just
timing.
gone for a maximum, and he's put his legs out, and he's just that is pretty uncharacteristic of Ben. He can really bust that stuff out on a daily basis, and he knew what he needed, and that's what he needed, but he just needed to pop out of the foam, man. That's a bit of a heartbreaker.
Wow, Jacob Romero, this is his day to shine right now, on course to make it to the final. He is looking good right here in the last few seconds of the quarterfinal.
Yep, Ben's knowing even though there's
threw
a
in the
minute
towel.
left, he knows he's done. He's talking to Louis in the channel about what could have happened if he landed that backflip, and he's gracefully accepted defeat, it seems. So there's a minute left, 5 seconds left actually, and Jacob Romero looks like to be going into the semi-finals with Mitch Rollins in number 2.
Wow, if that was a pretty good domination of a heat right there from Jacob Romero from the get-go, whose first 2 waves within the first 5 minutes pretty much was almost all that he needed.
Yep.
But he solidified it with that 7.3 wave at the very end of the heat. So Jacob Romero facing off. Mitch Rollins, semifinal number 2. Bent player will creep in to the competitors area, chill out, and have a tea with his friends.
Just come down off, what was a big event for him, and it usually takes it takes at least a couple of hours to get over a defeat like that. So I'm sure he'll just find his little space in the area there or in the car park just to reflect on what happened. But we were saying how well Jacob did through that whole heat, but the game wasn't over, and Ben knew that. So here's the road to the final here. We've got semi-finals all filled out. Mark and Dave in this one, and Mitch and Jacob in the second. So we're going to see a awesome action-packed final here. And
wow, can you imagine a Dave Winchester, Mitch Rollins final?
Here we go. Mark straight off the takeoff. He's getting his first wave. It's a real sucky one. What's he got? Big invert, drops straight to the flats there, and that's another wave that you love to start with. Really putting the pressure on from get-go.
So we have started our semifinal, number 1. Top man-on-man heats in the semifinals. Only one rider will advance on to the man-on-man final. Let's take another look on the reflex replay.
There you go. It looked like it was breaking a bit further in on the reef. He was real far out. It usually happens when you're starting to heat, and he's just bottom turn off a real kind of sketchy one, and just seen there was plenty of opportunity there to drop an invert, and he's done so. He's pulling off this, man. He's pretty confident he's posting it, well within the high range of scores. And I'm sure Dave heard the hoots from the channel. I don't doubt Dave's in the Dave Hubbard's in the channel hooting on all his favourite riders. So Dave's just out there. He did it in my heat earlier today. He just sat out there and waited patiently for something good. And he has that that thing where he always tends to get that one. So that's as soon as you start thinking that, he's gonna. And he's in first priority at the moment. And Mark's just paddling out after his first initial wave, and he's going to be sitting in second with. Early in the heat here. I think we're only in 2 minutes in, so it's great to see action like that straight off the bat.
If you're just joining us for the last few heats of the Box Pro, this is the Box Pro, brought to you by Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, and our friends at Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, and Riptide. And here's a look of
some of the best.
Some
of
the
actually
best.
surfed this wave for Manny. It's
wow.
Mitch and Ryan back to back there, straight after their final. You can tell they're mates, and there's no hard feelings. I don't know if Ryan wants to turn around and have a chat to him yet, but there we go. We got Amy Winchester there. That's Dave's wife, and Brad Hughes there. He's no stranger to all these huge waves in WA, and I'm sure he's talking to Ryan about what could have happened, and they're happy. They made the quarterfinals. It's a good result there. You just got second priority Mark McCarthy looking at a couple there, and you can have a sniff at anything when you're in second, and there doesn't look like to be much happening in the ocean right now with Mark posting a 6.75 on his first one. Probably got deducted a couple of points there. He just sort of got stuck in the lip more than he'd probably like to be. When you're doing an invert, you really want to go for that full body approach where you've totally released from the wave and you're getting all that air. Mark, kind of got caught in the lip a little bit, but he posted some pretty cool scores there, 6.75, which could post in his top 2, Manny.
This is it. We're coming down to the semifinals. Only one rider advancing on to the final. Mark McCarthy with a strong first wave. And Dave Winchester, he knows plenty of time. Priority system is in place. Give us the details on that.
All right, priority, Manny. That means there's no hassles in the water. There's no one coming underneath you. They call it snaking, which is something that's frowned upon in our sport. So we've got this priority system where you really sit there, and there's a couple of VIPs there with Gene Hardy and young Jet White. There we go. We got Winnie taking off his initial wave, just slotting in the pit there. He wants to get something else, but he knows he's not going to have the opportunity.
You can see him adjusting to stay in the barrel as long as he could.
Tie the bow, finish off the wave with a roll or a backflip or something like that. It's really going to post your scores in a excellent to high range. And it's we're going into a reflex replay here, and we're just seeing midway through Dave's wave, he's sitting in this little chandelier pit where it's just. He's really sitting on his tail there. It's something that he's known for. And, like you said, he's coming out looking for something and it just didn't happen for him.
All right, Dal. We do have Andrew Lester in the rafters right now. We're going to pull him down.
No worries,
any last words before you take off?
No, not really. Just looking forward to Chile and, seeing yourself and all the other boys. It's good traveling with all the Aussie guys and, particularly Lester. He's new on the tour this year and it's just great to see bodyboarding in such a good state, mate. I'm looking forward to the finals.
There you go. Thanks again, Dallas Singer, who was in the hot seat for the last few heats. Thank you very much. He's going to go over to the competitors area, I'm sure, and watch on the live screen and support whoever his favorite riders are. There you have in the water. 25 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Semifinal number 1, Mark McCarthy leading the charge. But look at this, Dave Winchester out the back. Finding a nice, not much there for that one. But again, wave selection will be the key factor here in these last few heats. The conditions are very, very tough. There's not a lot of wave riding as far as distance is concerned right now with these conditions. Maybe a deep pit, a long barrel, and hit that big move. Both of those are going to be the high-scoring waves. Combine them two, you're going to get the highest-scoring waves with a barrel and ending with a big maneuver. So, Andrew Lester, you settled in?
I am settled. I'm ready to go. I think. How do I look?
You're good. You're good.
I'm good?
All right, so what's the vibe like out in the competitors area?
Everyone's just glued to the TV. Everyone is just watching. Been a couple of close heats. That last one with with Jacob and Ben, obviously that went right down to the wire. So everyone's just been glued to the screens and really enjoying the display of bodyboarding that's been putting on for us at the moment. Also, the Mitch and Hardy heat was insane to watch as well. So everyone's just kind of glued to the TV and looking forward to it. But I think we're about to cross to an ad, Manny. So let's.
We are back, 2012 IBA Box Pro. Manny V here with Andrew Lester on the mics. We're going to reel in these two semifinals, and then we're going to end it with the final today. Thank you all for tuning in. We know you're watching from way across the world. It could be 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Andrew Lester.
Yep. Thanks for tuning in.
What are your thoughts so far on today's competition?
Oh, the surfing has been absolutely amazing. The guys have been really surfing good, had a lot of close heats, and it's just been really exciting. It's been really enjoyable to watch, and coming down to the pointy end, and we've got we've got the semi-final on now, I think, isn't it? The first of the semi-finals, so enjoying that, and then we've got the next one, and then into the final, so it's going to be one hell of a final, that's for sure.
Jacob Romero, the Hawaiian, making a full charge right now on a wave that he obviously looks very comfortable on.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's similar. I guess it's similar to his harbour wave back in Maui. But, like a bowly right-hander, there's really no one in the world that's going to match him. And, he's putting it on at the moment. He's into the semi-finals. And I think this might be his best result in a World Tour event. So I'm really stoked for him.
All right, my neck can only go about this far, so do you mind scooting up? I do see a little bit of sore muscle. Look at this, out the back. It is Ben Player in the yellow jersey sneaking into a pit and he cannot pull out of that one. I'm sorry. That was Dave Winchester.
The fever. The winds are kind of starting to go a bit onshore. It kind of was offshore this morning, and then it went a bit funny, and then it looked like it was going to start to swing again. It looked like, for Mitch and Ryan, it looked like the wind started to swing a little bit offshore. It's just starting to get that little cross onshore chop again. So, it's going to be tough for them, and maybe the air bowls might be the way to go as opposed to the tubes. But hey, I'm not surfing, so it's up to them what they do.
All right, the best seat in the house right there is in the channel. You can see the one closest to your monitor's edge. That is Seamus Makem coming in with the water view. Look at this. Ooh. Not much there for Mark McCarthy in the red jersey. These are 30-minute semifinals. One rider advancing on to the final. And we do have a 2-man priority system in place. And we'd like to talk about it because we want you to understand what the paddle battle means or priority means. So give us a lowdown.
Yep, so no worries. So with the priority, at the beginning of the heat, there's no priority. So, anyone you can jostle for waves. Generally, it's a bit of a gentleman's rule. Everyone likes to take, where it's just, if you're out to the lineup first, you get the wave. And then from then on, it's just basically, say, for instance, in this heat, if Dave Winchester catches a wave, then priority goes to Mark, and Mark can paddle for any wave he wants. And if Dave takes off, either drops in on him or even takes off behind him, then there's an interference on Dave. So it basically just takes out the element of the hassling. And you can really just think about catching your own waves and what you want to do on it and put yourself in the right position on a wave. And, it's so much more enjoyable as you go to live action. Someone was deep in that tube then.
It did look like somebody was pulling in very deep, but the door was not open for them to come out. And
I think that was Mark.
Yeah, Mark McCarthy.
Yeah, so Dave Winchester has priority because Mark's just caught the last wave. So, and then with the paddle battle, say you've both caught a wave and you're kind of on the shoulder and you're both paddling out, you got to try and get to the what they call the peak or the furthest person out, and it's up to the judges to decide on who is the who gets priority. But generally, it's just with a man-on-man heat. It's just if you catch a wave, the next person gets the priority, and it's pretty straightforward, and it just makes it easy when you're surfing.
All right, we have our scores updated. Thank you for that inside scoop on the priority system. 20 minutes remaining. Where are we at?
So at this stage, we've got Mark McCarthy on a 6.75. It's also looks like it's the highest wave of the heat too. So he's looking to replace a 1.13, and I'm sure he'll do that shortly.
Well, we do have this. Check this out. We do have the Bodyboard King interviews with Shaggy and the winner of the last heat. Shaggy, where you at, brother?
Hey guys, I'm here with Jacob Romero. Jacob, how good does it feel? You've won another heat.
Yeah, I feel great. I feel good. Super stoked. Yeah, thanks.
You're all a bit stunned after all that, hey? It was a tough heat, hard conditions out there, right?
Yeah, it's pretty tough, yeah. If you get the right one, though, you'll get the score, but yeah, it's pretty hard.
Well, you're still able to find a nice barrel out there, hey? How did that feel coming out of that one?
Yeah, I feel great. I kind of had to claim a little, but it felt real good.
On a day like today, to come out of a barrel like that, I'd claim that too, hey?
Yeah, for sure.
The Maui Superman has made it through to the next round.
So, yeah, thanks. Thanks for everyone for watching. My girlfriend, family, and friends. Yeah.
I'll let you go get ready, and back to you guys inside.
Congrats
Winnie.
to Jacob, but look at this.
Oh, yes! That was insane.
Yes.
Winnie. How good was that reverse air? That was epic.
Well, we know what my fellow Australian commentator is, he is going for. The Australian Dave Winchester in the yellow jersey out in semifinal number 1. But South Africans, Mark McCarthy in the red jersey out there holding steady with one solid wave. But another look on
look
the
at this
reflex
bowl.
replay.
You can see it hooking in. He's just lining it up. Winnie, one of the best air guys in the world, just launches a perfect reverse air. Oh, my God, that's insane. Looked like he was almost going to go up for an invert, but then just tweaks it back into a reverse.
Incredible.
That
Dave
was
Winchester.
epic. So smooth, too. How easy did he land that? Wow. Okay. So, I mean, at this stage, it's Mark leading the heat with a 6.75 and a 1.68, and Winnie has a 5.5. That's clearly going to go above that. That could be almost into the 7s or 8s, which is going to be a really good score.
We're waiting for the scores to drop. And
Yeah,
as soon as
empty
we
one.
get them, look at that one.
Empty. Any other day, there'd be 50 of us on it. How good's that?
Dave
Epic.
Winchester's last wave has yet to drop down, but Mark McCarthy now has to think about that next solid wave to come his wave. Right now, he's sitting on a 6.75, which is his highest score, and a 1.68. So he's trying to build on that 1.68. But Dave Winchester, he has a 5.5, and this next wave that's about to drop the score for that big reverse spin, air reverse spin, waiting for that. Let's take one more look at the reflex replay.
Absolutely. Look at him just lining up, just comes around the bowl. He knows exactly which section to hit. Looks like he goes for an invert, but he says, nah, I'm going all the way around for a reverse. Yeah, that was insane. So smooth, like I said. And then, throws in another reverse. So that's going to be good. And I tell you what, Mark McCarthy's such a competitor. He would have seen that from behind. And there's Mrs. Winchester. She'd be stoked there with Chad Jackson. All the boys there. You got Jake, Shaggy. They're all supporting. But yeah, so Mark, he would have seen that from behind, and that's going to play on his mind now. Yeah. And that's, it's good. That's what you want. You want to be able to see these guys keep pushing each other back and forth, back and forth. This is what we like. This is what love to see. So when you're in the semi-finals, you've got to be busting out those big moves. And Winnie's doing that at the moment.
Wave selection is going to be a vital component right now for these riders out in semifinal. Semifinal number 1, which is currently out in the water, and semifinal number 2, which is coming up next. Mitch Rollins versus Jacob Romero. That's going to be another exciting heat.
I know.
Any heat Mitch Rollins is in, it always seems to be intense and something to watch.
Oh, it's going to be insane. And also with Jacob, I mean, he's been absolutely shrouping. So it's going to be good to watch. And we're going to go to, as we've got live, Winchester again, looking for another bowl. A little bit of froth. Not much. But yeah, and I mean, Jake has been absolutely shrouping as well, so been ripping. So Mitch, Jacob, 2 air guys. The conditions look like, there they are. It's going to be an insane semi to watch. Really good to watch. So don't go anywhere, you viewers out there.
No, I think by a show of hands, how many of you have been here since the beginning of the day? I'm sure there's quite a few of you. And you don't want to leave because semifinal number 2 is coming up next.
Yep.
And we will end with the final and a cool highlight reel at the end of today's show. So you have no reason to bail.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Mitch Rollins and Jacob Romero coming up next in semifinal number 2. Mitch Rollins.
There he's getting ready, preparing.
How many wetsuits does he have? That's like his 4th wetsuit that he put on today.
Yeah, he's got a lot. But look at that. It's kind of cool to see the 2 guys. Like, that's a pretty small room, and they're getting prepared. They're friends out of the water, and even in the heats, they're still going to be friends. There's no there's no hatred or anything. It's just the best surfer in that heat wins, and they'll just go out and do their thing. And there's a few pats on the back, and Jones Russell there looking seedy as with a VB in his hand. He's already started. We've got live action with Winnie.
Wow, nice
turn
right there from Dave Winchester to get back into the power zone and finds a roll section.
See, it looks like he's keeping busy. He doesn't have priority at the moment. As his last waves dropped in, it was an 8 for that reverse air. So I think the judges have got it pretty good there. And you see the reflex replay of his last one. Comes off the bottom, not much of a lip, so nice turn. Hey, and he's got these colours on his board. I don't know if it's on this board or it is. He's going to France in a couple of weeks. He's moving to France, so he got the French flag colours on his board.
Does he?
Yeah, it's all blue with a double white rails and a red slick. So
nice.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit patriotic as well for the French.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll have a great time out in France, and his wife and family are going to love it too. That area is amazing, especially coming into summer. They're going to freak out. It's beautiful at Anglet, Biarritz area. Yeah. That's where Dave Winchester will be calling home.
Beautiful.
Who knows for how long. But here we go. Here's your update. 13 minutes, 28 seconds. Semifinal, number 1 in the water. Dave Winchester in the lead. Mark McCarthy now looking for a 6.76 on his next wave for that first place spot. Only one rider will advance on to the final. And that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark, a 6.76, that's very achievable in these conditions. He's just got to play the waiting game. He's held on to priority now. Dave's been keeping busy, and he'll probably continue to keep busy for a little while. Probably until Mark, takes a wave and loses his priority, and then I think Dave will then sit and wait and get the right one. And we're kind of seeing 2 different ways, 2 different tactics, I guess, in the heat. We got Mark, very calculated, very selective, very patient, waiting. And then Dave, he got a pretty good score, and then waited, capitalised on another one, and then he's just keeping busy trying to improve on these 5.5. And you can go out before your heat, you can go out and say, I'm going to do this, but things change quickly, so you need to be able to adapt. And it's interesting to see the two different ways the guys are attacking it.
I got to give props to all the competitors out there. I mean, any other contest in these conditions, you're not going to see any lip maneuvers, but at this level. And your bodyboarding career, you got to be able to handle big old things like this and hit the lip on that thing. Wow. I mean, look at that thing just dredging.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they weren't in position for that one. But, again, these guys are putting everything on the line. They know what's at stake, and they want that first place. They want this trophy right here.
Oh, the trophy's insane.
I don't know if you can zoom in on this thing, but this thing is what they're all after. This is the Box Pro 2012 Champion Trophy right here. Sean Tuttle did an amazing job right here with the box.
With the box, yep. Aluminum.
No,
it's insane. That's a great trophy, yeah.
So if you want to touch it.
Oh, I can. Yeah, well, I'm out now, so I can do this.
There you go.
Yeah. No, it's epic.
Wow. So there it is, the Box Pro trophy, and you can get all the information on whatever goes down. Look at this, live action. Mark McCarthy out the back.
Big flip.
Nice.
Wow.
Lands out on the channel.
That was insane.
On the face of the wave and pulls it off. Great move right there from Mark McCarthy.
Yeah, that was really good. He was definitely going to improve on his 1.68, that's for sure. He's looking for a 6.76, and Manny, I think he would have got it on that. That was a nice, big, clean flip. He can do them in his sleep. He makes them look so easy, and he just makes them all the time. So hopefully we get a replay of that one, because this is going to be insane. How's his heat? So good.
Every heat, I think every heat in this comp has been intense because of the wave. The box has been absolutely delivering the goods. I mean, just a couple days ago, we saw the first early rounds of rounds 2 and 3, just putting out some incredible waves, some fun, perfect box, and the guys were killing it.
And I think we're so fortunate to be able to
pull it off.
Yeah, to pull it off. Like, there's no way that you'd just turn up on any week, as we've got the Reflex replay. Mark McCarthy going up.
Nice, clean.
Big, clean flip. 6, or it might not be a 6-7. I don't know. That's going to be a close one, I think. Because, I mean, Winnie's reverse air was really good. And then if he needs a 6-7-6, that's only like a 1.5 difference, really, between the reverse air and that flip. So I'm glad I'm not a judge, but it's going to be tight. It's going to be close. But, he can just keep improving now. Now he can start to get busy and catch a lot of waves. But, yeah, we've been so fortunate that the box has turned on for us. I was talking with Ryan the other day, and on that morning where we had the round 2 and round 3, he said that was the best he's seen box this year. So, he said he hadn't been on every swell, but it was really good. So we're stoked. Oh, look
all
at
right,
that.
so this is where you're going to get all the information. We do have our IBAWorldTour.com website. You want to get on there for the latest and greatest, and plus our YouTube.com/IBA World Tour YouTube channel.
Yep.
That's where you're going to get all the latest and greatest as far as your heats.
Yep.
We got the Shaggy Show. We got Manny Vision on there. And we also have the awesome highlight clips from every event that the Snakes and Ladder crew are producing. So the editors over there are doing a fabulous job. Seamus Makem editing some clips. The Shaggy Show is very exciting.
He's always on show.
Right.
He doesn't stop.
And yes, he does have a great gate following. Yes. Yes.
There he is. Whoa, hey, that's a bit close. Whoa, cracked a few screens, I think.
So make sure you subscribe to the IBA YouTube channel on youtube.com/IBA World Tour. Now look at the winds coming in once again.
Yeah.
The conditions have changed. This is probably the 5th time we've seen the conditions change here at the box.
Yeah, it's continually changing. As you can see, Mark's last wave was a 6. What was it? A 6.5.
6.5.
So didn't quite get the score that he needed. But I think it's relative to. I mean, with the 8 points, you kind of going to have to go. The judge have to go off what they gave Winchester for his reverse air, which was insane. They gave it an 8. So then you've got to kind of scale everything back now off that. So it was probably a 1.5 below Dave's reverse. So it's going to be tight as we see Winchester live action going around these bowls. Are going to let him get to it. Bit fluffy,
not much
but
there for Winnie.
It didn't really look like it was going to do much. Bit of a roll. He's trying to improve on his 5.5, so I don't think he would have done that. But the conditions are looking pretty tough out there. He's got Mark. Oh, this could be a massive bowl, maybe. Oh, no, it's foam down.
What's it going to form up? Oh, Mark McCarthy finding that section for a big air reverse spin off that end section. And Mark McCarthy finding the needle in the haystack on that one. It looked like it was just going to shut down on him, but he found it. Let's take another look at the reflex replay of these last 2 waves.
So this is Winnie's one. Comes around it. That wind's just being seedy for it. But he gets round in. Does he roll or flip? Roll. That's not. I don't think that's going to be better than his 5.5. And hey, Winnie would have seen this. Looks like it's just going to be a crappy foam section, and he goes around it. Boss! See,
nice.
He saw that reverse air that Winnie did before, and it's been playing on his mind.
Yep.
And he's right.
So Mark McCarthy cranking in a solid air reverse right there.
Wow.
And making his way back out to the lineup. Mark McCarthy from South Africa.
So he needs a 6. What does he need? A 6.76. His reverse wasn't as good as Winnie's, but I think it's going to improve on his score. I think he'll get better than a 6.76 for it, which will then take him into the lead. So this heat's starting to go down the wire too, with only a little over 6 minutes to go. 6.5 minutes to go. It's it's getting close.
It's getting coming down to the wire again for this heat. It's going to be exciting to see what's going to unveil right here in the last 6 minutes of this heat. Mark McCarthy coming to us from Richards Bay, South Africa. He has been on a streak. Here he is, also known as Booty.
Booty, 72 kilos. It looks like he weighs about 40. There's not an ounce of body fat on him at all. He hasn't eaten for weeks, it looks like. But yeah, absolute legend. I've been competing with him for a long time over the years, and really nice guy. Epic rider too. What's he riding there, Manny? You got what boards?
Yeah, he's actually out there on a crescent tail.
Yep.
He likes to ride the 41.5 stealth board with PP core, and he's making very good use of it out there in these conditions at the box.
Yep. It's a 41.5 inch. Yeah, that's, well, I mean, obviously that's what he rides, but it looks like he rides, maybe because he's only like a pretty thin guy, but it looks like he rides quite wide boards. And I think that helps when he lands too, having the PP as well. PP and a wide board, make more surface area. It's easy to land. Jeff Hubbard, he's only fairly short and weighs 50 kilos or something himself, and he's got these massive wide boards. I was really surprised at how wide Jeff's boards were, and but I mean, for when he lands, there's so much surface area for him to land. That's where he can land those big moves.
I'm looking down at Mark McCarthy's profile sheet and his favorite maneuver, the reverse air, as you saw on that last wave from him. And he loves the feeling and he loves the view when he pulls off these maneuvers.
I just had a look and his scores come in. The judges given him an 8.63, so they've seen it as better than Winchester's reverse air. So he's gone well into the lead. Now,
let's take another look one more time at the reflex replay of Mark McCarthy's reverse air maneuver.
Oh, it's pretty sick, isn't it? If that big foam section didn't come over and there was just like nothing there, that was sick. I think that was Wes. Is that his board caddy there, Wes?
I believe Wesley Fisher is out in the channel giving him arms up.
Yeah, big claim.
For his fellow South African, Mark McCarthy. So, ladies and gentlemen, winding down, semifinal number 1. The winner of this heat will walk into the finals. The last heat coming up soon, and we are going to see semifinal number 2 coming up next. But Mark McCarthy, Dave Winchester battling it out in the last few minutes of semifinal number 1.
So Mark's really put the pressure back on Winnie with an 8.63. Wow, that's unreal. So Winchester now, he needs a 7.39, and I think when he was paddling out, he would have seen him do that reverse. So he's just going to have to sit now. He's got priority. Dave's got priority, so it's going to really come down to time and wave selection.
Mother Nature, she going to deliver what Dave Winchester needs, and that's a wave to produce a 7.39.
Yep.
It is the waiting game now for Dave Winchester. What do you do in these situations?
Well, you almost sometimes don't want priority because the decision. Well, here he is. He's paddling. He's committing to it. Oh no,
he's got to go now. No. Oh, so what happens now is Winchester loses priority.
Yep.
Mark McCarthy in the red jersey has priority with the last 3 minutes remaining. He could fend off Dave Winchester.
I agree, fingers crossed, Amy. I agree.
That is Amy. That is Dave Winchester's wife, crossing her fingers in hopes
fingers
that
and
Mark
toes all
McCarthy
crossed.
Leaves a door open for Dave Winchester to walk through, but it is Mark McCarthy who has priority, can fend off Dave Winchester from the better waves.
Yep.
What's going to happen in these last few minutes remaining? The winner of this heat walking into the final of the Box Pro.
Oh, man.
Who will it be? Mark McCarthy or Dave Winchester? Mother Nature, 2 minutes. Are you going to deliver to Winnie for that wave? We are coming down. Time is melting away. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Mark as well. Like the pressure's on Winnie to get the score, but the pressure's also on Mark to block Winnie for it. But then if he blocks him and he goes the wave, Winchester can still get a wave. So or he can let Winnie go if he doesn't think he will get the score, and Winnie could. It's not over. Like there's 2 minutes. There's only 2 of them out there.
You cannot turn away from your monitor. These 2 minutes can make or break.
See, he's letting Winnie go, so he doesn't think that he's going to get the score. But look at this.
Oh, my. Is it going to shape up? Is he going to come out of it? Dave Winchester pulls in. Gets shut down. That could have been.
It almost looked like it went offshore for a second.
Attempt for Dave Winchester. 2 minutes remaining. Can he get back out there in time? Priority is still in Mark McCarthy's hands. What does Mark McCarthy do? Does he sit and wait for Winnie to get back out there?
What happens?
Let's take another look. Reflex
Chandelier's
replay.
Down. It gets a
Can
bit
you see
tight
him in there?
Gets a bit tight. He's still in there a little bit.
It looked like he was on his way out, but it just shuts down at the very end for Dave Winchester.
It's not a long paddle out. Oh, is he? Yeah, it's not a long paddle back out for him. So there is time when he get out there.
So what does Mark McCarthy do? Does he still wait out there, wait for Winnie to come back and fend him off?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The worst thing he could do would be to catch a wave now.
And give Winnie priority.
And then give Winnie the opportunity. So, but Mark is a seasoned competitor. He knows what he's doing. He'll wait. He'll let Winnie come out to him, and then I guess go through the whole stress of it all again with a minute and a half. Game. Yeah. And it's funny, for Mark, it's going to be the longest minute, 25 seconds he's ever had in his life, and for Winnie, it's going to be the quickest. So. Yeah, it's going to be tough, and I'm just looking out to see. It looks like there could be a couple of waves. Well, I mean, it's with this choppy ocean, it looks like there's always a wave coming, but it's definitely not over.
Definitely not over. 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Mark McCarthy holding back Dave Winchester. Can Mark McCarthy make his final here at the Box Pro? We haven't seen him in a final since, I believe, the Confitao Pro in 2010, where he actually won that heat, won that whole contest. And last year, we haven't seen him in a final. This could be it. His first final in 2011 and 2012. Mark McCarthy, is he going to fend off Dave Winchester? It looks like he may have done it.
He's done it. Yep, victory lap.
This is the victory lap for Mark McCarthy, who I believe will be in the final here at the Box Pro. The South African fends off Dave Winchester, the fierce competitor, in the semifinal. So it's Mark McCarthy from Richards Bay, South Africa, paddling over to the channel, the Slicks and Decks water angle from Seamus Makeup. But look at this, Dave Winchester. I believe that is
I feel your pain fever.
Behind the buzzer. That does not count, but Dave Winchester.
Semi-final, it's a third place. It's a good result for the tour. You got to look into the big picture, I guess, a bit more of it now. I know Winnie would have loved to have been in the final to win it, but
so
there he is.
The stamina and the endurance and the physical, you have to be at a physical level to be out there, because Mark just had a 30-minute heat. He's not going to come all the way back in, grab a different jersey. The jersey will be delivered to him. The final is coming up right now, so he has to dig deep now physically to come up and be ready for the final.
Absolutely.
But semifinal, number 2.
How good is this going to be?
Oh, my.
Rawlins versus Romero. Wow.
Oh, doctor.
Wow. And Jacob's come all the way through from the trials as well. And to his credit, he's been a standout the whole way through. He's been the guy to beat the whole way through, and now he's found himself in the semi-final. He's only 30 minutes away, but Mitch Rawlins is no easy beat. He's not going to roll over for him. So this is going to be very, very enjoyable to watch. But for Mark also, he's going to have to stay out in the water. Mark McCarthy, so he's going to have to stay out there. The wind's howling. He's going to be wet. It's going to be cold for him.
No.
So
can he cool down and lose all steam?
Here we go. We got
Mark
Mitch
McCarthy has to wait in the channel. Now, out in the water, semifinal number 2. This is a good one. Mitch Rawlins versus Jacob Romero. Mitch in red, Jacob in yellow. Woo! Oh, my. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a double switch here in the commentators booth. We will have Terry McKenna and Jason Bitzer creep in here as soon as they get ready, as soon as we're ready. But what a bummer. I would love to see this heat.
I know.
I'm actually going to go into the
watch
competitors
it,
area
I'm not
and watch
anything.
from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax. Semifinal number 2 is just about to start.
Yep. Cool. See you guys soon.
So thank you, Andrew and Manny, for that nice little lead-in. Me and Tez will be on the mic for the remainder of the Semi-2. Teza, how you doing, buds?
Yeah, g'day, Jace. How are you?
Handling.
Yeah, mate,
nice
absolutely.
Day at the WA.
It's still the wind's been pretty good out there. It's just swirling around with the wind as it comes in and goes. But right now, it's still looking pretty contestable.
Yeah, we like I said before, we're in a box at the box, so we got to get this done. And we had some amazing conditions. Anytime you can get the box 3 days in a week, that's like it's almost like a mirror image of Puerto Rico. Like I've gone to Puerto Rico all my life, and I could not believe the waves that the IBA got for that contest in that short period of time. We really are blessed.
Yeah, that's right. It's a good lot of collective karma, I guess, for bodyboarding worldwide. And when we went to here we go. Let's just go back to the action live now. And that's Yellow's first wave.
Boom!
Now
Jacob
that's
Romero.
going big.
That was huge, man. I'm loving this right now. I've been traveling with Jacob for over probably around 9 years now. And just to see them make it this far in a Grand Slam event is it's like seeing your brother getting married or something. You're like, there we go, man. This is epic. So let's take us to this replay here.
Yeah, well, here's the replay. Jacob Romero just striking first blood against Mitchell Rawlins. And you can see Romero, whoa,
That's
that
massive.
thing had some height. And the judges do have the legacy, Jace, of the instant replay down there up in the corner as well. So you can see the guys on the skis there just hands up in the air. And I tell you what, that's going to be an interesting first score.
Yeah, he's laughing right now. He thinks he's at the harbor back in Kahului. I guarantee half of Maui's tuning in right now and pumping up the young lad from Kahului. Down in Wailuku, rather, too. So those boys are definitely cheering on Jacob. We'll wait for that score to drop. But, man, that was a really big punt to put up against, veteran Mitch Rawlings. This is an unbelievable man-on-man heat right here.
Well, who will be joining Mark McCarthy in the final? This is the question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to have Dave Winchester just falling one place short, but putting in another good performance here at the box. Big shout out, of course, to all those people watching on the webcast. Hope you've enjoyed the action throughout the day. We're going to stay live, of course, right through the second semi into the final and also right up until the presentation. So make sure that you guys stick around.
So, yeah, we had an action-packed day. Teza, we are moving through the third and final day at the box here, man. How are you feeling? This is just...
I'm feeling pretty good, yeah. So Terry McKenna, Jason Bitzer, as we said, hope you guys are enjoying the action. We've still got to try and decide exactly who's going to be joining Mark McCarthy in the final. It's going to be awesome. And here's the trophy, Jason. What a cool-looking little sort of a trophy that one is. Have a look at that, folks.
That came all the way from the eastern seaboard, like myself from Sean Tuttle.
That is pretty cool stuff. So someone's going to be holding that thing high in no time at all. So make sure you stay tuned.
So still plenty of time left. That last score from Jacob Romero did post. That was a 7.25 for that big flip from the Hawaiian from Kahului, Maui. And, so 24 minutes. Mitch Rawlins is going to need that 7.25 to move out of his second-place position. So, Mitch, I surfed with him yesterday at Smith's. He was on fire. Massive inverts, big backflips. He's just surfing, like, heads and tails for competition-wise, I think better than he ever has. He's always been an amazing bodyboarder, but he seems like he's just got that consistency factor down. He's not just boycotting junk waves. He'll go for it and try to figure out what angle he needs to, throw down a maneuver or whatever's thrown at him.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he had a little bit of bad luck last year. I mean, even though he surfed so amazingly, sometimes the chips just didn't fall his way. I know he's done a lot of work in the off-season on his fitness and also his equipment. And, on the flip side, you got Jacob Romero, who, Jacob's been one of the most unlucky and most talented bodyboarders I've seen in the last 12 months. He's had he's just had those heats where just the
squeakers, where other guys just like...
Where he just gets pipped to the post by someone in the dying seconds. And, it just happened, event after event at the end. I was singing, just hang in there, Jacob, keep your chin up, mate, because, a good result's just around the corner.
Yeah, and good things come to those who wait. And I think Jacob, honestly, with maturity, has come a lot of patience. So he picks the right waves. And also, he's learned the criteria of the IBA, which was always a big struggle for him. He's like, I surf the way I surf. And I was like, the judges judge the way they judge. And that's one of the things we always taught him. And he figured out that, like, hey, there's little things I can do here to refine. And he's done it. And now he's just, taking it to a whole new level. And not even just inventing maneuvers, but perfecting the ones that he had. Like his backflips, I think, are more powerful than they were 4 years ago. Like his line is different, and he just has the motions down, but now he uses the power versus just the power of flicking a backflip. He uses the wave more, and I think it's really paid dividends.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So Jacob Romero, a 7.25 on his first wave. Mitch Rawlins holding on the first priority. And we're just going to take a short break. We're going to pay some bills, and we're going to come back straight after this with more action live from the box.
There we go.
All right, well, we're back, folks. Live final day of the Box Pro 2012. This second event on the Grand Slam Series is just about to wind up. We're into the second of our semi-finals, and Jacob Romero, well, he went straight to work nice and early, Jason, with a 7.25. Now let's see what sort of a response Mitchell Rawlins is going to have.
Yeah, he definitely took that route to get busy early, which could be deadly, especially with onshores coming up. If you get those first two better waves early on, it puts a lot of pressure on the second competitor. And as you can see, all the other competitors just sitting down there, see in the back there, Big Stoney. We also got Magno Paseos Oliveira checking it out. Hey, Magno, how you doing, bud? And all the girls, you got all the lasses there taking care of their guys in the competition, supporting. Just a cool little crew that's pretty much bodyboarding right there in a box.
Yeah, that's a cavalcade of stars right there, folks. And what a cool little setup it is here. Thanks to the guys from, Surfing WA put together once again a cool little hangout for us here. You hope for the real perfect stuff, but we're getting away with it. The forecast, unfortunately, after this, Jay, has just got worse and worse day by day. So
20 foot and onshore.
Yeah,
I think we're doing the right thing.
We did get boxed in somewhat, and here goes the first of red. Take us through this one.
So Mitchell Rollins drawn off the bottom, taking a nice line. Nice classic Mitch style invert right there. Not a big wave, but he wants to get on the board. That could be his backup score if he can find another one. So he's just trying to get a rhythm, and I think he used that priority wisely. We don't know what's going to come up, so that could have been definitely a smart maneuver, and smart move rather, and definitely a good maneuver from Mitch Rollins.
Yeah, well, what happens? Let's take a look at the replay here. Rollins drops into this one. Did have a nice little one section on it out the back there, and a pretty sweet little invert. Have a look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, that is just copybook. This kid, that's his go-to move, Mitch Rollins.
Yeah,
that's what he falls back on. A real trademark move there from Rollins, and that's going to get him enough points. Maybe it mightn't be the 7.25 that he was hoping for, but it's going to keep him in the game. If Romero got another good wave, Mitch would be in a combo situation, and that just can sort of defeat you mentally.
Exactly. At that point, you're kind of you're fighting against your own headspace. You know what I mean? So you really want to get on the board and just keep moving. So we got one more little replay of Mitch gets the speed pocket right there, eyes the lip, just corkscrews right there. He looks like he just he has that weird signature style where what he does is he gets real tight and compact, and then it just explodes and almost creates a false speed. So on a wave of that size, he can still clear the lip and land right out into the flats. It's a pretty cool technique.
Awesome stuff. And we'll just wait for that score to come through for Mitch Rollins. So I guess that was Jacob Romero now goes into a first priority situation. We'll wait for the last scores of red to drop. And, of course, if you haven't heard...
One more right here. Sorry to interrupt you there, Tez, but Mitch Rollins looking at this one, looking for the lip. Possible flip, getting busy. So 2 scores to Jacob's 1 right now. Now, both of them were not in the same range of Jacob's from what we can tell, but definitely probably a smart in second priority to take that wave and get on the board again.
All right, well, very interesting stuff. If you haven't heard, Mark McCarthy, of course, has booked himself a berth in the final here at the Box Pro. Here's the second wave of Rocky Rollins, as they call him. And you can see Mitch just waiting, just zeroes in on that lip, and bam. Well, that's going to be very interesting. I mean, Romero struck early with a 7.25. 2 separate game plans going down here, Jace. Romero's playing it cool, going for the big scores. Rocky just getting a couple of quick ones in a row.
Yeah, I think they're both playing a very good little strategy there. Here's a little replay of Jacob's second wave. So coming off the bottom, Jake going to look back up at that big flip of his. Gets a little pit right there. Looks at the lip. Can he get to it? He's just going to get spit out right there, but just got clamped. So probably a good idea to take that wave. He was probably a little disappointed that he didn't get to the lip in time, but it just is what it is, and he definitely has a good strategy picking off the better waves. Now we'll leave it up to Mitch to see what he does out there with first priority.
Yeah, well, thank you very much to some of our sponsors, including the guys at Freedom Fins and Johnny and the gang at Reflex, of course, been doing a fantastic job. Yeah, much appreciated for their support. Toby and the crew from Bodyboard King, those guys have been killing it. And, of course, our media partners, YouTube, and, of course, iNet. Thank you very much to all those guys for their, undying support. Riptide, Slicks and Decks, of course, have supplied us with the water angle. And, it's been another really successful, 10 days here in WA.
Yeah, and thanks for the duds, guys. We appreciate the T-shirts from all the boys, Reflex, Freedom, Slicks. And we got a quick interview down here with Shagwar down in the pit, so we'll stand by for that.
Hey guys, I'm down here with Mark McCarthy for the Bodyboard King post-interview. A very happy Mark McCarthy, I might add to that. He's in the finals. Congratulations, Butty.
Yeah, it's just been a while. Really stoked to make it back into the finals, and serve against Winnie was a tough one, and he raised the bar a bit there, but I was just grateful that I could get the opportunity to also have a chance to make it to the final.
How good was it to have Wesley Fisher and Sasha Specker in the channel cheering you on?
Yeah, it's those guys are incredible. Sasha's been out there the whole day, motivating me, and so is Wesley. So big ups to those guys.
Yeah, you that air reverse is phenomenal. Just you got scored for the backflip, didn't get the score you needed, went out and did another one.
Yeah, just Mother Nature gave me the opportunity, and when it came, I just Just went for it.
Well, you're in the final. Happy man. Congratulations. And let's give a handshake. Here we go. And back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Shaggy, and doing a fantastic job. There's a nice little overview of the lineup here at the box, folks. It is the final day of this second event on the Grand Slam Tour for 2012, and you can see on screen Mitch Rawlins. Well, it played out pretty good for him, Jason Bitzer. A 5.85 and a 5.28 puts Mitch Rawlins just in the lead of the Hawaiian Jacob Romero.
See, that's the reason why staying busy really can pay off, because you don't know what anybody's going to get on their score. So if you just keep moving, probability could favor you very well, especially with Jacob. He could have got a good score in that last wave, but it didn't pan out to him, and now Mitch is sitting pretty, and Jacob's got the flip side with a little bit of stress on his shoulders.
Yeah, well, plenty of time remaining, folks, in this second semi-final.
We'll
have just a real short break after this second semi before we go into the finals. We see Romero. Boom.
Invert to air reverse. I'm not sure what you could do with that as far as claiming a land. There was just no more wave left, but
yeah, there was nothing left at the end. But it's good to see these multiple air maneuvers and the inverse, as we like to call it there, by Romero, and that's new school stuff from the Hawaiian. So he's just pulling stuff out.
It's just crazy that he even could even think about that in a competition, especially in a semifinal. Like, let's go through the replay. He drives off the bottom. He thinks he's at half point right here. Blasts the lip and just rotates right into it, and there really was nothing left to land. So I don't know if the judges are going to give him. They probably won't give him a full score, but they got to give him a little E for effort on that one, because that was ingenious.
That's right, mate. Well, he only needed a 3.88. He didn't need too much of a score to get that one. So judges got a bit of work cut out of him to work out what sort of a score you get that. I mean, the actual first part of it, the takeoff was fantastic.
Yeah.
Landing was sweet, but the wave just didn't cooperate.
Just the
I
box.
guess
He pretty much cleared the lip. He landed in the flats out of nowhere. So when there's no shoulder to land, it just is what it is. So we'll see. The judges are consummate professionals, and they know what they're doing. So we will stand by for those scores.
All right, we're just going to check a little replay here while there's a bit of a break in the action. So this is, during the replay, Mitch Rawlins, he got into this thing, and, that's not a bad sort of a wave there. So another great exchange there between Mitchell Rawlins from Australia in the red singlet and Jacob Romero from Hawaii in the yellow. Judges' scores coming through, Jace.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. He has a 5.58 and a 5.28. Not a bad wave, not a bad score, but definitely, as you're trying to, like you like to say, he's trying to build a house. I'm not sure if he laid the next brick in the foundation. He might just be right under there because he has two decent scores so far for Mitchell. So stand by for some scores on the ride score system, and definitely plenty of time left. 14 minutes flat remaining right now.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, on screen at the moment, that's without the last of yellow or red. So we saw Mitch Rawlins wave a big roll on that last that little chunky peak, and Romero, of course, with the inverse. So just waiting for those scores to come through, and we will. You'll be updated as soon as we will. Put some numbers to names, and then we'll all know what's going on. But once again, there will just be a short break, around about 5 minutes between the second semi and the final. Guys will probably just stay out in the water. We sent out an apple and a bottle of water, and just kind of let whoever gets through this one and joins Mark McCarthy in the final. We'll let them sort of just refresh a little and
get on the ski and cruise for a little bit. Yep. Yeah, really no point to shuffle him back to the beach, just shuffle him right back out. Might as well just get to watch the conditions for a little bit and absorb it all.
Yeah, that's right.
Just taking the fact that you're in the final.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, jet ski guys have done a fantastic job today. Very tricky conditions here in WA, folks, and the swell is just going to be titanic in the next couple of days, and winds are going to howl on shore, and we just, decided to wind this thing up. I mean, it's been very successful. We had 2 awesome days at Gas Bay.
It's great.
First day at the box wasn't too bad. Second day at box was really fun. And, of course, this morning we've seen, and right throughout the day, we've seen some really good rides.
We really were blessed with waves. You can't complain. 3 days of box, like I said, in a week, and then 2 days at gas. We're 5 days. There's 7 days in a week, and we had 5 days of waves, so it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And I got to surf the other 2 as well. It was just good other places up. Western Australia just has so many resources when it comes to surf.
It really is an amazing place. Yeah. And look, if you ever want to come to Australia, folks, you want to fly yourself straight into Perth and jump in a car and drive straight to Margaret River, or you can head north, of course, up to to Jake's and
Yelling Up and all those waves. Yeah,
there's some incredible waves.
Going up north all the way to the desert. That's actually my plan for next week. I'm watching the charts. Maybe you'll see me up there.
Jace, I tell you what, that is some of the best waves in the world are up there, and there's not many people. It's pretty mellow.
You got to bring the crowd, or there's no crowd.
Yeah. So we are watching the second semi-final, folks, of the IBA Box Pro, and well, at the moment it is Mitch Rawlins. Well, there's his second. That was that last wave. Mitch did pick up a 6.38 on his last wave.
I'm pretty impressed on that.
Romero's wave came through at a 1.88. Judges just deeming that inverse, despite the fact that it had a technical aspect to it. There was no wave left, but let's see what he can come up with.
He
now,
looks at this lip right now. Let's see what he can do. Clean little flip. He needed, what was that backup score that he needs to
Well, he needs a
get there?
4.98 now, so we'll see.
You know what? Not a bad wave. Clean flip. Not the biggest set, but 4.98 is not a huge score. It's in the cards. It could be there. I'm not 100% sure, but I wouldn't put it past him to throw it out there.
Lots of stuff on our YouTube channel, of course, at IBA, youtube.com/IBA World Tour, where you can go and check out not only the videos and highlights, of course, from this contest here in WA, but all the previous stuff as we go through the replay. And you can see Romero
driving off the bottom
here, and that's a nice little section that he eventually hit.
Yep. Out the back we have, we didn't see this wave on the exchange, but that was Mitchell again with another invert through the lip. I don't think that's going to fall into his higher scores just because that first invert that he had was about the same size of a wave and a lot cleaner. So that's probably going to be a throwaway. Priority is going to head back to Jacob Romero in yellow, the Hawaiian from Kahului, Maui, making his first semi, am I correct, in a Grand Slam series?
Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
And best result for a long time for Jacob,
yep.
And always been a really talented bodyboarder, but just had a kind of an unlucky run, as you do. And I'm glad that he hung in there and kept his chin up and kept faith in himself. Let's take a look at the replay. Take us through this, Chase.
So Jacob just doing his classic standard backflip, straight to the bottom, straight to the top, landing clean. Looking for a 4.98 over there for Jacob. We'll see what the judges dropped on that one. And then right back-to-back, we had Mitchell Rawlins coming through the lip, pausing his roll midway for an invert. It's going to be a throwaway, though. Talented guy there, Mitch Rollins, a nice score, or a nice wave, but I don't think it's going to be a score that he needed to extend his lead.
All right, second semi-final, 10 minutes remaining. Mitch Rawlins in the lead at the moment over Jacob Romero. We do have some scores coming through, and, will be interesting. It's a very close one, and nothing really substantial, nothing to write home about in this one, apart from that 7.25. So Romero really struck first blood with that thing.
I think he was smart to do that. If he would have made that second barrel, he would have had a lot of room to move right now, but now Jacob has to stay busy waiting for his fourth score to drop. But, while we have this little break, just want to thank the sponsors again, of course, Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Toby Player at Bodyboard King, thank you very much, Slicks and Decks with the water angle with Chris White, and, of course, our media partners, Riptide for the paper goods, and then we have media partners YouTube and iNet for our digital collateral, especially with iNet Doco, 26-minute documentary you can check out through IBA World Tour. That will lead you over to that site. So out the back, Jacob looking at this one, he is going to take it and just stand by for action, dropping off the bottom. Looking at this lip,
Whoa.
Big invert. Oh, he kind of went bum over tea kettle on that one.
Holy guacamole,
no.
that was insane. So
It
Romero,
was.
on the previous wave, got a 6-1 for that backflip. He did move into the lead. So Rocky Rawlins on the back foot now. And let's have a look at the replay as we can dig back into the hard drive of the
So he
IBA
did. He got a
webcast
6-1 for that backflip just before. Man, I'm so glad he's in first off that other wave because watch this right here. We missed the takeoff, but we see it in this replay. Driving off the bottom. Looking at this lip, it's got a bit of a backwashy flare to it.
Wow.
Just so clean. He just goes so... His legs go over his head. He's trying to get his board back around. He starts to rotate out. Oh, and straight to the rib buster.
That is a gnarly. That is a wild landing there.
Yeah.
I hope Jake Romero's okay.
He can handle. He's a flexible little Kimbo Slice that he is. But, man, that was heavy. He just kind of... It would have been so hard to bring that back around.
Yeah, this is the land angle now. Let's have a look at this thing. So Romero, just full commitment, goes up into a big, thick, chunky lip. That lip is thicker than Mick Jagger's. Have a look at that thing. So he just goes flying down and almost scorpions on landing. Look at that. Oh.
You know what? I think he was smart to let go. I think he did. But I think what he was starting to go into was the reverse. But he had reminiscent of that wave before where he didn't get the score for it, and he started trying to pull it back, and it was just too late.
Jacob, we can't get enough of this wave. We're going to go back and have a look at the water.
I don't see him in the lineup right now, though. Is he okay? And we get a confirmation one more time. Jacob, biggest invert of the day. Biggest invert of his life right there. How is that thing?
Watch the landing here, though, and oh, my goodness, that is very dangerous.
Yeah, that's...
But
That's
as you
heavy.
said, he's a super fit guy, super
He's
flexible.
back out there. He took a little lickings. I see the yellow jersey making its way back. I'm assuming there's some wind out of the lungs, but Mitchell's by himself right now. I really want to get an update, Jacob. He looks good, man. He just looks a little frustrated. He's still in first. Well, that last one was a 2.63. If you're getting a 2.63 for a non-land, that's some commitment, man.
Yeah.
You got a 10 in my book, buddy.
Rollins in second spot at the moment. Rocky Rollins chasing down a 6.98 to move in the lead. Here's the response from Rollins.
Driving off the bottom. Can he get a lip out of this one? He does. An arcing roll. That's actually, that could better his 6-1 because the style points on that one and the way he controlled through that, it's almost like he did one of those looping air forward rolls versus just a regular roll.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We were looking at the water angle there. Maybe want to check out the land angle, but I like that wave. Maybe it could drop in there.
Yeah, well, here's the land angle on it, and you can see Mitch Rollins keeping it pretty simple. I mean, the old meat and potatoes roll. I mean, if you do it properly, and that had a bit of boost on it.
It did, but it definitely looked a little bit different from the Slicks and Decks water angle, so we'll see what the judges think.
Yeah, well, we'll just wait for those judges to cast their impression in the form of scores, and we'll give you the update. But right now, we're coming down to crunch time with about 6 minutes remaining. We got a score in for that last of Mitch Rollins. Is that the 4.88? Is that what they've given him?
No, I don't think it was standby because I just that score was on there as soon as I saw that. So I might be incorrect, but I think we're still waiting on a score there. So
right. Little lag in the scores. We do apologise for that. In the situation that we're in at the moment, folks, I guess one of the things that you need to understand is that judges are actually up the point about 1 kilometre away from us, and they're using just these little internet dongles. And look, we're in the middle of nowhere, in the big scope of things. It's one of the most remote spots in the world. And
Jacob looking at this one, Terry starting up, but we've got some action in the water, driving off the bottom, looking at this lip, looking for redemption. Big Rollo.
Whoa.
Oh, another no land, man. I wonder if he's a little shaken from that last invert.
Well, you've got to be thinking that he is, mate, and you can see the way that he was folded. But, I mean, how's the commitment? Straight back into it.
Yeah.
And
it's Jacob for you, man. He's a tough kid. And you know what? He's a tough, mature rider right now. I shouldn't say kid anymore. Like, I traveled with him when he was first getting into the sport and competing a lot, and he's really matured. He's got his repertoire down. His maneuver, just kind of notebook is beyond than even some of the top riders. A lot of guys can't touch him when it comes to the aerial game. So,
does look like we got a score dropping for Mitchell Rollins last wave, folks. We'll wait for that one to come on through. That last wave for Jacob Romero, not a keeper, won't fall in the top two.
But
we'll just go back and check the replay.
Sure. So Jacob right here trying to shake off that last wave. He does get a section here. He drags his leg to get into the lip, straight to it. A lot of commitment through the lip, but no quite for the land. So these conditions are trying shallow into deep water, so it makes it very hard to land in the channel. But that last score, so Mitchell is still in second place. He needs a 6.98 now. Is that correct?
Well, that's right, but there is a score still to come through. I think it's for that roll, that boosty roll that we saw. And here's the replay, the profile of Jacob Romero, 27 years of age. Of course, he's Hawaiian through and through. And 65 kilos. He is the first of our finalists. Yeah. Who is he? Who's he going to be up against? Will it be Rocky Rollins or will it be Jacob Romero? Well, scores in for Rollins. Needed a 6.78, and look at that. How cruel is that? A 6.58. 0.2 off the action for Rollins. But you know what, Jason, is that Mitch Rollins actually has first priority at the moment. There's 3 minutes to go, and that's a dangerous thing for Jacob Romero.
It's actually probably the worst end of it because right now, like if you're on the hunt, you can control your own destiny, but if you got to sit there and wait, it's basically Mitch's game from the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, Mitch Rollins will use priority wisely here in this situation, folks. Oh, in fact, he's going to use it on this one. Let's see what he can do.
I'm not quite sure this will do it for him, but we'll wait and see. Big flip, cleanly landed flip, very good maneuver. I might take that back. He turned to lemon and turned into lemonade on that one, so we'll see. That could have been a change of position there. And Jacob now, first priority, 3 minutes left.
Wow, I'll tell you what, it's going to be crazy. Let's check the replay on this one, folks, and you can see Rocky Rollins, as they call him, just coming off the bottom, driving it up into the lip, and like you said, he just made something out of nothing. He has the ability to conjure up scores, this kid.
Yeah, he does. Both of them do, and that's why they are what they are, and that's why they're here on Tez. They can make something that looks like nothing into a big score. If you needed a 6.58, you never know. He could have got, or 6.76, he could have got it.
Well, this is the land angle of that last wave there for Mitchell Rawlins, and this is a crucial score. And the judges will be asking, the webcast crew to just replay that a couple of times from different angles. They really need to get this. This is such a critical moment in this heat. We're just on 2 minutes remaining.
Wow, this is tense right here, Tez. To be honest with you, I got two good friends in a semifinal. Both I'm rooting for, but I honestly, I love Mitchell, but I would love to see Jacob.
Well, you know what?
Hawaiian pride for him, just getting in there.
That's right. Well, the actual scores just came through on screen there, and it was a 7-7-5, and Romero's gone to second, but have a look at that thing.
The battle has begun. There is minute 54, 2 scores drop. Mitchell will move into the first place position. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that was the replay. That was the replay from. That was the instant response rather from Jacob Romero. This is crazy. Have a look at the replay, Jason.
So driving off the bottom, he gets a little chop, stalls, gets the pit. I know he's looking for the lip here, but can't get to it. He finds the foam ball. He was trying to get rid of a backup score of a 6.1, and he's gonna. I don't know what he needs right now. We have to stand by for a refresh, but man, it's just crazy exchanges going on. Very stressful times out there in the water. These guys are just battling. So Jacob again from the front angle. Terry getting a pit. Wow. What do you think of that one? I don't know. See, he needed a 6-1. That was his first real barrel of the heat, and we just see what the judges think of it. It's been all airs so far, so it's kind of a different game to play.
I tell you what, well, you can see that was a 7.75 for that flip for Rawlins, and Romero, it put him into second. He needed a 7.09. Is that 7.09? Yeah, it is. So, man, I don't know. I'm not a judge, and I'm staying right out of that stuff.
Yeah,
but
I'm staying out of it.
Big barrel. I mean, he put the pie in the oven, and he needed to right there and then, and he did it. There's less than 1 minute remaining, and this is going to be super close.
So this is official right now. These scores are official. Yep.
Well,
it's
there
a wrap.
it is. Not enough for Jacob Romero. 6.53, needed a 7.09. So it's Mark McCarthy's going to be taking on Mitch Rawlins in the final of this Box Pro. Manny Vargas is fired up. What do you reckon, Manny? Yeah, that's him in the background.
Yeah, Manny. Well, disappointing from a good friend Jacob. Amazing effort. Honestly, some of the best waves. Maybe not landed, but was definitely surfed, as we can see here with this replay of Jacob Romero's invert coming up. It was one of the best waves of the whole contest. It's just unfortunate. It's a dangerous sport. You throw your feet over your head. You're playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, well, here's his big air attempt, of course. Had he have landed this thing, would things have been differently? Well, you be the judge, folks. I'll tell you what, that thing could have gone into the top two quite easy. And Romero, have a look at this. Just super commitment. Hit that thing. That's one of the cleanest waves of the day. Romero went flying through the air, and the feet came over the head like a scorpion, and he just folded in half.
Yeah, I just think it was one of those things that an over-rotation is not something you expect, but there's so much power at the box. He probably thought he was going to go straight out to the flats, but it just sent him straight into the stratosphere and threw his legs over his head, and where are you going to go from there? So here's our final, Mark McCarthy and Mitchell Rawlins, red and yellow. We got a Safa and an Australian, somewhat of a local. He lived over here, he was telling me, at Smith's for about 2 years, right at those apartments, and just surfed every day. And he knows WA really well. Also, a man on the rights, Mark McCarthy, kills it at every right I've ever seen. So from Shark Island to back to the Cape, back to everywhere he goes, he just kills it.
Yeah, unbelievable. And this is going to be just a crazy final. And you can see, Rocky just on the back of the ski there. He's fired up.
Look at that, fired up with his buddy. That's Wongy right there. Chris Wade, I got your slick shirt on, Wongy. You want to kick to that?
He's going to have a bit of a drink and an apple, so we've got a little time to kill here, maybe just a couple of minutes while Mitch Rawlins composes himself.
Is this his first final?
Well, I think it is his first
on the Grand Slam. I'm not saying
sure
ever.
It is, mate.
Before the Grand Slam format, he's definitely won a bunch of contests. He won Honolulu Bay when that event was happening, and he's definitely been up there before. But for a Grand Slam series, this is his first final in a Grand Slam series.
Yeah, I would say that Mark McCarthy, versus Mitch, golly, that's just an even money bet, isn't it? I couldn't go in either way. The only thing I can say is that Mark McCarthy has won finals before, and Mitch Rawlins hasn't. So Mitch may really try and take advantage of this. I mean, it's been such a long time in the making that it's been crazy.
So, yeah, the point I was making there is Mitchell has made it to finals before. Just want to clarify this. I think it is his first Grand Slam since the new format has come in a couple years back.
That's right. That's a nice little clarification there. Well, we've got an amazing top 24 this year in 2012 on the tour.
PLC, what are you thinking? So we're talking about Pierre-Louis Costes right now, Terry, our current world champ. What do you think?
Yeah. Well, I've compiled a couple of little ditties on each of the top 24. And who's first?
Pierre-Louis Costes.
Pierre-Louis Costes. Well, he's going to be fine if he's got his magic croissants with him. He always does better when he's got his lovely girlfriend Root by his side. But yeah, what an amazing champion PLC is, that's for sure.
So next up we have Jeffrey Hubbard.
Jeff Hubbard, experienced flyboy with more airtime than the Wright brothers. He's determined this year more than ever before. Of course, he had the title snatched off him last year by PLC right at the end.
Heart-wrenching, but he's back with a vengeance.
Absolutely.
And then Ryan Hardy, my flatmate.
Local legend, Ryan. He's an all-round good guy.
Yeah.
Ryan, of course, as long as his baby sleeps well, he's going to be hard to beat this year.
Yep. Ollie's good. He knows the routine. Nice and early to bed. So Amaury Laverne.
Amaury Laverne, well, what do we got here? Fit and flexible with more focus than a Canon lens. Sometimes steals PLC's magic croissants. That's the rumour on the street.
Yeah, or baguettes. Woody Valadao.
Yeah, well, he's famous for boosting above and beyond the lip, and it's easy for that guy. He's done it before. He could easily win the title again in 2012.
He does. And then, of course, our future Frenchman, Winnie.
Well, Winnie is one of the most versatile riders on the planet. He's cool as a cucumber under pressure. Could he be the first Ranger to be world champion? I think so.
Rangers do have special talents. I don't know what it is. So, Magno Poseos Oliveira, Mihamão de Brasil.
See, this guy has friends in high places. His religious passion is only matched by his competitive drive. He's definitely an underdog, and he's one to watch, that's for sure.
Yep. And then our finalist right now, the Safa Miboti.
Wow. Mark McCarthy. Look into that guy's eyes, folks, and see the fire that burns inside. It's blazing, and he's not going to stop until he gets what he wants.
Dal, what do we think about this guy?
Dal Singer. Oh, he's a clean-cut lad from down under. He needs to get angry, though, because his polite manner is sometimes his weakness, but he's got the best invert on the planet when it gets going.
So what about the hip-hop aficionado, Jake Stone?
Jake Stone, well, that kid just has talent oozing out of every orifice, almost everyone, and he just froths on contests. Nothing's impossible for that boy wonder.
And the stone-faced killer, Ben Player.
BP, well, polished charger with intense passion. That's what I put here. Maybe thinks too much for his own good in competition. He has a lot of good luck owed to him, though, by Huey, the god of surf. There he is on screen.
So, yeah, we have also David Hubbard, deadly.
Oh, Dave Hubbard, amazingly talented, tremendously versatile, totally unique. Maybe needs a shave, but the beard seems to have Samson-like powers.
That he does. So, also we have Eder Luciano, another backflip master.
Yeah, Eder, lanky lad with outrageous small wave skills, fiercely competitive in the water and somewhat subdued out.
Michael Novi.
Novi is a top bloke with a miracle comeback after a horrific injury. Pretty sure he was touched by an angel and now he's bulletproof.
Speaking of bulletproof, Alex Arunga taking facials and then also killing it in the final.
Oh, the Basque local. He's indestructible. He won reunion even after face planting on the reef, and he looked like Frankenstein's son. Fully healed and ready to rock in 2012.
What about the all-around athlete, Andrew Lester?
Oh, mate. In my mind, the best bodybuilder in the world to never win a world title. He let it slip once, but not this time. Worth throwing a couple of bucks on, folks, that's for sure.
And Porch Chase O'Leary?
Chase will fly under the radar most times. He's like the fandom of the sport, so watch his space and wait for Chase.
And Sam Bennett.
Sam Bennett, okay, he's quirky, he's cocky, he's insanely talented, and this crazy mix of absurd talent and casual personality make for the perfect pro in my books.
So, guys, we have the heat in progress. We'll get back to the man of the hour. Mitchell Rollins was up next anyway. So, Mitchell, of course, making his first Grand Slam final right here at the Box Pro. And he's after this title and after this trophy, I'll tell you that. Of course, we have one more man in his way for that, Mark McCarthy, who did really well in Shark Island before.
All right, well, we're just seconds away from the start. I'm going to put the headset. In fact, we are into it, folks. The final of the Box Pro. Manny Vargas, come and pull on a headset.
Look at Mitchell right here, driving off the barrel, starting early, poking through.
Nice.
Could have been a great way to start it. So we're going to wait for scores, refresh our system. We have Mitch Rollins in yellow and Mark McCarthy in red. South Africa versus the continent of Australia right here. So big time battle. Manny's going to jump in second, give my tongue a break, and give you some the comedic experience of Manny Vargas is coming your way in just a second. So again, we are waiting on scores from that last wave of Mitchell Rollins. Manny Vargas just sitting down here, wait to get his headset on. Mitchell Rollins' score still hasn't dropped, so lots to talk about with you, Manny. Having a good day, enjoying your life right there, bud. Another day in the WA.
Here we go. This is it, the final.
It is.
Let's drink up some coffee, some caffeine.
You
this
do
is
not
what
need
all
that.
Comes down to right
I've
here.
I've got crack in my veins, Manny. You know that. I do not need any caffeine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the 2012 IBA Box Pro. Brought to you
We're
by...
here.
There they are.
Brought to you by Reflex Wetsuits. John at Reflex is down with his kid today. I saw him. They're having a good time. Freedom Fins, of course. Andrew Lester's new fin. Bodyboard King, Toby Player. Thank you, buddy. Slicks and Decks. Slicks, got it. Just need a deck. Now, Riptide, also our media partners, YouTube and iNet, with that 26-minute documentary. So check it out. This is what everyone's after right now, and a big old check, but I think even more importantly, this coveted box trophy by Sean Tuttle. Out the back, scooping into this one, but no luck. No luck with that one. That was Mark McCarthy trying to get on the board. Mitchell Rollins' first score still yet to drop, but it was a very nice start. A little pit for Mitch Rollins. So we're on the way. We're almost done.
This is it. We're winding down today's event here with the final. Mitch Rollins' first wave on the Reflex replay. As you can see, got covered up. Nice, clean exit right there. And not a bigger wave, but a wave nonetheless.
They got to get busy, man. There's a window, and 28 minutes of it are left. So look at this wave. Mark McCarthy, what do you think?
Mark McCarthy bailed, hit the ejection button, and rightly so, because there was no way he was going to come out of that one.
No chance.
Mark McCarthy and Mitch Rollins back out to the peak. So, tough one, man. Both of these guys are on fire. Mitch Rollins, he has his eyes set on a first win on the Grand Slam Series. And
there you go, Mitchell Rollins again, driving off the bottom. Can he get a lip? Will it give it to him? He's going to look at it. Nice little clean Rolo. He's getting busy. 2 scores already. That first score, 6.75.
Whoa!
And a flick vert off the back, a.k.a. jammer. So I don't know if that's going to help him much, but it could add another 0.75 to that score. But, hey, look at that, 6.75 to open up with Mitchell Rollins.
Not bad at all. So both of these guys have been doing that exact thing, coming out, getting those 1 or 2 solid waves under their belt, and then winding down the heat with another solid wave.
Yep. And again, we're here and we're wrapping it up, and there is no one else to thank except for these sponsors, especially the crew, of course, Surfing South Australia. I want to thank those guys, Tom and Justin as well, but our sponsors, Reflex, Freedom, Bodyboarder King, Toby, good man over there, Slicks and Decks. And the replay right here, this is the Reflex replay of Mitch Rollins' last score. Getting a little cover up, a little head dip, and looking for the section, finding it. Nice little clean roll, definitely, possibly, maybe a good backup score. We'll leave that to the judges.
All right, this is it. Coming down to the wire. It's a 30-minute final. We are at the 25-minute, 50-second mark, and we already have scores on the scorecard. A solid wave from Mitch Rollins on his first wave, a 6.75, followed up by a 4.95. And Mitch is off to a good start. The conditions, you know what? They are tough, but these guys are making it look good.
That's why they call it professional bodyboarding, Manny. You got to deal with what Mother Nature throws at you, and these guys are doing well with it. And honestly, you know what? WA wins come up middle of the day. It's standard. We're here. We're making it happen. And look at this crowd.
Packed house.
Can we pack it in anymore?
They're all watching right here, the big LCD screen off in the corner, and they're watching the replays. They're watching exactly what you're watching.
They're having a couple ginger beers. Beers, rather.
They do have the box out in front of the window, but again, the reef itself is located maybe 10, 15 football lengths out to the ocean. Mm-hmm. So they got the big screen to look at for the replays and the live feed.
Yeah, it's just a great little zone in there. It's pretty fun. A lot of wisecrack jokes are going on. Most of them are by Kingy. Some of them are funny. Some of them aren't. But a lot of it going down out the back right there. That was Mark McCarthy. Unlucky on that one, just bucking Bronco straight to the reef right there. So he needs to get back out there and fight for his priority. See there our quarterfinalist Chatty Jackson and the missus, and also all the rest of the crew, all the Aussies, a very big Aussie contingency back there. See that shirt that he had on there? That was a pretty cool shirt, huh? I thought he made it for Jacob, but I forgot he has the beard himself. So Mitchell Rollins.
All right, big section for Mitch Rollins. Goes for a big invert right there, tweaks it, and you can hear
Whoa, did you hear
crowd
that?
on the other side right there. these walls. You can hear the crowd, all the Australians cheering on their favorite Mitch Rollins out in the final. The South Africans are behind their one and only rider in the contest still, Mark McCarthy. Let's take another look
Here we
on
go.
the reflex replay.
Driving off the bottom, this is the Rock Dog. Mitch Rollins, eye on the lip early and hits it clean. Boom. Classic. That's a free surf invert right there. Landed cleanly. Mitchell definitely utilizing that wave to the fullest. He got a score of a 7 on his first wave, a 4.9 on it, 5 on his second, and this third one I personally think is going to blast his first score. So, putting him on the ropes. Look at this section. Just forms up perfectly. He hits it even better and just tweaks his back straight to the flats, points his nose at the judges and says, give me that score.
Mitch is one of those rare guys that has that impeccable timing when it comes to lip maneuvers, and you just saw it right there on his third wave out and in the final.
Wow, he's getting out to an early start. He's doing something that I see Jeff do a lot. He surfs well, paces himself, but he's in the final, and he's just going for broke. He's not pulling any punches. So this is what you want to do. You want to peak in the final. You don't want to burn yourself out and then get to the final and have nothing left because everyone remembers the W. Number 2 is just kind of forgotten about.
We wouldn't know, would we?
No, I would have no
All right,
clue.
Mitch Rollins.
I'm just forgotten about.
He's one of those guys that saw what went down on the World Tour as far as the venues. He was one of those big wave riders doing the free surf thing, getting the videos, the photos. But he saw the venues of the IBA World Tour come together. He says, you know what? I want in.
This is what the sport is about.
Yep.
I can showcase my talent where it needs to be in the best waves. No groveling, just straight action all the way through 12 months a year, 365.
And that's what most of the competitors are out for the same reason. Big, heavy waves, big moves, big barrels. And
it's like the thing it is now is that there's not much free surf trips needed for these riders because they go away. They can hang out in the contest zone and get as much free surfing done as they want, or they can take a trip just down the coast and score waves in the areas that we're going to.
That is definitely true. And
that's why I'm here.
Even the contest itself. Imagine all the footage and video that are going to be coming out from this 3-day event here at the box. Again, everybody, welcome. We know you're watching. It is the wee hours of the morning for some of you and just getting really late for others. But you are here watching the live feed from Margaret River 2012 IBA Box Pro, Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, Riptide, and media partners YouTube, iNet. Now coming down to the wire, 22 minutes remaining in the event. Where are we at?
So the Rock Dog Mitch Rollins in the lead, very strong scores, a 7.88 and a 7, followed up by Safa's Mark McCarthy with a 1.25. And he's going to need a combination situation. So he is in combo land, a place that you don't want to be. And oddly enough, this is a funny little thing that happened last week. Kelly Slater was looking at the swell and going, man, he's like, these guys are going to score. They got to free surf it when they were having their contest last week. And if a guy as reputable as Kelly Slater is going, man, they got it right, having an event at the box, we are picking our venues right on the money. So that's a cool little pay to respect by one of the best wave riders in the world. And, of course, we got Mike Stewart that came to this event, who's also, right up there with Kelly, two of the best wave riders and one of the best and most consistent places in the world surfing in 2 weeks. It just shows that the IBA's got it right on the money.
They've been very, very fortunate with Mother Nature cooperating and delivering the goods at some of these places. I mean, the box. When have you seen the box actually good and rideable for a contest 3 days, for the 3 days in a short window? So
it doesn't usually happen. I did the first one we had here in 2004, and it was a one-day event. It was based off that point system. Basically, your total score would get you through and decide the winner. And it was basically done so you could finish an event at the box or Shark Island or a place that has weird tides or weird conditions. We've gotten 3 days of pumping waves at a fickle spot, and it's just pretty amazing. And it's like we're really, really getting the good karma. We're getting blessed right now, coming from pipe, back-to-back days of pumping surf, moving into the box, getting exactly what you want at the box. Now, we have a tour schedule ahead of us that's just amazing. We have Chile up next, and then on to Brazil, on to the Classic Sintra event, and then all the way back to Fronton. So our schedule, if we finished right now, we were already making history. But we have such a 6-month stretch of good waves ahead of us too. Man, you got to be excited.
I from what we experienced last year in 2011 to what's on the schedule for 2012, I'm definitely excited, and I'm sure the riders are as well. I mean, adding a new venue, the Brazil leg is going to be really exciting. I know a lot of Brazilians. Look at that thing. Now, pulling back on that wave, mistake, or should he have gone
you
for
know,
it? Or
it's
pulled
all in the
back?
eye of the beholder out there, because you don't know until you go, and you don't really know until you're out there, because we can say what we want sitting here in a booth, and the spectators online and in the competitors area that can as well, but you only know what you see, and when you're out there on the kink, and if you don't think your line's going to make it, you just got to make that decision, and if it's a no-go, it's a no-go. So, yeah, great venues, great wave so far. Sitting here with Manny Vargas, one of my best friends in the booth. I'm having a good day.
So, again, welcome, everybody. Winding down 18 minutes, 2012 IBA Box Pro. So, here it is, the final. Mitch Rollins and Mark McCarthy. These two guys know what's at stake, and they do want that beautiful trophy from Sean Tuttle, the box trophy, and there's only one to be given out.
There is.
It's either going to be Mitch Rollins or Mark McCarthy.
Indeed it is. So just a correction there. So Mitch has actually made finals in the Grand Slam, but cart before the horse. This could be, depending on how this clock winds down, his first win at a Grand Slam series. He has won events over at Honolulu on the IBA, and just, you know, as you can tell, he's there for a reason. So Mitch Rollins, and we also have our South African with 18 minutes, 28 seconds, plenty of time, but definitely on the ropes right now in combination situation.
Yes, Mark McCarthy, his last final, and he actually won that final, was the 2010 Confitao Pro. That happened in December 2010, and he would love to have another Grand Slam Series win under his belt, and here he is in the final, but he has a definitely uphill battle, and he has to get Mitch Rollins. And that is Jones Russell on the phone enjoying a VB and saying, "Hey, Mom, I just won a grand in round number 4.
He's pretending he's cool calling someone out. There's nobody on the other line, though. I know.
The Freedom Fins Go Big Award went to Jones Russell for a gigantic
paying that phone bill for him, actually. $1,000 right there for that massive invert. He was scared. That buzzer beater that was not to be with Andrew Lester had him on the ropes. He was sweating. He's like, man, I got rent coming up. Andy, calm down already.
So there was $1,000 cash handed out to Jones Russell from the Freedom Fins guys for the biggest move in round number 4.
Well, good
That's
on you, Jonesy.
Jones is smiling.
So can we upgrade from the tent in your backyard in Port now? Maybe we can get a room.
And there's Shaggy getting some clips for his next episode of the Shaggy Show. And everybody, look at this, out the back. It is Mark McCarthy. Can he put something together? No,
just
comes
too
around
much
the section,
froth.
and there's nothing there for Mark McCarthy, the South African. He is not looking too good in this situation right now. 16 minutes to go. He's in combination land, which means Mitch Rollins 7.0 and 7.88 is
Look
too
at this
much
bowl.
for what he has on his scorecard
So
right
he was
now.
looking at the lip, but he just couldn't quite get to it. I'm not sure. Maybe he should have forced something there. He doesn't need to score. So, again, we're not out there, so we'll leave it up to the riders to make their choice on waves, but definitely needs to get moving, Mr. Mark McCarthy. But, hey, not to take away from him, he has had a great performance thus far and still plenty of time on the clock.
We've seen it before in many finals before. Guys do come, and ladies and drop-nears do come from behind in the last few minutes of the heat, so don't hold anything back.
No.
This guy can pull it off.
Hey, you know what? Honestly, I in that last heat had Jacob just in the money, and Mitchell battled back, played it smart, got 2 mid-range scores, and then just the way everything falls into place when you get in a rhythm, he was on the better end of the exchange in the last 2 minutes. You know, and that's just what happens. And you know, I really thought Jacob had his number. And it's just the way the cookie crumbles. You can't stop until that buzzer goes. It's just the way it happens.
But a great performance from Jake
amazing.
Romero.
So
from,
proud of that guy.
From Maui. I was gunning for him.
So
I was
proud
hoping
of
he would
him.
make it to the final and take advantage of these rights because that's what he's so accustomed to.
Yeah.
But not to worry. We're going to see him again. There are plenty of epic rights on the tour, so we're going to see more of Jacob Romero.
He came
for sure.
from the finals.
From the trials.
From trials, yeah. Sorry, from the finals. Made it to, well, when you think about it, these are top 2. He actually did get a final berthing because it's top 4 right there. He's going to get an equal third. That's going to be a great result for him. Man-on-man semifinals. This is just a huge result. He needed this. He wanted this. He got it. I guarantee Auntie Jeannie, Robin, and Uncle Mark back at home along with the brothers.
Oh,
Jonah. Gee, boys, what you doing over there?
Oh, cuz.
Hey. So anyway, Jacob Romero. Amazing performance. Good job, Kimbo. Love you, boo. All right, next up, we have Mark McCarthy needing a combination right now. So 7.88 and a 7 for Mitch Rollins. combo, so he's going to need an over 15 points combined score to get through. That's a tough place to be in with 5 minutes, or just over 6 minutes rather, on the clock.
So what essentially Mark McCarthy needs to do is get a solid wave, a high-scoring wave, just to start his campaign against Mitch Rollins, because what he has right now on his scorecard isn't even close to being enough to compete with Mitch Rollins' 7.0 and 7.88. So he has to pick up the pieces, press reset, and start from now. 13 minutes remaining in this heat. So
heard a little
it's not
clock update.
over.
I was like, wait, we just lost 5 minutes there.
It's not over till the lady sings.
Yep. There's Jacob. Great job, buddy.
Mark McCarthy on the outside. Oh, nice big flip. Can he whip it around? Oh, no. I don't know how the judges will see that. Is it complete or is it not complete?
Oh, and there's another score, I think, right there, too, from Mitchell just after. We'll see a replay. But that was a really arced flip. It was like a loop, kind of like a gainer. We'll see a replay, hopefully, of that, because that was pretty interesting. He landed square, like, facing the ocean. There was no, like, side angle. He was facing back.
The reflex replay. Here it is. Another look from Mark McCarthy from the water angle. You can see, oh, yes, he tweaks it out just a little bit on that flip. But when he pulls it around, is he in front of the wave or is he out in the channel? And here is Mitch Rollins on his attack.
Straight to the lip.
Look at that.
Yeah. Oh, another flip.
Oh, I thought I was going to see a roll right there.
Yeah,
but he
so
throws in a
fast.
flip under the lip, through the lip. And the projection these guys are getting at the end of the end bowl is incredible.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if they'll give that a full land for Mark. That will be a land for Mitchell. I'm not sure if it's going to better his 7. Definitely, I don't think it'll better 7.88 because that was such a phenomenal score right there. But keeping busy, priority moves back to the South African. That is a good thing for Mark right there. So, again, here's Mark McCarthy's flip. We'll let the judges be the deciders on this one if it was a land. I did like the flow of that, though. It was very looping. Like I said, he was facing the ocean, not on the side, and the wave just ends abruptly, so we'll let the judges pick it. So, yeah, 2.5, definitely still in combo land. Mitchell's last score, sorry, it was a no-make. That was a 2 as well, so nothing's changed. It's kind of a 2 for 2.
All right, so Mark McCarthy, he needs to do something now. Time is winding down. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, and we always refer back to the big comeback from Jeff Hubbard versus Thomas Rigby in the 2011 Pipe Challenge. And it was Jeff who was able to pull it off in the last 3 minutes of the final and come out with 2 big scoring waves, 2 9s, and beat out Thomas Rigby. So anything is possible, even here at the box. So the Box Pro is definitely going to take it to the wire.
So just again to confirm, I was talking about that win of Mitch Rollins at Honolulu Bay. I was there and present, and him and Kingy just had a battle. It was just amazing surfing. Mitchell was blasting inverts, and like they say, that was kind of a long time between drinks for Mr. Mitch Rollins, so he is hungry right now for another win.
He's been hungry all through last year, and here he is. Finally, can he put the icing on the cake with his first win? Here it is, Mark McCarthy up and riding.
Can he find the lip? This one's kind of dragging out. No, straight out the back for him. He's definitely going to need to sit and wait for Mitchell to give up his priority with 10 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. So it's going to be the waiting game for Mitchell. I don't think he's going to go on another mid-range score. And definitely in combo land, waiting for that score, but it's not going to do anything for him.
Combo land, for our viewers that don't know that term.
Combo land is a place you never want to visit. Combo land is basically you need 2 scores to get out of your current situation, which Mark has right now, and it's something
new
new scores. So those other ones they're basically 4 throwaways. There's nothing there. It's nothing tangible, nothing of substance. You can just pretend it didn't happen. You got to hit the reset and just figure out your game plan once again. So combo land, combo nation, nothing good about it.
All right, so that's where Mark McCarthy is sitting. He does not want to be there.
Mitchell,
Mitch Rollins, here he is behind the peak.
He was taking him off that wave. I'm not sure if it's going to be what he needed, but he definitely gave up his priority. I don't know if that was a good move or not, but with 9 minutes left, it's one of those things you it's a probability factor. If you give it up now, you might get it back. It's hard to wait for 10 minutes out there and do nothing. So, he's a consummate professional. He's got a good lead. We'll leave it in his hands.
Once again, welcome. How much?
No, slicks and decks. I'm just pointing out Chris White on the ski again.
Yes, this is it. Coming down to the wire. 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining for the 2012 IBA Box Pro. And this is it. 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Mitch Rollins is leading the charge, putting the South African Mark McCarthy in combo nation territory where you do not want to be. Mark McCarthy looks like he's getting a little antsy. He's got to pull the key out of the ignition and just start all over. This is where he has to just calm down, relax, realize it's not over yet. He does have 9 minutes to go. The short paddle from the end of the wave back to the peak is in his favor. So he's just got to relax, calm down, and just wait for those solid waves.
Now, the thing is, too, when you're growing up competing as much as Mark did, you know how to put it into a short time frame. When you're competing as an amateur, you only have 15 minutes in a heat. So a lot of these guys, they know how to use the clock. So you got to get 2 waves. You can get 2 waves in 10 minutes. You just got to reset your plan and not play the waiting game anymore and just get busy. So that's a great thing. You learn it. A lot of guys learn it in the USBA tours, the national tours, the Australasia IBA tour. You got to compete fast. You get your job done in a 15-minute time period. You can do it when you got 10 minutes left, and it really helps these guys. So we will see if he can put that training into good use. 8 minutes left.
Yeah, most of the guys, if not all, have put their time in on the amateur ranks. And you look at any one of these guys, they all have put in their time in the amateur ranks to be where they are now.
So we just had a score drop from Rocky. We're going to hopefully get a replay of that one. We'll see. But checking out the boys in the competitors area again. Where are we going after this, Manny? I'm not talking about in the distant future. I'm talking about tonight. Where's the...
Tonight we're going to see here's your latest scores right there. 7 minutes. Time is ticking away. But tonight, if you are in the Margaret River area, we will see you at the Recreational Center in Margaret River.
For 6 months, correct?
Yes, there's a video premiere for the sick video 6 months. I haven't seen any waves in that video that are under 5. Well, there are a few, but most of them are just big wave giants from Ewan and his crew going out and tackling some heavy waves. So if you have nothing to do, doors open at 6 p.m., I'll be there. I'll see you there. Bits, you'll be there.
And mentioning amazing videos, Throwdown from Slicks and Decks is dropping. I heard they have an April 21st premiere up in Perth, reminiscent of those tension days where they would have 500, 600 people there just frothing to get in, paying top dollar. Nothing new. These events are amazing, and they're a little bit dangerous from what I heard. You got to bring your own security, especially when you got
bring the right gear.
Bring the right gear, especially when you got Big Stone on the mic throwing it down. Yeah. Any video called Throwdown, you got to be ready for what's going to happen at a premiere.
The trailer, I haven't seen the video, but the trailer itself is pretty intense. Good job, Stoney.
I was talking to Stoney just before I jumped in the booth, and I was like, so we're going to go to your beat lab and put down a couple tracks, so check this out.
Back to the live action, Bitzer. Mitch Rollins in yellow.
Looking
coming
at the
around
lip.
the section, finds it, goes for another
Boom.
big flip right there and pulls it off. Nice clean landing. So Mitch Rollins now may be pulling way ahead of Mark McCarthy.
Yeah, see, he's got 6 minutes left. Watching this one, so Mitchell's replay.
The reflex replay.
Yeah, going off the bottom, avoiding that little chop, finds the clean line right there, drives to the top, pops it off the lip, legs out for a little bit of flair, and Rock Dog making it happen. So he needed to replace a 7. We'll see.
Wow, 7's his lowest scoring wave out of the 2 top scoring waves. And Mark McCarthy, you got some work to do, buddy.
You can just call Mitch Rollins the freight train right now because he's running away.
Yeah, he's running over anything right now. Unfortunately, it's the South African Mark McCarthy. Again, 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Mark McCarthy does have some time, but if he doesn't act soon, that time is just going to melt away, and so will his chance to win the box title. But Mitch Rollins, he is steamrolling.
You know what it is, too? Sometimes when you have momentum, it just builds and builds. And this is his backyard. Even though he's from the Goldie, he lived out here for years. I remember my first year out here, came down with Ryan. He stayed with us over there, and then he got his own place and just set up camp, set up shop, and wanted to get some power behind his surfing. And this is the byproduct of that. Mitchell Rawlings in the final here, domination.
You see a lot of that in the bodyboarders coming over from the east side, setting up camp on the west side, and just putting in their time in some heavy reefs over here that are located within a short distance.
It's like a grand old version of starting off at half point and moving up to pipe. You're gonna at one point you're gonna have to spend some time out there. So the guys really want to get some rail work under their belt, and that's what they're doing. They're coming over here, spending the time, spending the money, getting to know the locals and just making it happen.
And when you do, chances are you might even pull off a win at the Box Pro like Mitch Rollins is doing today with 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Can Mitch hold off the South African Mark McCarthy from that comeback?
Well, nothing's impossible. 4 minutes, doable, but definitely he's on the ropes. So Mark trying to get busy here, driving off the bottom. He does have a section. Can he get to it? Boycotts the barrel. Goes for it. Big roll.
Nice.
He does need some work to be put in. I think that's going to be a decent score, but I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to really put him above that 7.38 as Mitch's second wave. So it definitely building a house, but he's got a lot of work in front of him.
Reflex replay once again. Here's Mark McCarthy dropping in from behind the section. He sees the section ready to throw and pitch, and so he slides under the pocket, gets barreled, but knows that will be the end of the wave. So punches through the lip with a nice clean roll and ends that wave perfect for what it was. So Mark McCarthy now has a solid scoring wave under his belt. So he's not out of the woods yet. He has 3 minutes remaining. Mitch Rollins has to fend him off in these last 3 minutes.
As you see the scores there, Mitch Rollins with a combined score of 15.26. Mark McCarthy waiting for the next score to drop, but he will better it, I'm sure, than his last 1.58, but still standing by for his sixth wave, Mark McCarthy.
Woo! Mitch Rollins, can he pull off his first Grand Slam Series win? He has to deal with this. Mark McCarthy, the reflex replay, you can see again, pulls in, gets a nice barrel ride, comes out with a roll before coming out of that barrel. So that is going to be that first solid wave he needed on his scorecard because these 1-point rides, these 2-point rides are not going to cut it. He does need a combination of 2 new waves. That will be one of them for sure. Now he will be on a hunt for another solid wave, but time is ticking away.
And you know what's funny? I think sometimes, before you say anything, we got Mitchell paddling for this one, leaving his priority behind. Driving off the bottom, the double up. Can he get a section? Look at it.
Big section,
But
big effort. Woo!
He is just on a roll. Yesterday when I was hanging out with Mitch, he was just all smiles, and I think he's just taking that positive all the way to the final. This guy is just slaying it right now.
Everybody, all the Australians in the competitors' tent are clapping away, cheering their fellow Australian, Mitch Rollins, hopefully to his first win.
Yeah, and you know what? If you're going to take out my good friend Jacob,
Wait a second.
Uh-oh.
Wait a second. Mark
Live
McCarthy
action.
on the outside on a big, good-sized wave, but did not form up for Mark McCarthy. Woo!
That had me on the seat for a second.
That was 7.93 is what he's after for that first place spot. Is there enough time for Mark? He is ahead of Mitch Rollins
18.
on the paddle back out to the peak. Mark will have priority when they get out there. Will 1 minute be enough time for Mother Nature to deliver to Mark McCarthy?
Look at the replay right
There's
here.
another
First
look
up,
on the reflex replay.
Mitchell driving off the bottom, looking at this section, trying to better a 7.38, smashes the section, throws his whole torso back towards the north and just tweaks that invert. Sick little score for Mitchell there. We'll see if it swaps out as 7.38. Then we had that exchange where got us all excited of Mark McCarthy, but nothing there. It just was too big for its own good. Mitchell definitely getting the better exchange of that one with better wave choice and just clean surfing.
Wow, another look of that big invert from Mitch Rollins. Just getting projected up and out and lands perfectly on the face of the wave. Mitch Rollins, solid invert right there. And Mark McCarthy, now that his solid wave was a 7.33.
Yeah.
That is ready to start his campaign, but is it too late?
The issue is if that was a 7.39, he with the current scores would do something. But since it's a 7.33, he's still boom. And that is it right there. We do have our winner. Our final is committed. It's official.
A nail in the coffin with that 7.7 ride. And look at this, Mark McCarthy out the back. That's all she wrote. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the 2012 IBA Box Pro, the Australian, Mitch Rollins.
Yeah, Rocky. Good job, buddy. Amazing surfing. If you're going to take out my good buddy Jacob Romero, I want to see you win it. So that's awesome. So good job, Jacob. Good job, Mitch. Good job, Mark. Obviously, amazing effort from Mark. Mitchell Rollins on the Slicks and Decks jet ski with Chris Wong White coming back in. He just looks that stoked right now. And look, I think we're going to have to get this trophy up and out. So I'm going to get that rolling for our good friend Tez down there at the winner's circle. So we definitely want to get Rocky that trophy and just go celebrate with him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the finals is complete. we had Mark McCarthy, the South African, versus Mitch Rollins, but it was Mitch Rollins who just came out firing. He never held off on just letting loose. He scored big waves right off the bat. 7-point was his first wave, and then he just kept following up with bigger and bigger scores. 7.88, followed up by more waves, but it was a 7.38 and 7.7, and there was only one high-scoring wave on Mark McCarthy's scorecard, a 7.33. There was you can't take anything
Look at him.
away
He's frothing
from
right now.
any other riders, but it is Mitch Rollins. It is his day here at the Box
Look at that
Pro.
shot, man. That is just an amazing shot. That's going to be something that he looks back on when he's with the kids older going, look at that. Daddy did it, man. I made it to the final.
SlicksandDecks.com water angle coming to you via Chris White and Seamus Makeham. Seamus Makeham, the infamous water videographer on the IBA World Tour. And look at that. He is pumped.
Yeah, Rocky.
Mitch Rollins, your winner for the 2012 IBA Box Pro. You can hear all of Australia just cheering.
That is amazing, man. That's a great shot. Look at Seamus keeping up with them. He's with one of his best friends, Chris White. I don't think he could win any better than that. You know, after last year's story with Ryan making it to the final in Magno, this is actually a great little prelude to it, or we say a prequel. This is definitely an amazing, amazing event for Rocky, and I guarantee Ryan's going to be down there just showing his support because they've grown up surfing together, and it's just one of those things. He's handing the trophy off to his good friend right now, Ryan.
Unbelievable. Thank you all for tuning in. We still have some more footage. We're going to get the ceremony underway, and we are also going to have an awesome highlight video clip. And don't go anywhere. It's not over yet. But Mitch Rollins is your winner here for the IBA Box
His first
Pro.
win, Manny, in 8 years. As Pete Moore was trying to say before, a long time between drinks. He has popped the cork off the champagne bottle officially and is back on the Grand Slam Series in full force. Now, this makes it interesting. Jeff's got to win. Mitch has got to win. They both have an all-right backup one, so the race has really started to fire up. And we've got two amazing surfers, that are going to be battling for the lead right now.
We saw the eye of the tiger in Mitch Rollins at Fronton during the final against Jason Findlay, and he was he was absolutely
passionate.
bummed
Yeah.
that he did not take the win there. But now we're going to see the flip side of that coin and see how stoked he is for his first win at a notorious and infamous wave here in Margaret River, the Box.
The thing about competitive bodyboarding, surfing, or any type of action sport where it's just you is a fight against the time and it's a fight against yourself. So when you let yourself down, it's your own little battle. And Rocky is just that passionate about it. So him getting this win is like it's just a culmination of all that effort. It is. You wait 8 years for another win. Do you know how motivated you have to be to even get to that point where you could do it again? You do it once and you're just chasing the dragon the whole time, if you know what I mean. You're just trying to get back to that level. And Rocky did it, and good on him for it, and he deserves it just as much as anyone on the tour.
How stoked do you think he is right now?
He's frothing. Yeah, he's fired up. He's already booked his ticket to Chile, guaranteed. And he's just waiting for the next one. Now he's chasing a title, and that's a good place to be.
Well, Mitch Rollins, again, he spent a lot of time on the free surfing deal where he just went out, charged some massive waves, got the videos, got the photos, and now he has his first Grand Slam Series win under his belt. And
his own board company. This guy is frothing right now. He's doing stuff that not many people can do. Run a business, win an event, free surf the biggest waves in the world. Just being all-around rock dog champ right there.
And he's coming in right there. It is Sasha Specker in the bright green jersey with his water housing and GoPro system on top. And it is Mitch Rollins, again, your winner for the 2012 IBA Box Pro here, putting in an awesome, awesome final. Just pretty much in command since the beginning. Here's another look at one of Mitch Rollins' unbelievable maneuvers in the final. Just a big invert, just tweaked it out and lands perfectly on the whitewash and rolls out in front.
He was thinking, I'll get a couple cover shots while I'm winning the event, just for spite.
Look at Sasha putting his board down, getting ready, get the shot. That is why he is on the tour. Sasha Specker is always in the right place at the right time.
He is.
Definitely, he's going to get ready, get the shot, but put his stuff a little bit higher. There you go. Thanks, Sasha.
You don't want to lose that board, Sash. So back to the man of the hour. Look at this. Big hugs from Liam O'Toole. good friend and website designer for his company, Found Bodyboard. You see Mitchell must be just proud right now. I know he's got a big family presence that support him. So you got Ryan Hardy handing off the trophy to him. This is pretty cool. And, of course, Winnie Winchester just frothing right there with his wife, and they're celebrating. So it's going to be a big night in Margs tonight for the boys.
Is it too early to grab one of those VBs for the commentators?
Not for you, Manny. For me, my wife's watching, and I don't drink while I'm away, honey, and you know that. So.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So yeah, Manny, do what you like. I'm gonna be on the wagon the rest of this trip.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Coming up the stairs down the beach, it is your winner, Mitch Rollins, here just putting down a domination in the final with Mitch Rollins and Mark McCarthy. Mitch Rollins walking up the stairs. He is one happy camper. I don't think he knows what happened. I mean, he's going to be in La La Land for the next 15 minutes.
He's probably got the tingles right now, just kind of like, oh, is this real? What's going on, man? Where's the check? Where's the trophy?
I think he knows. You know what? He's going to enjoy every single minute of what just went down. So everybody is here to greet him and going to pull him up and bring him up to the – wow, everybody's just pumped right now. Everybody's all waiting up above, bringing him up. That's a pretty long haul. So
it is, but I'm going to call them on it. They're lazy. The Hawaiians would have been at the ramp right there, grabbing him from the ski. So yeah, you lazy Aussies, we know you love them, but
remember, you still have another week in Australia.
Oh, don't worry, I got this place on lock. Don't you stress, man.
Doctor.
So yeah, look at that. He got the Aussie flag walking up. That is right there, Brad Hughes, and I'm pretty sure that's Chatty as well, lifting him up there. That is a hike. We are at the box event. You can see. You know, Mitchell's face right on that fence right there, blasting this invert coming off the bottom. Huge lip smack. One of the scores that took out the Box Pro. Yeah, it's part and parcel for this guy, though. That's how he does it. That's his signature maneuver. I remember when I was young, what he explained he wanted to do is, you ever see the Michael Jordan ad? You know, the jump man? He said, you know, that's the most iconic thing in the world. I want to do inverts like that. So basically, that's where that flick comes from. You ever see him just skying it? And that pretty much set the tone for everyone else inverts in the world. That's what they try to achieve is Mitch.
Look at this. What a great celebration that's going to be had tonight, and I'm guaranteed it'll start off with that 6 months video premiere. And look at Mitch Rollins coming up. Another victory for the Australians here at the Box Pro. Last year was Ryan Hardy holding the Australian flag high, and now it is this guy right here, the fellow Australian, Mitch Rollins, a well-deserved win here at the Box Pro. And let me just tell you right now, he's going to be on cloud 9 for until the next event. I don't see this. He's so pumped right now. I can see him coming back and winning 1, 2, maybe even 3 more events on the 2012.
So we're going to pass it down to Terry for the awards. Congratulations, Mitch. We're going to pass to him and counting back just a couple seconds down to the awards area. Check it out.
All right, well, thanks, folks. We are down here on the main stage, and what a fantastic week it's been here in the West. Can we have a round of applause for everyone, folks? It's been insane. We love WA. Well, Mark McCarthy, is he here? Of course, he'd be a little bit disappointed. He's way down there. Unfortunately, he's not going to make it for the presentation, but that's his trophy. He'll put that on the mantelpiece. Hey, can we have a round of applause for Mark McCarthy? Second place at the box. But let's save the big stuff for the fellow on yard. Mitch Rollins, tell us how you feel in 2005, Honolulu Bay, December 2005 was your last win. This has been a long time in the making.
Mate, it's been a long time. I thought there was 4 minutes left, and Whitey said there was only 20 seconds. My eyes just lit up. There was nothing on the horizon, and I just knew I had it then. Mate, it's a great feeling.
Well, mate, you came second to Jace at Fronton. You fell that one spot short. Tell us, how you're feeling right now.
Oh, this makes up for sure. Like, I don't know, I didn't think it'd feel this good, but it feels unbelievable. Actually, it's gonna.
Mitch, originally from Queensland, but you spent a lot of time here in WA, mate. What are your thoughts on this wave?
Oh, the box, it's always been for bodyboarding, and it's a great venue, and everyone loves it. That's why there's so many people here today that went in this contest. And we didn't get the best conditions, but all the riders we can make junk look good.
Yeah, sure, mate. Look, I'm sure you got someone you'd like to thank, or people you'd like to say thank you to.
Oh, everyone. I don't know. It's Thank my family back home, Billabong, everyone in WA. This place is amazing. I love it. Found.
All right, well, it's only fitting that we got last year's winner, Ryan Hardy, here to pass over the trophy. Ryan, come on down. Give that to the kid in yellow. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, there he is, the winner of the 2012 Box Pro is Mitchell Rawlins. And, well, that's it's champagne, but it's also the taste of success. Well, I don't know what camera we're on, but Manny Vargas, it's been an awesome week, mate. We're going to go back to you. Boom.
All right, there you have it. Mitch Rawlins on cloud 9 right now. I don't think I've ever seen him yell out those kind of screams, but yeah, Mitch Rawlins is your winner here at the 2012 IBA Box Pro. And you know what? We have a pretty cool package to set up for you, so don't go anywhere. We still have some of the best waves from Rocky, from Mitch Rawlins, and we also have some epic waves from today's action. So let's take a look. Check it out. All right, the day started off with some epic conditions this morning. We were all nervous that the waves were not going to be here and it was going to be too windy. But as you can see through that wave right there, it was game on. Earlier in the heats, it was Dallas Singer, I believe, dropping in and making it all real with a deep pit right there. But unfortunately, a lot of guys got knocked out in the early rounds, but the waves were delivered. Look at that big keg right there, delivering to some of the riders in the early rounds. As you saw in the final, the conditions did deteriorate, but they did put it on the line. So that was Ryan Hardy with a solid one. And we saw earlier in the heats as well, I believe that was Jared Houston, a mid-face turn going straight up and just getting projected out with a big roll right there for Jared Houston. Again, some serious competition went down today. And we also saw big, deep pits like this guy right here, Jones Russell. I believe that was I'm right there with you. That could be Chad Jackson. But again, unreal action went down all day today. Your winner, Mitch Rawlins. But now we have a sick highlight package of today's unreal conditions in the morning. And this right here was the biggest move of round 4. And because Jones Russell pulled that off in the Freedom Fins round, he walked away with an extra $1,000 cash. As the day went on, the clouds came in sometimes and the rains came in sometimes, but the non-stop action didn't let down. All the riders were throwing down some big flips, big moves right here. I believe that was Andrew Lester who went for a big move, and it was Louis Finnegan who all eyes were on. This 17-year-old kid pulls off that big flip and then turns it around, but he was just caught in the barrel. This is another solid ride from midday action and another big, clean roll right there. That was Mark McCarthy, who was just rolled his way and just got pitted all the way to the final, but unfortunately lost to Mitch Rawlins. So Mitch Rawlins, this was one of those moves where it was in that Freedom Fins round, but unfortunately could not pull it off. That may have taken that away from Jones Russell. And again, just big moves just being popped up left and right. Mitch Rawlins on that last one. And this was a big, big keg of a wave. And Mitch Rawlins sub-sea level as he comes around this section. And I don't know how he found it, but found a lip to do a maneuver. A nice clean roll from Mitch Rawlins. So more action happened throughout the entire day. Nice, clean barrel. Nice, clean, solid barrel riding skills getting thrown down by Jacob Romero, who was on pace to make the final, but came up short in the semis. And here's another look of the big air maneuver right there. I believe that was Jacob Romero as well. David Winchester put his cap on in the quarterfinals and made it to I'll get back to that. He came a long way, and here's another look at Dave Winchester somehow getting projected through that lip and pulls it off. serious wave action went down all day. Coming around this section right here, who in their right mind would hit a lip right there, but none other than Dave Winchester. As you can see, the jet ski rider was pumped as Winnie went for that lip. Mark McCarthy coming way deep from behind the section. This is one of the deepest barrels of the day, knocking out Dave Winchester on this deep barrel, and he is pumped. He had almost an instant replay of what he did yesterday on one of his earlier heats. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The unreal action went down. Next stop on the IBA World Tour will be in Chile for the Arica Chilean Challenge, and you do not want to miss that. We're going to bring you the live feed all the way from the Arica Chilean Challenge, and let me tell you, last year was my first time out there, and I can't wait to get back to see what these guys are going to do. Again, everybody just puts everything on the line. We saw Guilherme Tamega put it on the line, but everybody is going to get nuts in Arica. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your winner for the 2012 IBA Box Pro, it is Mitch Rollins. And with that, last shout out to our sponsors, Reflex Wetsuits, Freedom Fins, Bodyboard King, Slicks and Decks, Riptide, and our tour media partners, YouTube and IINet. That's it for everybody here. Thank you guys for watching. We will see you in Chile. Boom!
Chile pretty much looks like Mars. The water's dark. You just don't know what's under that water. The barrel is really, really hollow, and then the end bowl is really shallow, so you just want to make sure you've got enough speed to get out of there. I think this year's just going to be massive hairs, big punts and big cuts, maybe a few ambulance cutting people off. The rights are just phenomenal if you get the right one. Everyone out there, if you're thinking of watching a crazy event, come and watch the third at Arica in Chile. It's going to be off the hook. El Gringo is muy loco, mucho loco.